Lester Brown's Without the BS Plan B 3.0 Decrypted, Condensed, 11 months left to stop humanity's extermination. A deathbed, Earth, all creation, but a final chance remains, Plan B, by whatever name. C1. Home Earth is being exterminated. Think, crystalline entity, from Star Trek, except, we are the entity. Scientists are horrified by glacier melt acceleration. In 10 years the projected rise in sea levels went from 1.5 feet to 6 feet by century's end, a massive 400% underestimate. Ice flow speed exceeds anything the scientists ever, in their wildest nightmares, imagined. Asia's primary glacier is melting faster than imaginable, could disappear in decades. Asia's glaciers are their agricultural reservoir, as are glaciers and snowpack the world over. No glaciers and no snowpack equals no food, just misery, hunger, war, extinction and final extermination of humanity. Humanity's extermination is soon to be complete and irreversible. Shrinking forests, expanding deserts, falling water tables, collapsing fisheries, disappearing species, rising temperatures, Greenland ice sheet melt, will raise seas 23 feet. West Antarctic ice sheet melt, will raise seas an additional 19 feet. A 33-foot sea level rise will create 600 million environmental refugees, twice the US population. There's no time left. Will you stand unviolently to save home Earth? Will Greenland melting become irreversible? Or will you phase out coal power plants fast enough? Many points of no return are upon you. Water is running out worldwide. Will you stabilize population? Or watch death and wars over water? The demographic trap is spreading. Poverty begets population growth, and population growth begets poverty. Countries collapse under these unresolved problems, creating failing states. Up to 50 are underway at this time. Individual countries are already dying. Iraq, Sudan, Somalia, Chad, Congo, Haiti. The list grows every year. Home Earth will fail. Humanity will be exterminated globally. After how many states fail? Insane affluentalism enabled by massive market sabotage is destroying us. World Bank economist Nicholas Stern study. Market fails to incorporate fossil fuel economic costs to the tune of trillions of dollars. We affluholics and carbon energy core send 90% of today's energy price/wreckage to our children for future payment. Insane overpopulation, overconsumption, cluster bomb exploding for 100 years now, impoverishing our children. Global enterprise has exploded 20-fold this last century, while population has exploded 4-fold. Now we way exceed the ability of Earth to replenish resources. We've been living off of our children's share of the resources for decades. Coal destroys 400% for every benefit. Burying these costs is suicide. Our energy decisions are criminally insane in this system. Home Earth extermination will be complete, lest you stop it, now. Charge the true full costs, starting now. Stop sending the bill to our children. Stop paying the bill of the coal and oil addicts, pigs, gluttons. Stop falling for their cheap ploy of calling the true costs a tax. Stop being criminally stupid. Market screws you with indirect costs, externalities. Places zero value on nature's contribution. Destruction of the environment at no charge, no penalty. Passes 80% of today's costs to future generations, starting with you. The US market sabotage, scam, perversion is extreme. Gas price in 2007 $3 per gallon, only shows production price. 80% the pump price lies about the full price, hiding the 80% true price that includes environmental destruction, military costs, health costs, blood of our soldiers, global/Middle East animosity to US, remediation, like fortifying New York City, SF, and other sea-level US cities. 80%. $12 per gallon future cost is sent right to your children. But the market says it is cheap. Stop being stupid. You must end the sabotage of the free market. Repair the market integrity. You must stand and win so that we incorporate the full cost to society. China has an example of crash due to massive market failure, scam, distortion, insanity. Too late they saw the $30 billion value from trees, invisible, until destroyed. In 1998, in China's Yangtze River Valley, 400 million people's home, 1998 saw the worst flooding in history. $30 billion cost exceeded the total value of the rice harvest. China then banned logging there. Too late they saw that trees standing are worth 3 times trees cut for flood control services. The market was off by a factor of 300%. Iconic reminder of criminal market sabotage, Enron was the most beloved, enormously powerful company. 7th most valuable company in the US in 2001. Then independent auditors the company had left costs off the books, fatally deceiving itself and all stakeholders. Enron was worthless. $90 stocks went to pennies per share. Collapse was complete. Enron no longer exists. And will humanity take back the capital? 12 over 2011. We are insanely tolerating the same sabotage as Enron stakeholders did globally, leaving costs off the books. By hiding the costs exterminating Earth, we are headed toward the extermination of humanity. We need armies of citizen nonviolent warriors, now. Or we are dead. Unstoppable environmental Armageddon. The market has been viciously blinded to externalities. Insanely treats massive subsidies to oil companies as if they are deserved. Earlier local civilizations also were exterminated or barely avoided this fate. Examples of environmentally induced economic collapse: Iceland 600 years ago averted collapse by restricting herd size to sustainable levels. Sumeria BC destroyed itself by destroying its cropland. The Mayan civilization destroyed itself by destroying its environment, trees, causing erosion, killing food supply. Our Western affluentalism has caused insane levels of human growth, environmental rape and plunder this last century. GDP now measured in trillions was in billions only decades ago. 2007 GDP growth exceeded all of the 1900 economy. Earth's natural capacities, such as its ability to supply fresh water, forest products, and seafood, have not increased, and has been viciously, insanely crippled. The economy's exponential growth eclipses now the environmental capacity to support it. In 1980, 30 years ago for God's sake, we surpassed Earth's regenerative capacity. We are now surpassing sustainable yields by 25%, all on the backs of our children. How can you sit by while we do this to them? Are you crazy? Insane? Drunk? Alcoholic? Stand up, like our forefathers did. Now. Your kids and their kids will pay every dollar. But you'll be gone. We are meeting demands by raping and plundering our children's resources. They'll never ever be able to recover unless you turn the 2012 election into not some meaningless exercise of who the next captain of the Titanic is, but a decision to unviolently commandeer the Titanic away from the coal and gas companies and our own criminal affluentalism, and make it this generation's moonshot moment to fully implement Plan B 3.0 and failure is not an option. Totally launches a nation toward reducing coal and oil's carbon 80% by 2020, centrally by terminating immediately the insane crippling and blinding of the free market, eliminating the insanity of attaching no value to our home Earth's invaluable resources, by placing the price for destroying them at the wellhead, at the mine, at the pump, and on the electricity bill. Distribute the revenues from this 100% equally to every US household to use as they wish, to pay for their share of Earth's destruction, or to pay for their responsible move to non-destructive forms of energy, and to pay for Earth's repair and regeneration from a century of rape and plunder as fully detailed in Plan B 3.0. Extermination of home Earth means extermination of humanity, creation's future. Gone forever soon is, climate hospitable for agriculture, hydrological processes for water, geological processes producing soil, forests that are Earth's lungs, its irrigation water pump, its massive carbon reservoirs. Soon gone are its grasslands, that are its soil manufacturing, livestock feed, fuel for the poor. And soon gone forever are its underground water mines, any safety valve on scarce rain. Home Earth provides all food, all air, all water, all materials, forests, oceans, wetlands. It's all been free. And you are destroying it by allowing the unopposed rape and plunder by coal companies, oil companies, and generally by your own uncontrolled affluentalism. Home Earth provides all life-giving services, water purification, pollination, carbon sequestration, flood control, soil conservation. "15 of 24 major ecosystems have already been severely raped and plundered, all but to death." A 40-year study of global ecosystems by 1,360 scientists found 3/4 of fisheries collapsing. That was the good news. The lungs of the planet are about to be incinerated. The rainforests have been 20% incinerated so far, for cattle for US restaurants and soybean farming for US feedlots. They are another 22% degraded by road building and forestry. Desert will replace the forest forever. If the rainforests burn, roughly 100 to 200 billion tons of carbon will be added to the atmosphere. Carbon stays up there for up to 800 years. You must be proud to give such a gift to your children, and your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren, and. By the way, guess where our Midwest irrigation water comes from? Yup, the Amazon rainforest has pumped it up to us, up until now. Your children will be violated by your insane affluentalism, forever, unless you stand, now. Western affluaholic rape and plunders collapsing home Earths, forests, fisheries, wells, water supplies. Home Earth collapse already creates refugees. 125 million and counting in Western China alone, largely thanks to your affluaholic binge on coal and oil this last 50 years. China proves, existing market sabotage is the final extermination of humanity. China has 4 times the population of the US, and China already consumes more resources than the US as a nation. However, the Chinese citizen consumes just 10% on a per person basis as we gluttonous Westerners who, though just 5% of the world's population, hoard, plunder, extort and steal 25 to 50% of its resources. As a nation, China already consumes more grain, meat, steel 1/3 more grain, double the US in meat consumption, 3 times the US steel use, already. But remember, individual Chinese consume just 10% as much as you do personally. And they are responsible for near zero of the carbon in the atmosphere. You US citizens are responsible for that these last 100 years, with great help from the UK and Germany. Not the Chinese. You break it, you own it, you must pay for it. You are a Christian, a Christ-like nation, isn't that right? When in 2030 China catches up to US GDP per person, extermination of humanity will be assured. Global forests will be totally gone. China will need 2 times as much paper as produced worldwide today. China will need 1.1 billion cars, more than doubling the 860 million the entire world has today. China will then need roads and parking lots equal to all of their agricultural land area of today. China will need 98 million barrels of oil per day, more than the 90 million barrels produced today, the expected peak for the world, forever. Repeat, the prevailing economic scam is extermination of creation, the fossil fuel-based, auto-centric, throwaway economy. If it won't work for China, it won't work for India. India may soon have a bigger population than China. This scam-crippled sabotage of a true free market economy won't work for 3 billion in developing countries reaching toward middle class. Plan B 3.0 Eradicate Aflaholic market sabotage, repair, build a new Our Home Earth. Plan B calls for the wartime speed replacement of this humanity exterminating economy to a humanity growing economy based on renewable energy, diversified transportation, reuse and recycling of everything. 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 We have the technology, do we have the will? Do our children have parents that know how to stand up for them? Or do they just have criminally aflaholic shells of parents and guardians? Addicts. Gluttons. Subhumanoids. Our insane, Western aflaholic market sabotage collapses governments worldwide. Remember, it is your US carbon that is up there. The poorer countries haven't had the time or resources. More and more, thanks to our hoarding and destroying the world's resources, their governments, they can't provide food, they can't provide security, or education, or healthcare. As this happens, they lose credibility, lose revenues, societies fragment, wars ensue, nations come to fear warring states, become hotbeds for terrorism and drugs. Collapsed governments threaten all humanity. Lacking healthcare, they become sources of global disease. Non-state governments emerge, warlords emerge, clans, hotbeds for terrorism and destruction of normal cooperation and function between nations. There are an estimated 30 to 47 failing countries today. Government collapses Home Earth further. Accelerates deforestation, desertification, soil erosion, shrinkage of cropland and water per person. Home Earth collapses life support. First the poor. Donors avoid failing states for security reasons. State failure spills over into the region, dragging it down. Rwanda, Sudan for example. Collapsed governments destroys global survival mechanisms, such as controlling spread of infectious diseases, maintaining raw material flows, disrupts local economic progress. You stand now or never. Final and violent battles will decide it all now. Your children are doomed by default. You have until 2020 to get the renewable energy installed, or carbon does your children in. Shrinking species populations beyond recovery, extincting 50% of all species by mid-century. Their oceans will be completely dead. Wars for food will rack the planet, forever. barbarism, etc., etc., etc. First we are seeing extermination of the weakest, then all of humanity. Single issues or simultaneous multiple threats can suffice. Initially, the economically advanced can handle it, but not the underdeveloped. For example, advanced countries have controlled AIDS, but not the underdeveloped countries. 20% or more adults in some countries are infected. Among the weakest countries they have unsupportable population growth, especially in the Mideast and Africa. 78 million new people per year are being added, and growth is concentrated in countries least able to support them. Extermination of all humanity follows. We are not learning. Falling water tables, we expected, policy would stabilize aquifers, not one country has yet done so. Cutting carbon is obviously necessary, but not one country has done it yet. Will this be our demise just as salt killed Samaria? Decline in oil production, only 2 countries are planning for it. With food destroyed, humanity is destroyed. Analyze the effects of mounting stresses on global systems. Food security is most crucial and revealing. Adequate food supply is all but destroyed now. Just look. Falling water tables, converting cropland to other uses, extreme climate events, heat waves, droughts, floods, world grain production falling short of need in 80% of the years now. 2005 to 2007 grain prices tripled, surplus grain supplies now plummeting. With humanity being exterminated, SUVs eat, and babies starve. Up to 30% of recent crops go to fuel, driving world grain prices to unprecedented highs. Unprecedented food insecurity, states failing. Extermination of governments is fast. One environmental failure can end civilization, and now we have multiple. Now states are so interconnected that all will rise or fail together. Plan B 3.0 revision. What will succeed? Politics be damned? Requires attacking on multiple fronts. 1. Ending poverty. 2. Stabilizing population. 3. Restoring Earth's natural systems. 4. Cutting carbon 80% by 2020. A. Efficiency. B. Renewable sources. C. Ending deforestation. Scale and speed for restructuring the world economy must be wartime speed. Restructuring of the world economy commensurate with WWII economy restructuring. Cars were banned for 3 years. We knew how to move heaven and earth to stand for our children's future. Do we still have the ability? We have everything but the insanely humane citizen warriors. So far, we have the existing technology. Everything needed has been done somewhere. An advanced wind tower can equal the energy of an oil well. Japanese refrigerators used 12% the power of those a decade ago. Today's hybrid cars, 50 miles per gallon, 50% more efficient. Effective $1 per gallon cost of wind energy fuel. Battles have been won against alcoholic insanity. Denmark now gets 20% of energy from wind, and is headed to 60%. 60 million Europeans now get electricity from wind. 40 million Chinese are getting their hot water from rooftop heaters. In Iceland, 90% of homes are geothermal heated. India is now using dairy, based on crop residue, yielding a 400% milk production rise, making India the world's biggest milk producer. China now leads the world in fish farming, using advanced carp, the first country with farm fish exceeding natural, with harvest now exceeding 1/3 of the world's oceanic fish catch. Battles have been won against the extermination of humanity, demonstrating that it can be done if we'll stand for our children now. South Korea, reforested to 60% from near zero. US, in 20 years reduced soil erosion in vulnerable areas 40%. US farmers increased crop yields 20% in 20 years. Curitiba, Brazil since 1974, population tripled while traffic 30% reduction. Amsterdam, advanced urban transport, 30% by bikes. Paris, transportation diversification headed toward 40% reduction in traffic. London uses taxes for traffic reduction. The technology is there to be waged by humanity. Plug-in hybrids plus wind farms driving on wind at $1 a gallon. Etc. 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 The irreversible extermination of humanity is now at hand, and will happen, unless you stand for your children, now. Plan B, next 5 chapters, the environmental, demographic and economic challenges, then 7 chapters, roadmap of where we need to go, and how to get there. World's in trouble, because of what we've put in motion. The outlook for humanity is extermination, however. We can do it. For example, compact fluorescence could defeat 25% of killer coal plants. Humanity has an extreme chance at rebirth if we halt the extermination now. Completed by 2020, we could breathe clean air, cities could be less noisy, polluted, congested, more civilized. Expanding again can be the forests. Falling carbon emission forevermore is entirely achievable. But not if you let November 2012 go by without the final failure is not an option decision to give your children other than planet hell on earth we need every day of the next 8 years to implement, not argue over Plan B 3.0, or we go beyond 400 parts per million carbon. And the game, as they say, is over. I. Poverty. 2nd. Population. 3rd. Earth rape. 4th. Carbon. Plan B 3.0. Don't bother with backquote 4.0, quote backquote world on edge. B. Creation collapsing as 1. Poverty. 2nd. Population. 3. Resource rape. 4th. Carbon collide. C6. I. Poverty. 2nd. Population. 3rd. Earth rape. 4th. Carbon. Plan B 3.0. Don't bother with backquote 4.0, quote backquote world on edge. Signs of decline are emerging. In 38 AIDS-afflicted countries in sub-Saharan Africa, life expectancy fell 10 years below the uninfected. First time life expectancy fell in the modern era. Failure of leadership. Reversing the march of progress. Early sign that the complexity of emerging problems is overwhelming weaker national governments. Troubles are not limited to Africa. In Russia, life expectancy for males has fallen to 59 years, a 10% drop. China, with dangerously high pollution levels, more people are dying from cancer than any other disease. United States now has 960,000 farmers and 2 million prison inmates. Gap between rich and poor grows ever wider. The poor get poorer, more, sicker. Differences in life expectancy from HIV epidemic and/or hunger, Botswana and Swaziland living on average less than 40 years, and those in Japan and Sweden living 80 years or more. After declining in recent decades, the number of hungry people in the world turned upward in the late 1990s and continues to rise. The deadly stresses take many forms. 1. Economically, in the widening income gap between the world's rich and poor. 2. Socially, in the widening gap in education and healthcare. 3. Environmentally, swelling flow of refugees as productive land turns to desert, and as wells go dry. 4. Politically, conflict over basic resources such as cropland, grazing land, and water. 5. Fundamentally, the growing number of failing states. Economically and socially, our divided world. The social and economic gap between the world's richest 1 billion people and its poorest 1 billion has no historical precedent. Poorest billion are trapped at subsistence level and the richest billion are becoming wealthier with each passing year. The economic gap can be seen in the contrasts in nutrition, education, disease patterns, family size, and life expectancy. That 862 million people are undernourished, about 12%. Roughly 1.6 billion people are overnourished, about 24%. Hunger is the most visible face of poverty. Hunger is not getting enough food to achieve full physical and mental development and to maintain adequate levels of physical activity. Concentrated in the Indian subcontinent and sub-Saharan Africa. China has accelerated the shift to smaller families. However, gains in food production in India were absorbed largely by population growth. Those in China went mostly to raising consumption per person. Malnutrition takes its heaviest toll among the young. They are the most vulnerable during their rapid physical and mental development. In both India and Bangladesh, almost half of all children under 5 are underweight and malnourished. Two of Africa's most populous countries, Ethiopia, 47% of children are undernourished. Nigeria, the figure is 29%. The underfed and underweight are concentrated in rural communities. More often than not, the undernourished are either landless, or they live on plots of land so small that they are effectively landless. The penalties of being undernourished begin at birth. 20 million underweight infants are born each year to mothers who also are malnourished. They suffer lasting effects in the form of impaired immune systems, neurological damage, and retarded physical growth. 60% of all newborns in India would be in intensive care had they been born in California. Disease patterns also reflect the widening gap between the rich and the poor. The billion poorest suffer mostly from infectious diseases: malaria, tuberculosis, dysentery, measles, respiratory infections, and AIDS. Malnutrition leaves infants and small children even more vulnerable to such infectious diseases. Unsafe drinking water takes a heavier toll on those with hunger-weakened immune systems, resulting in millions of fatalities each year. The billion at the top of the global economic scale have diseases related to aging and lifestyle excesses. Cardiovascular disease, obesity, smoking, high-fat diets, and exercise deprivation cause most deaths. Education levels too reflect the deep divide. In some industrial countries, for example, Canada and Japan, more than half of all young people now graduate from college with either 2 or 4-year degrees. In developing countries, 72 million youngsters of elementary school age are not enrolled in school at all. Some 781 million adults are illiterate, more than 10% of the world's population, and probably 15–20% of the adults. World's illiterates are concentrated in a handful of the more populous countries: Bangladesh, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Brazil and Mexico in Latin America. Bangladesh, Egypt, India, and Pakistan, the number of illiterates increased. Illiteracy and poverty tend to reinforce each other because illiterate women typically have much larger families than literate women do. Each year of schooling raises earning power by 10 to 20%. In Brazil, for instance, illiterate women have more than 6 children each on average. Literate women have only 2. To be poor often means to be sick and or die. Ill health and poverty are closely linked. Health is closely related to access to safe water, something that 1.1 billion people lack. Waterborne diseases claim more than 3 million lives each year, mostly as a result of dysentery and cholera. Mostly among children, infant mortality in affluent societies averages 8 per thousand live births. In the 50 poorest countries it averages 95 per thousand, nearly 12 times as high. The health challenge is growing, becoming more numerous as new infectious diseases such as SARS, West Nile virus, and avian flu emerge. Accumulation of chemical pollutants in the environment is starting to take a toll. Malaria claims more than 1 million lives each year, 89% of them in Africa. Many times greater suffer with it all their lives. Malaria is cutting economic growth by a full percentage point in countries with heavily infected populations. HIV. No recent precedent of a disease affecting as many people as the HIV epidemic. Comparables: the smallpox decimation of Native American communities in the 16th century. Bubonic plague that took roughly a fourth of Europe's population during the 14th century. HIV is an epidemic of epic proportions that, if not checked soon, could take more lives during this century than were claimed by all the wars of the last century. Identified in 1981, HIV has spread worldwide. By the end of 2006, the number of people infected had climbed to 86 million. 40 million have died thus far. 25 million HIV positive people today live in sub-Saharan Africa. Only 1 million or so are being treated with antiretroviral drugs. Only 4% are being treated. 4%. Oh, but they are poor jungle bunnies, so who cares? Who's playing on TV today? Infection rates are climbing. Countries like Botswana and Zimbabwe could lose more than a fifth of their adult populations within a decade. HIV decimates every facet of life and every sector of the economy. The number of field workers shrinks. For each person who is sick and unable to work, another adult must care for that person. The ranks of teachers are decimated by the virus. Students, when one or both parents die, children are forced to stay home from school. The effects on healthcare are equally devastating. In many hospitals in Eastern and Southern Africa, a majority of the beds are now occupied by AIDS victims, leaving less space for those with other illnesses. Yawn. Overworked doctors and nurses are often stretched to the breaking point. Quit whining. With healthcare systems now unable to provide even basic care, the toll of traditional disease is also rising. Life expectancy is dropping. If they would rather die, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population. AIDS epidemic is leaving millions of orphans in its wake. Sub-Saharan Africa is expected to have 18 million AIDS orphans by 2010. For some girls, the only option is what has come to be known as survival sex. In the countryside, teenage Swazi girls are selling sex and spreading HIV for $5 an encounter, exactly what it costs to hire oxen for a day of plowing. The failure to fully fund the global fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, he said, is mass murder by complacency. Epidemic of HIV and AIDS has disabled the body politic. Worst hit African countries have undergone a social breakdown. Capacity to resist famine is fast eroding. Hunger and disease have begun reinforcing each other. As daunting as the prospect is, we will have to fight hunger and disease together, or we will succeed against neither. Air and water pollutants are damaging the health of people everywhere. Some 200 human diseases, ranging from cerebral palsy to testicular atrophy, are linked to pollutants. Other diseases that can be caused by pollutants include an astounding 37 forms of cancer, plus heart disease, kidney disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, dermatitis, bronchitis, hyperactivity, deafness, sperm damage, and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases. Nowhere is pollution damaging human health more than in China. Deaths from cancer have now eclipsed those from heart ailments and cerebrovascular disease. Jiangsu province is both one of China's most prosperous provinces and one of its most cancer-ridden. 5% of the country's population, it has 12% of the cancer deaths. One river in the province was laden with 93 different carcinogens. The new reality is that each year China grows richer and sicker. Pan Yu, Vice Minister of China's Environmental Protection Administration, believes his country is dangerously near a crisis point. The reason, he believes, is that Marxism has given way to an unrestrained pursuit of material gain devoid of morality. Traditional Chinese culture with its emphasis on harmony between human beings and nature, he says, was thrown aside. China's Environmental Protection Administration has fewer than 300 employees centrally located vs 17,000 for us regionally located. Analysis of umbilical cord blood found a total of 287 chemicals in these tests. Of the 287 chemicals we detected, we know that 180 cause cancer in humans or animals, 217 are toxic to the brain and nervous system, and 208 cause birth defects, or abnormal development in animal tests. $3 million deaths worldwide each year from air pollutants. In the United States, air pollution each year claims 70,000 lives, compared with the country's 45,000 traffic deaths. In Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases, and in motor neuron disease generally, a surprising rise in industrial countries. Over an 18-year period, death rates from these diseases, mainly Alzheimer's, more than tripled for men and nearly doubled for women linked to a rise in the concentration of pesticides, industrial effluents, car exhaust, and other pollutants in the environment. Long-term low-level exposure to pesticides raises the risk of developing Parkinson's disease by 70%. Mercury, a potent neurotoxin, permeates the environment in virtually all countries with coal-burning power plants and many of those with gold mines. Gold miners release an estimated 290,000 pounds of mercury into the Amazon ecosystem each year. Coal-burning power plants release nearly 100,000 pounds of mercury into the air in the United States. Mercury from power plants settles over waterways, polluting rivers and lakes, and contaminating fish. In 2006, 48 of the 50 states in the United States, all but Alaska and Wyoming, issued a total of 3,080 fish advisories warning against eating fish from local lakes and streams because of their mercury content. 1 out of every 6 women of childbearing age in the United States has enough mercury in her blood to harm a developing fetus. 630,000 of the 4 million babies. The number of chemicals in use has climbed to over 100,000. A random blood test of Americans will show measurable amounts of easily 200 chemicals that did not exist a century ago. Most have not been tested for toxicity. 650 of these are covered by the EPA's Toxics Release Inventory, TRI, just 6.5%. Swelling flow of garbage associated with the throwaway economy. First conceived following World War II as a convenience, and as a way of creating jobs, and sustaining economic growth. The more goods produced and discarded, the reasoning went, the more jobs there would be. Convenience. Rather than washing cloth towels or napkins, consumers welcomed disposable paper versions. Throwaway economy is on a collision course with the Earth's geological limits. From running out of landfills near cities, running out of the cheap oil, not enough readily accessible lead, tin, copper, iron ore, or bauxite, assuming an annual 2% growth in extraction. In the world, 17 years remain of reserves remaining for lead 2025. 19 years remain for tin 2027. 25 years remain for copper 2033, 54 years remain for iron ore 2061, 68 years remain for bauxite 2075. Cost of hauling garbage from cities is exploding. Nearby landfills fill up, and the price of oil climbs. New York City hauls garbage to landfill sites in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and even Virginia, with some of the sites being 300 miles away. 12,000 tons of garbage produced each day. Some 600 rigs are needed to move garbage from New York City daily. Convoy nearly 9 miles long. State governments are saddled with increased road maintenance costs, traffic congestion, increased air pollution, potential water pollution from landfill leakage, and complaints from nearby communities. Toronto now ships all its 750,000 ton per year garbage to Wayne County, Michigan. New Jersey is now shipping up to 1,000 tons of demolition debris 600 miles each day also to Wayne County in Michigan. In China, the amount of garbage generated is growing fast. In the suburbs of Beijing, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Chongqing, 7,000 garbage dumps, each larger than 50 square meters. Cost of hauling garbage from cities is exploding. The challenge is to replace the throwaway economy with the reduce, reuse, recycle economy. Officials should worry less about what to do with garbage, and think more about how to avoid producing it in the first place. Cost of hauling garbage from cities is exploding. Population, and land and water conflicts. As land and water become scarce, competition intensifies within societies, particularly between the wealthy and those who are poor and dispossessed. Who cares? Threatening to drop the living standards of millions of people below the survival level, leading to potentially unmanageable social tensions. Access to land. Grainland per person cut in half, from 0.23 hectares in 1950 to 0.10 hectares in 2007. 1/10 of a hectare is half of a building lot in an affluent US suburb. Makes it difficult for the world's farmers to feed the 78 million people added to world population each year. In largely subsistence societies, land scarcity threatens survival itself. Sudan, 2 million people have died, and over 4 million have been displaced in the long-standing conflict of more than 20 years between the Muslim North and the Christian South. Darfur region, mounting tensions between two Muslim groups, camel herders and subsistence farmers over land and water. Genocide. Buy wristband, and move on. They're dead already. Who? Sahel, from Senegal in the west to Somalia in the east, the northern Sahel, grassland is turning to desert, forcing herders southward into the farming areas. Declining rainfall and overgrazing are combining to destroy the grasslands. Sudan, 1950 to 2007, 400 to 800% increased demand on the land. Population climbed from 9 million to 39 million in 2007, more than a fourfold rise. 400%. Cattle population increased from fewer than 7 million to 40 million, an increase of nearly sixfold. 600%. Number of sheep and goats together increased from fewer than 14 million to 113 million, an eightfold increase. 800%. Tick, 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 tick. No grasslands can survive such rapid continuous growth in livestock populations. Nigeria, 148 million people, half the US population, are crammed into an area not much larger than Texas. Overgrazing and overplowing are converting grassland and cropland into desert, putting farmers and herders in a war for survival. Desert has spread, trees have been felled, and the populations of both herders and farmers have soared. The competition for land has only intensified. Mali, Rwanda. As in Darfur, Sudan, division between herders and farmers is also often the division between Muslims and Christians. Rwanda, template of things to come. 1950, Rwanda's population was 2.4 million. By 1993, it had tripled to 7.5 million, most densely populated in Africa. Demand for firewood grew with population. By 1991, the demand was more than double the sustainable yield of local forests. As trees disappeared, straw and other crop residues were used for cooking fuel. With less organic matter in the soil, land fertility declined. Rwanda. Eventually there was simply not enough food to go around. Ignition came with the crash of a plane on April 6, 1994, shot down as it approached the capital Kigali, killing President Juvenal Habyarimana. The crash unleashed an organized attack by Hutus, leading to an estimated 800,000 deaths of Tutsis and moderate Hutus in 100 days. In some villages, whole families were slaughtered, lest there be survivors, to claim the family plot of land. On a demographic track similar to Rwanda's Tanzania, Tanzania's population of 40 million in 2007 is projected to increase to 85 million by 2050. Eritrea, where the average family has 6 children, is projected to grow from 5 million to 11 million by 2050. Democratic Republic of the Congo, the population is projected to triple, going from 63 million to 187 million. India. Tension between Hindus and Muslims is never far below the surface. Each successive generation further subdivides already small plots. Pressure on water resources is even greater. Population is projected to grow from 1.2 billion in 2007 to 1.7 billion in 2050, a 41% increase. Collision between rising human numbers and shrinking water supplies seems inevitable. The relationship between population and natural systems is a national and global security issue. Disagreements over the allocation of water among countries. Nowhere more stark than among Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia in the Nile River. Egypt's current population of 75 million is projected to reach 121 million by 2050, 61% increase. Sudan, whose 39 million people also depend heavily on food produced with Nile water, is expected to have 73 million by 2050, 87% increase. Ethiopia, in the country that controls 85% of the river's headwaters, is projected to expand from 83 million to 183 million, 220% increase. There is already little water left in the Nile when it reaches the Mediterranean. Turkey, Syria, and Iraq share the waters of the Tigris and Euphrates. Turkey, controlling the head, developing a massive project on the Tigris to increase the water used for irrigation and power. Syria and Iraq, projected to nearly double their respective populations of 20 million and 29 million. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Two rivers, the Amu Darya and the Sea Darya, demand already exceeds the flow of the two rivers by 25%. Upstream Turkmenistan planning to develop another 500,000 hectares of irrigated agriculture. Region lacks the cooperation needed to manage its scarce water resources. This is the deteriorating world. Environmental refugees on the rise. Desert expansion in sub-Saharan Africa. Displacing millions of people, forcing them to either move southward or migrate to North Africa. By 2020 up to 60 million people could migrate from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and Europe. Boat bound for Italy carrying refugees from Africa. Adrift for more than 2 weeks, and having run out of fuel, food, and water, many of the passengers had died. At first the dead were tossed overboard. After a point, the remaining survivors lacked the strength to hoist the bodies over the side. The dead and the living shared the boat, resembling what a rescuer described as a scene from Dante's Inferno. Survivors would not reveal their country of origin, lest they be sent home. Political, economic, or environmental refugees. Failed states like Somalia produce all three. For Central American countries, Mexico is the gateway, including Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. 2006, Mexican immigration authorities reported some 240,000 detentions and deportations, up 74%. Since 2002. City of Tapachula on the Guatemala-Mexico border. Young men in search of jobs wait along the tracks for a slow-moving freight train moving through the city en route to the north. The Jesus El Bean passed a refugee's home to 25 amputees who lost their grip and fell under the train, the kamikazes of poverty. Bodies washing ashore in Italy, Spain, and Turkey, a daily occurrence. Each day Mexicans risk their lives in the Arizona desert. Some 400 to 600 Mexicans leave rural areas every day, abandoning plots of land too small or too eroded to make a living. Many of those who try to cross the Arizona desert perish in its punishing heat. Scores of bodies are found along the Arizona border each year. "3 billion people to be added to the world by 2050, unless you act." The vast majority coming in countries where water tables are already falling. Water refugees are likely to become commonplace. Where populations are outgrowing the water supply and sinking into hydrological poverty. Villages in northwestern India are being abandoned as aquifers are depleted and people can no longer find water. Millions of villages in northern and western China and in parts of Mexico may have to move because of a lack of water. Advancing deserts are also displacing people. US Dust Bowl displaced 3 million people. Advancing desert in China's Dust Bowl provinces could displace tens of millions. Iran, villages abandoned because of spreading deserts or a lack of water already number in the thousands. Nigeria, farmers and herders are forced to move. Desertification refugees typically end up in cities, many in squatter settlements. Many migrate abroad. Rising seas. New source of refugees, potentially a huge one, just beginning, could eventually reach the hundreds of millions, yet another reason for stabilizing climate and population. Mounting stresses. Failing states. Failing states are now an integral part of the international political landscape. Failed states have made a remarkable odyssey from the periphery to the very center of global politics. Together identified a list of 60 states. Sudan at the top of the list of failed states, followed by Iraq, Somalia, Zimbabwe, and Chad. 3 oil exporting countries are among the top 20 failing states: Sudan, Iraq, and Nigeria. Pakistan, now ranking number 12 on the list, is the only failing state with a nuclear arsenal. Some of the dozen indicators: uneven development, the loss of governmental legitimacy, and demographic pressure. Uneven development typically means that a small segment of the population is accumulating wealth, while much of the society may be suffering a decline in living conditions. Governments that fail to effectively manage emerging issues and provide basic services are seen as useless. Loss of political legitimacy is an early sign of state decline. Demographic fatigue, unable to cope with the steady shrinkage in cropland and freshwater supplies per person or to build schools fast enough for the swelling ranks of children. Demographic death trap. Sudan. Demographic trap, developed far enough economically and socially to reduce mortality. Not far enough to quickly reduce fertility. Women on average have 5 children. Population of 39 million is growing by 2,400 per day. The top 20 failing states probably cannot break out of this trap on their own. Foreign investment drying up, causing unemployment. Resultant rise in unemployment. One of the key indicators of political instability in a society is the number of unemployed young men. Deterioration of the physical infrastructure, roads and power, water, and sewage systems. Care for natural systems is also neglected as people struggle to survive. Forests, grasslands, and croplands deteriorate. Breakdown in law and order. In Haiti, armed gangs rule the streets. Kidnapping for ransom of local people who are lucky enough to be among the 30% of the labor force that is employed is commonplace. In Afghanistan it is the local warlords, not the central government, that control the country outside of Kabul. Somalia, which now exists only on maps, is ruled by tribal leaders. Long-standing civil conflicts. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Conflict has claimed nearly 4 million lives, driven millions more from their homes. The vast majority of deaths are non-violent, including those from hunger, respiratory illnesses, diarrhea, and other diseases. Failing states, source of terrorists, drugs, weapons, and refugees. Afghanistan, training ground for terrorists. It quickly became the world's leading supplier of heroin. Iraq, number 2 on the 2007 failing states list. Number 1 on the terrorist training list. Refugees from Rwanda, including thousands of armed soldiers, contributed to the destabilization of the Congo. UN peacekeeping. Democratic Republic of the Congo, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Afghanistan, Haiti, and Sudan. Token forces, not nearly large enough to ensure stability. This is the age of increasing globalization and economic integration. Depends on a cooperative network of functioning nation-states. When governments lose their capacity to govern, they can no longer collect taxes, much less pay off international debts. More failing states means more bad debt. Efforts to control international terrorism depend on cooperation among functioning nation-states. Protecting endangered species requires close international cooperation. Democratic Republic of the Congo, government agencies have collapsed, hunger is widespread, and chaos reigns, and the population of lowland mountain gorillas has dropped precipitously. This story is being repeated over and over in Africa, where so much of the world's remaining large mammal species are concentrated. International network that controls the spread of infectious diseases. Avian flu, SARS, and polio, diseases that affect animals, such as mad cow and hoof and mouth disease. 1988 The international community launched an effort to eradicate polio. By 2003 the disease had been eradicated in all but a few countries, among them Afghanistan, India, Nigeria, and Pakistan. 2003, religious leaders in northern Nigeria began to oppose the vaccination program on the grounds that it was a plot to spread AIDS and sterility. Number of cases of polio in Nigeria increased rapidly, tripling over the next 3 years. Nigerian Muslims making their annual pilgrimage to Mecca may have spread the disease, bringing it back to some countries, such as Indonesia, Chad, and Somalia, that were already polio-free. With infection reoccurring in failing states, the goal of a world that is polio-free, already reached in some 190 countries, could be slipping away. If the international community cannot effectively address the failing state phenomena, the prospect of reaching other goals could also fade. 1988 The international community launched an effort to eradicate polio. Fifth element, Y0U, or humanity, creation. I. Poverty. Second. Population. Third. Earth rape. Fourth. Carbon. Plan B 3.0. Don't bother with backquote 4.0, comma. C. Saving creation. Bottom line summary. Budget of Plan B C7-13. What follows are the extracted plan element from Brown's excellent, but poorly articulated Plan B 3.0, all chapters. Essentially Brown's excellent plan is to kill the carbon market scam, to charge the cost of carbon pollution now, to the polluters. This alone will enable the market, to redirect funds away from coal, oil, to renewable energy, wind, sun, pull global and national defense out of the dark ages, to face today's security threat. Failing states, due to high poverty. 2nd. Population. 3rd. Resource rape and 4th. Global warming. Bottom line highlights. I. Eradicating poverty. 2nd. Stabilizing population. C7. 2 children per couple. Universal basic education. Teacher training. Scholarships. Focus on girls. Adult literacy. School lunch program. Global WIC, women, infants, children. Stabilize population at 8 billion by 2041. Universally available family planning, TV, radio as tools. Dry compost toilets. Oral rehydration. Reduce cigarette smoking. Protect non-smokers. Condoms. AIDS medications. Reduce developed world farm subsidies. Reduce developing world debt. Smaller families brings generous economic dividends. Bangladesh. Analysts concluded that $62 spent by the government to prevent an unwanted birth saved $615 in expenditures on other social services, a 900%, tenfold return. Reproductive health and family planning services leaves more fiscal resources per child for education and healthcare, thus accelerating the escape from poverty $7.9 billion gap. Economic benefits of healthcare. Village-level clinic would yield enormous economic benefits for developing countries and for the world as a whole. Providing basic universal health care in developing countries will require donor grants totaling $27 billion in 2007, scaled up to $38 billion in 2015, or an average of $33 billion per year. In addition to basic services, this $33 billion includes funding for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria and for universal childhood vaccinations. Condoms. Dealing with the HIV threat requires roughly 13.1 billion condoms a year in the developing world and Eastern Europe. Including those needed for contraception adds another 4.4 billion. But of the 17.5 billion condoms needed, only 1.8 billion are being distributed, leaving a shortfall of 15.7 billion. At only 3.5 C each, or $550 million, the cost of saved lives by supplying condoms is minuscule. If we assume that logistics, training, education, etc. costs are 6 times the price of the condoms themselves, filling this gap would still cost only $3 billion. AIDS financial resources and medical. Severely limited compared with the need. 4.6 million people who exhibited symptoms of AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa in 2006. Just over 1 million were receiving the antiretroviral drug treatment that is widely available in industrial countries. Just 25%, a 75% shortfall. Deathfall. The prospect of treatment encourages people to get tested for HIV and raises awareness and understanding of the disease and how it is transmitted. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Accelerate the shift to smaller families. Filling several funding gaps. Reach universal primary education. Fight infectious diseases such as AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Provide reproductive health care. Contain the HIV epidemic. The initiatives discussed in this chapter are estimated to cost another $77 billion a year. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Heaviest investments in this effort center on education and health, cornerstones of both human capital development and population stabilization. Education, universal primary education and a global campaign to eradicate adult illiteracy. Healthcare includes the basic interventions to control infectious diseases, beginning with childhood vaccinations. Bottom line highlights. Avert massive poverty. Feed 8 billion well. C9. Breed crops that are more tolerant of drought and cold. Multi-crop land. Additional fertilization in Africa. Secure land ownership. Raise water, nutrient productivity, raise irrigation efficiency. Raise price on water. Move overprivileged down food chain. Limit to yield of aquifers and rivers. Produce protein more efficiently. grain, then chicken, herbivorous fish, fish polyculture. Roughage for fodder. Fortified salt. Move poor up the food chain. Eradicate poverty. Stabilize climate. Low footprint transportation. Low footprint housing. Terminate food into fuel. Bottom line highlights. Third. Restoring the earth. C8. Protect, restore forests. Reduce wood use. Recycle paper. Efficient third world stoves, energy, wood, sun, wind. Sustainable forestry. Reconstituted wood. Equatorial tree plantations. Reforest waste, eroded land. Conserve, rebuild soils. Conservation tillage, reduce herd size. Bring forage to herd. Global clear-cut ban. Regenerate fisheries. Reduce fertilizer, sewage runoff. End fishery subsidies. Protect diversity. Water management, for fish. Parks, reserves. Plant trees to sequester carbon, billions. End deforestation. The Earth Restoration Budget. Reforest the earth. Protect topsoil, restore rangelands and fisheries, stabilize water tables, and protect biological diversity. Note, forested area is already expanding in the Northern Hemisphere's industrial countries. Reforestation costs. The focus is on developing countries. Seedlings cost $40 per thousand, 4 cents each, $80 per hectare, at 2,000 seedlings per hectare. Planting labor largely voluntary, $400 per hectare including seedlings. With a total of 150 million hectares to be planted over the next decade, this will come to roughly 15 million hectares per year at $400 each for an annual expenditure of $6 billion. Reducing erosion to the rate of new soil formation or below. 2 principal steps. First, retire the highly erodible land that cannot sustain cultivation. The estimated 1/10 of the world's cropland that accounts for perhaps half of all excess erosion. For the United States, that has meant retiring 14 million hectares, $125 per hectare. In total annual payments to farmers to plant this land in grass or trees under 10-year contracts approach $2 billion. Second, conservation practices on vulnerable land that is subject to excessive erosion, that is, erosion that exceeds the natural rate of new soil formation. Incentives to encourage farmers to adopt conservation practices such as contour farming, strip cropping, and, increasingly, minimum till or no-till farming in the United States total roughly $1 billion per year. The total for the world to retire vulnerable land would be roughly $16 billion annually. Rangeland protection and restoration. UN estimates that it would cost roughly $183 billion over a 20-year restoration period, or $9 billion per year. Improved rangeland management, financial incentives to eliminate overstocking, and revegetation with appropriate rest periods when grazing would be banned. Every dollar invested in rangeland restoration yields a return of $2.50 in income from the increased productivity of the rangeland ecosystem. Restoration of oceanic fisheries. Establishment of a worldwide network of marine reserves, which would cover roughly 30% of the ocean's surface. Estimated range of expenditures centers on $13 billion per year. Wildlife protection. Shortfall in funding needed to manage and to protect existing areas designated as parks comes to roughly $25 billion a year. Additional areas needed, including those encompassing the biologically diverse hotspots not yet included in designated parks, would cost perhaps another $6 billion a year, yielding a total of $31 billion. Stabilizing water tables. Disseminating the results. Work through agricultural extension services. Work through the water users associations. Requires knowledge of the amount of water being pumped and aquifer recharge rates. In most countries this information is simply not available. may mean installing meters on irrigation well pumps, as has been done in Jordan and Mexico. Removing subsidies will effectively raise the price of water, thus encouraging its more efficient use. It will take additional expenditures of $10 billion. Restoring the Earth. Restoring the Earth will require additional expenditures of $113 billion per year. Many will ask, can the world afford this? But the only appropriate question is, can the world afford to not make these investments? Bottom line highlights. Cities, home now for 55% of us, lessening load on fourth. Carbon, third. Resources, poverty, humanity. C10. Redesign urban transport. Charge cars to enter city. Bike friendliness. Massively reduced water use. Composting toilets. Urban farming. Upgrade, integrate squatter settlements. Stop need for squatter settlements. Eliminate parking subsidies. 4th A. Eliminate carbon from new energy demands. C11. Plan B. Energy efficiency measures. From Plan October 2009. Fourth B. Sprint toward wind and sun, eliminating existing coal. C12. Plan B involves a crash program to develop 3,000 gigawatts of wind generating capacity by 2020, 3,000 coal plants worth. This will require a near doubling of capacity every 2 years, up from the doubling every 3 years for the last decade. It will mean 0.0001 gigawatt for every 2,500 of the world's projected 2020 population of 7.5 billion people. Denmark with 0.0001 gigawatt for every 1,700 people is already well beyond this goal. Spain will likely exceed this per capita goal before 2010 and Germany shortly thereafter. Requires the installation of 2 million 2 megawatt wind turbines. 65 million cars the world produces each year. At $3 million per installed turbine, this would involve investing $4.5 trillion over the next dozen years, or $375 billion per year. World oil and gas capital expenditures, that are projected to reach $1 trillion per year by 2016. Wind turbines can be mass-produced on assembly lines. The idle capacity in the US automobile industry is sufficient, and the skilled, idled workers. World electricity generation by source in 2008, and in the Plan B economy of 2020. Plan B carbon dioxide emissions reduction goals for 2020. The world energy economy of 2020. Development of 5,153 gigawatts of new renewable generating capacity by 2020 versus 5,153 coal plants. Over half of it from wind. More than enough to replace all the coal and oil and 70% of the natural gas now used to generate electricity. The addition of 1,530 gigawatts of thermal capacity by 2020 will reduce the use of both oil and gas for heating buildings and water. Roughly 2/3 of this growth will come from rooftop solar water and space heaters. Global Marshall Plan to implement Plan B in time. C13. Saving creation has two major tasks. Task A. Terminate market blindness to ecological environmental services, value, and destruction, pollution. Task B. Create national security machine focused forward to 21st century threats, failing states. Tax coal, exactly as we do cigarettes, so not the innocents, but the perpetrators pay. Incorporating the increased healthcare costs associated with mining it, and breathing polluted air, the costs of damage from acid rain, and the costs of climate disruption, the costs of remediating the damage that today we could prevent, would encourage investment in clean renewable sources of energy such as wind or solar. To restructure the energy economy, carbon tax, like on cigarettes, paid by the primary producers, the oil or coal companies. New prices can be used by all economic decision makers to make more intelligent decisions. Worldwide carbon tax of $240 per ton, to be phased in at the rate of $20 per year between 2008 and 2020. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Indirect costs to society, climate change, oil industry tax breaks, oil supply protection, war machine, oil industry subsidies, and treatment of auto exhaust related respiratory illnesses. Remediating the damage that otherwise our children will pay for $12 per gallon. These are real costs. Someone bears them. If not us, our children, and their children. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Gasoline taxes in Italy, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom averaging $4.40 per gallon are almost halfway there. The average US gas tax of 47 cents per gallon, scarcely 1/10 that in Europe, helps explain why more gasoline is used in the United States than in the next 20 countries combined. Phasing in a gasoline tax of 40 cents per gallon per year for the next 12 years, for a total rise of $4.80 a gallon, and offsetting it with a reduction in income taxes would raise the US gas tax to the $4-5 per gallon prevailing today in Europe and Japan, about $1,800 per ton, as in Europe, roughly 10 times today's tax. Tax restructuring can create an honest pricing system for destroying ecological services, values of services that trees provide, such as flood control and carbon sequestration. Stumpage tax. Market for lumber would then be based on ecologically honest prices. Would reduce tree cutting, and encourage wood reuse and paper recycling. Rational responsible subsidy shifting to creation, not destruction. Shifting these subsidies to the development of climate clean energy sources such as wind, solar, biomass, and geothermal power will help stabilize the Earth's climate. Shifting subsidies from road construction to rail construction could increase mobility in many situations. Shifting the $22 billion in annual fishing industry subsidies, which encourage destructive overfishing, to the creation of marine parks to regenerate fisheries would be a giant step in restoring oceanic fisheries. Summing up climate stabilization technology measures. Need to cut net carbon dioxide emissions 80% by 2020. 1. Electricity and heat, replacing fossil fuels with renewable sources, 3.1 billion tons by 2020. Phasing out the use of coal, reducing the 3 million deaths from air pollution each year. 2. 3. Transport sector. Greatly reduced use of oil will eliminate close to 1.2 billion tons of carbon emissions. Plug-in hybrid cars that will run on carbon-free sources of electricity such as wind. Remainder comes largely from shifting long-haul freight from trucks to trains, electrifying freight and passenger trains, using green electricity to power them. 4. Bring deforestation to a halt, and reforest by 2020. Net deforestation of the Earth is responsible for an estimated 1.5 billion tons of carbon emissions per year. A number of countries already have total or partial bans. Increase the number of trees on the Earth, in order to sequester carbon. Forestation of wastelands will fix more than 0.95 billion tons of carbon each year. Similarly ambitious planting of trees to control flooding, reduce rainfall runoff to recharge aquifers, and protect soils from erosion. 5. Sequester carbon through land management. Fix an estimated 0.6 billion tons of carbon per year. Minimum or no-till cropland. Planting more cover crops during the off-season. Using more perennials instead of annuals in cropping patterns, for instance, using less corn and more switchgrass to produce fuel ethanol. 6. Huge potential for cutting carbon emissions through conservation. Summer 2006 Japanese men encouraged to not wear jackets and ties. I just lost 3,500 pounds. Ask me how. When asked, he said he had sold his car. Replacing a 3,500 pound car with a 22 pound bicycle obviously reduces energy used dramatically, but it also reduces materials used by 99%, indirectly saving still more energy. 7. Dietary changes can also make a difference. Energy differences between a diet rich in red meat and a plant-based diet is roughly the same as the energy use difference between driving a Chevrolet Suburban sports utility vehicle and a Toyota Prius gas-electric hybrid. Those of us with diets rich in livestock products can do both ourselves and civilization a favor by moving down the food chain. Plan B energy efficiency measures. From Plan October 2009. World electricity generation by source in 2008, and in the Plan B economy of 2020. Plan B carbon dioxide emissions reduction goals for 2020. We can do this, and keep CO2 below 400 parts per million, limiting the future rise in temperature. We can drop carbon dioxide emissions in 2020 more than 80% below today's levels, replacing fossil fuels in electricity generation. Switching to plug-in hybrid cars. Going to all-electric railways. Banning deforestation. Sequestering carbon by planting trees, and improving soil management. Conservation. Dietary changes. Task 2. Focusing 21st century national security on the 21st century challenges. What is needed now is a new cabinet-level agency, a Department of Global Security, fashion a coherent policy toward each weak and failing state. Threats to security are now coming less from military power and more from the trends that undermine states: rapid population growth, poverty, deteriorating environmental support systems, and spreading water shortages. Department of Global Security, DGS. Funded by shifting fiscal resources from the Department of Defense. In effect, the DGS budget would be the new defense budget. Focus on the central sources of state failure. Helping to stabilize population, restore environmental support systems, eradicate poverty, provide universal primary school education, and strengthen the rule of law through bolstering police forces and court systems. B Youth Service Corps. 1 year of compulsory public service for its young people. Teach in inner city schools. Environmental cleanup programs. Plant trees. Restore and maintain the infrastructure in national parks. YSC in developing countries. Teaching and helping to organize family planning, tree planting, and micro-lending programs, while developing a sense of civic pride and social responsibility. Fast-growing reservoir of retired people. See Senior Service Corps, highly skilled in such fields as management, accounting, law, education, and medicine. Eager to be of use. Talents could be mobilized through a voluntary Senior Service Corps. Provide the skills so lacking in failing state governments. Conditions now require a much more ambitious systematic effort to tap this talent pool. D. Global Marshall Plan to save creation. C13. Business as usual will not continue for much longer. Will the change come because we move quickly to restructure the economy and to reallocate defense spending to the major threats of today, state failure due to poverty and population? Or because we fail to act and civilization begins to unravel? Saving creation will take a massive mobilization at wartime speed, like belated US mobilization during World War II. Except Plan B mobilization requires decisive action on a global scale. We need to act now. New Zealand is showing the way in attacking carbon pollution, will boost the renewable share of its electricity from 70%, mostly hydro and geothermal, to 90% by 2025. Will cut per capita carbon emissions from transport in half by 2040. Will expand its forested area by some 250,000 hectares by 2020. Will dare to aspire to be carbon neutral. Saving creation has two major tasks. Task A, terminate market blindness to ecological environmental services, value, and destruction, pollution. Task B, create national security machine focused forward to 21st century threats, failing states. First task A, terminate market blindness. Western economic model, environmentally blind market will not last, or it will be the death of us all. Fossil fuel based, automobile centered throwaway economy. The cited economy will be powered by renewable sources of energy that will have a diversified transport system, and that will reuse and recycle everything. Will allocate taxes and subsidies with eyes wide open and focused on the health of creation. The question is how to get from here to there before time runs out. Can we reach the political tipping points that will enable us to cut carbon emissions before we reach the ecological tipping points where the melting of the Himalayan glaciers becomes irreversible? Will we be able to halt the deforestation of the Amazon before it dries out, becomes vulnerable to fire, and turns into wasteland? Before it triggers a fracturing of society along generational lines, how will we respond to our children? How will our children respond to what we've done to them? Costs off the books drove Enron into bankruptcy. Our global economic accounting system that also leaves costs off the books has potentially far more serious consequences. The key to building a global, cited economy, creation of an honest market. One that tells the ecological truth. To create an honest market, restructure the tax system by reducing taxes on work and raising them on various environmentally destructive activities. To incorporate indirect costs into the market price, realign subsidies to support creation, not destruction, rape, and plunder. If we can get the market to tell the truth, we can avoid being blindsided by a faulty accounting system that leads to bankruptcy. Socialism collapsed because it did not allow the market to tell the economic truth. Capitalism may collapse because it does not allow the market to tell the ecological truth. A market that is permitted to ignore the indirect costs is irrational, wasteful, and, in the end, self-destructive. Nicholas Stern. The failure to incorporate the costs of climate change in the prices of fossil fuels is a market failure on the greatest scale the world has ever seen. Shifting taxes and subsidies away from productive activities to destructive. The need for tax shifting, lowering income taxes while raising levies on environmentally destructive activities, coal, oil, tree destruction, has been widely endorsed by economists. Tax coal, exactly as we do cigarettes, so not the innocents, but the perpetrators pay. Incorporating the increased healthcare costs associated with mining it and breathing polluted air, the costs of damage from acid rain, and the costs of climate disruption, the costs of remediating the damage our neglect is visiting on tomorrow would encourage investment in clean renewable sources of energy such as wind or solar. First, calculate indirect costs. Perhaps the best model, US government study on the costs to society of smoking cigarettes. Undertaken by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Including both the cost of treating smoking-related illnesses and lost worker productivity from these illnesses. Quantified the costs as $10.47 per pack. Second. Costs provide a framework for raising taxes. Chicago, smokers now pay $3.66 per pack in state and local cigarette taxes. New York City is not far behind at $3. New Jersey, which has boosted the tax in 4 of the last 5 years to a total of $2.58, 10% price rise typically reduces smoking by 4%. The health benefits of tax increases are substantial. To restructure the energy economy, carbon tax, like on cigarettes, paid by the primary producers, the oil or coal companies. New prices can be used by all economic decision makers to make more intelligent decisions. Worldwide carbon tax of $240 per ton, to be phased in at the rate of $20 per year between 2008 and 2020. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Indirect costs to society, climate change, oil industry tax breaks, oil supply protection, war machine, oil industry subsidies, and treatment of auto exhaust related respiratory illnesses. Remediation our children will pay, if we don't act decisively, now $12 per gallon. These are real costs. Someone bears them. If not us, our children, and their children. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Gasoline taxes in Italy, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom averaging $4.40 per gallon are almost halfway there. The average US gas tax of 47 cents per gallon, scarcely 1/10 that in Europe, helps explain why more gasoline is used in the United States than in the next 20 countries combined. Phasing in a gasoline tax of 40 cents per gallon per year for the next 12 years, for a total rise of $4.80 a gallon, and offsetting it with a reduction in income taxes would raise the US gas tax to the $4-5 per gallon prevailing today in Europe and Japan, about $1,800 per ton, as in Europe, roughly 10 times today's tax. Tax restructuring can create an honest pricing system for destroying ecological services, values of services that trees provide, such as flood control and carbon sequestration. Stumpage tax. Market for lumber would then be based on ecologically honest prices. Would reduce tree cutting, and encourage wood reuse and paper recycling. Tax as a policy instrument has many validations. 1998 the US tobacco industry agreed to reimburse state governments $251 billion for the Medicare costs of treating smoking-related illnesses, nearly $1,000 for every person in the United States. A retroactive tax on cigarettes, smoked in the past, one designed to cover indirect costs. Companies raise cigarette prices, bringing them closer to their true costs, and further discouraging smoking. Mandating a cost of $240 per ton of carbon by 2020, proven in Europe. Europe's $4.40 per gallon would translate into a carbon tax of $1,815 per ton. The modest gasoline taxes in Europe have contributed to an oil-efficient economy and to far greater investment in high-quality public transportation over the decades, making it less vulnerable to supply disruptions. European tax shifting. 4-year plan adopted in Germany in 1999 systematically shifted taxes from labor to carbon energy. By 2003, this plan had reduced annual CO2 emissions by 20 million tons. Helped to create approximately 250,000 additional jobs. Accelerated growth in the renewable energy sector, creating some 64,000 jobs by 2006 in the wind industry alone. Sweden tax shifting. Shifted an estimated $2 billion of taxes from income to environmentally destructive activities. Much of this shift of $500 or so per household was levied on road transport, including hikes in vehicle and fuel taxes. France, Italy, Norway, Spain, and the United Kingdom are also using this policy instrument. Environmental taxes are now being used, several purposes, various ways. Landfill taxes adopted by either national or local governments. Cities are now taxing cars that enter the city. Others are simply imposing a tax on automobile ownership. Denmark, the tax on the purchase of a new car exceeds the price of the car itself. New car that sells for $25,000 costs the buyer more than $50,000. Shanghai, the fees for car registrations, $4,600 per vehicle, twice the city's per capita income. 2,500 economists, 8 Nobel Prize winners, have endorsed the concept of tax shifts. Cutting income taxes, while increasing gasoline taxes, would lead to more rapid economic growth, less traffic congestion, safer roads, and reduced risk of global warming. All without jeopardizing long-term fiscal solvency. This may be the closest thing to a free lunch that economics has to offer. Cap and trade systems, too little, too late alternative to environmental tax restructuring. With permits, governments set the amount of a given activity that is allowed, market sets the price. With environmental taxes, in contrast, the price of the environmentally destructive activity is incorporated in the tax rate. Market determines the amount of the activity. Both economic instruments can be used to discourage environmentally irresponsible behavior. Cap and trade system has been effective at the national level, restricting the catch in an Australian fishery. Reducing sulfur emissions in the United States. Australia, concerned about lobster overharvesting, estimated the sustainable yield of lobsters, and then issued catch permits totaling that amount. Since 1986, the fishery has stabilized, and appears to be operating on a sustainable basis. Annually, global taxpayers provide an estimated $700 billion of subsidies for environmentally destructive activities. Fossil fuel burning, overpumping aquifers, clear-cutting forests, and overfishing. There is something unbelievable about the world spending hundreds of billions of dollars annually to subsidize its own destruction. Iran is a classic example. Prices oil for internal use at 1/10 the world price. If its $37 billion annual subsidy were phased out, Iran's carbon emissions would drop by a staggering 49%. Freeing up public revenues for investment in the country's economic development. Removing carbon energy subsidies would reduce carbon emissions. India by 14%, Indonesia by 11%, Russia by 17%, Venezuela by 26%, Belgium, France, and Japan have phased out all subsidies for coal. Germany reduced its coal subsidy from $2.8 billion in 1989 to $1.4 billion in 2002, 50%, meanwhile lowering its coal use by 38%. Subsidies to the UK airline industry, $18 billion in tax breaks. External or indirect costs that are not paid, such as treating illness from breathing the air polluted by planes, the costs of climate change, and so forth, add nearly $7.5 billion to the tab, $426 per resident. Regressive tax policy simply because a part of the UK population cannot afford to fly. United States has increased its support for the fossil fuel and nuclear industries. Annual US federal energy subsidies have a total value to the industry of $74 billion. Oil and gas industry gets $39 billion, coal $8 billion, and nuclear $9 billion. At a time when there is a need to conserve oil resources, US taxpayers are subsidizing their depletion. Rational, responsible subsidy shifting to creation, not destruction. Shifting these subsidies to the development of climate clean energy sources such as wind, solar, biomass, and geothermal power will help stabilize the Earth's climate. Shifting subsidies from road construction to rail construction could increase mobility in many situations. Shifting the $22 billion in annual fishing industry subsidies, which encourage destructive overfishing, to the creation of marine parks to regenerate fisheries would be a giant step in restoring oceanic fisheries. Summing up climate stabilization technology measures. Need to cut net carbon dioxide emissions 80% by 2020. 1. Electricity and heat, replacing fossil fuels with renewable sources, 3.1 billion tons by 2020. Phasing out the use of coal, reducing the 3 million deaths from air pollution each year. 2. 3. Transport sector. Greatly reduced use of oil will eliminate close to 1.2 billion tons of carbon emissions. Plug-in hybrid cars that will run on carbon-free sources of electricity such as wind. Remainder comes largely from shifting long-haul freight from trucks to trains, electrifying freight and passenger trains, using green electricity to power them. 4. Bring deforestation to a halt and reforest by 2020. Net deforestation of the earth is responsible for an estimated 1.5 billion tons of carbon emissions per year. A number of countries already have total or partial bans. Increase the number of trees on the earth in order to sequester carbon. Forestation of wastelands will fix more than 0.95 billion tons of carbon each year. Similarly ambitious planting of trees to control flooding, reduce rainfall runoff to recharge aquifers, and protect soils from erosion. 5. Sequester carbon through land management. Fix an estimated 0.6 billion tons of carbon per year. Minimum or no-till cropland. Planting more cover crops during the off-season. Using more perennials instead of annuals in cropping patterns, for instance, using less corn and more switchgrass to produce fuel ethanol. 6. Huge potential for cutting carbon emissions through conservation. Summer 2006 Japanese men encouraged to not wear jackets and ties. I just lost 3,500 pounds. Ask me how. When asked, he said he had sold his car. Replacing a 3,500 pound car with a 22 pound bicycle obviously reduces energy used dramatically, but it also reduces materials used by 99%, indirectly saving still more energy. 7. Dietary changes can also make a difference. Energy differences between a diet rich in red meat and a plant-based diet is roughly the same as the energy used difference between driving a Chevrolet Suburban sports utility vehicle and a Toyota Prius gas-electric hybrid. Those of us with diets rich in livestock products can do both ourselves and civilization a favor by moving down the food chain. We can do this and keep CO2 below 400 parts per million, limiting the future rise in temperature. We can drop carbon dioxide emissions in 2020 more than 80% below today's levels, replacing fossil fuels in electricity generation. Switching to plug-in hybrid cars. Going to all-electric railways. Banning deforestation. Sequestering carbon by planting trees and improving soil management. Conservation. Dietary changes. Plan B. Energy economy much more labor intensive. Jobs. Germany, a leader in the energy transition. Renewable energy industries already employ more workers than the long-standing fossil fuel and nuclear industries do. In a world where expanding employment is a universal goal, this is welcome news indeed. Restructuring economy eliminates much of the air pollution. None of us has ever known an energy economy that was not highly polluting. Working in coal mines will be history. Black lung disease will eventually disappear. So too will code red alerts warning of health threats from extreme air pollution. The new energy sources are inexhaustible, while wind turbines, solar cells, and solar thermal panels will all need repair and occasional replacement. The initial investment can last forever. This well will not go dry. Task 2. Focusing 21st century national security on the 21st century challenges. A response to failing states. Failing civilization will result from too many failing states. The threat to security comes from the loss of power and the descent of nation-states into anarchy and chaos. Failing states become terrorist training grounds, as in Iraq and Afghanistan, drug producers, Afghanistan, and Myanmar, and weapons traders, Somalia, and Nigeria. Failing states need special attention. United Kingdom and Norway have each set up interagency funds. US efforts to deal with weak and failing states are fragmented. No one is in charge. What is needed now is a new cabinet-level agency, a Department of Global Security. What is needed now is a new cabinet-level agency, a Department of Global Security. Fashion a coherent policy toward each weak and failing state. Threats to security are now coming less from military power and more from the trends that undermine states: rapid population growth, poverty, deteriorating environmental support systems, and spreading water shortages. Department of Global Security, DGS. Funded by shifting fiscal resources from the Department of Defense. In effect, the DGS budget would be the new defense budget. Focus on the central sources of state failure. Helping to stabilize population, restore environmental support systems, eradicate poverty, provide universal primary school education, and strengthen the rule of law through bolstering police forces and court systems. B. Youth Service Corps. 1 year of compulsory public service for its young people. Teach in inner city schools. Environmental cleanup programs. Plant trees. Restore and maintain the infrastructure in national parks. YSC in developing countries. Teaching and helping to organize family planning, tree planting, and micro-lending programs, while developing a sense of civic pride and social responsibility. Fast-growing reservoir of retired people. See Senior Service Corps. Highly skilled in such fields as management, accounting, law, education, and medicine. Eager to be of use. Talents could be mobilized through a voluntary Senior Service Corps. Provide the skills so lacking in failing state governments. Conditions now require a much more ambitious systematic effort to tap this talent pool. Henceforward, no national security without global security. Need to restructure and refocus our efforts to respond to this new reality. America has previously been up to global tasks. The Great Mobilization, a wartime mobilization. Similarities and contrasts with the mobilization for World War II. WWII. There was a temporary economic restructuring. Saving civilization, an enduring economic restructuring. US led Allied forces to victory within 3.5 years. US did the impossible every time it committed. FDR said, "Let no man say it cannot be done." The sale of new cars would soon be banned. From early 1942 through the end of 1944, nearly 3 years, there were essentially no cars produced in the United States. Residential and highway construction was halted, and driving for pleasure was banned. Strategic goods including tires, gasoline, fuel oil, and sugar were rationed beginning in 1942. Cutting back on private consumption of these goods freed up material resources that were vital to the war effort. 1942 witnessed the greatest expansion of industrial output in history. 1942 through 1944. Turning out a staggering 229,600 aircraft, 250,005 ships were added to the 1,000 or so that made up the American merchant fleet in 1939. An 400% increase. The United States is like a giant boiler. Once the fire is lighted under it, there is no limit to the power it can generate. A spark plug factory was among the first to switch to the production of machine guns. A manufacturer of stoves was producing lifeboats. A merry-go-round factory was making gun mounts. A toy company was turning out compasses. A corset manufacturer was producing grenade belts. And a pinball machine plant began to make armor-piercing shells. A country, and, indeed, the world can restructure the economy quickly, if convinced of the need to do so. Mobilizing to save civilization means restructuring the economy, restoring Earth, its natural support systems, eradicating poverty, stabilizing population and eliminating carbon, climate, and, above all, restoring hope. We have the technologies, economic instruments, and financial resources to do this. The tragic irony of this moment is that the rich countries are so rich and the poor so poor that a few added 0.1% of GNP from the rich ones ramped up over the coming decades could do what was never before possible in human history: ensure that the basic needs of health and education are met for all impoverished children in this world. How many more tragedies will we suffer in this country before we wake up to our capacity to help make the world a safer and more prosperous place, not only through military might, but through the gift of life itself? The price tag. Universal primary education in developing countries, $10 billion per year. Adult literacy program based largely on volunteers will take an estimated additional $4 billion per year. Most basic healthcare in developing countries is estimated at $33 billion per year. Reproductive health care and family planning services $17 billion a year. Price tag. Closing the condom gap, $3.3 billion to $0.55 billion for condoms and $2.75 billion for AIDS prevention education and condom distribution. Cost of extending school lunch programs to the 44 poorest countries is $6 billion. Cost of reaching basic social goals comes to $77 billion a year. Poverty eradication effort that is not accompanied by an earth restoration effort is doomed. Protecting topsoil, reforesting the earth, restoring oceanic fisheries, and other needed measures will cost an estimated $113 billion in additional expenditures per year. Protecting biological diversity at $31 billion, and conserving soil on cropland at $24 billion. Account for almost half of the Earth restoration annual outlay, $190 billion, roughly 1/3 of the current US military budget, the new defense budget, the one that addresses the most serious threats to our security. US military expenditure, $560 billion. North Atlantic Treaty Organization members spend a combined $328 billion a year on the military. Russia spends about $35 billion, and China, $50 billion. US military spending is now roughly equal to that of all other countries combined. Iraq War may prove to be one of history's most costly mistakes, because it has diverted the world's attention from climate change and the other threats to civilization itself. It is decision time. We can decide to stay with business as usual and watch our modern economy decline and eventually collapse. Consciously move on to a new path, one that will sustain economic progress. No action is a de facto decision to stay on the decline and collapse path. Decision time. No one can argue today that we do not have the resources to eradicate poverty, stabilize population, and protect the Earth's natural resource base. We can get rid of hunger, illiteracy, disease, and poverty, and we can restore the Earth's soils, forests, and fisheries. Shifting 1/6 of the world military budget to the Plan B budget would be more than adequate to move the world onto a path that would sustain progress. We can build a global community where the basic needs of all the Earth's people are satisfied, a world that will allow us to think of ourselves as civilized. This economic restructuring depends on tax restructuring, getting the market to be ecologically honest. Restructuring the tax system, not additional appropriations, is the key to restructuring the energy economy. Resources needed to disrupt a modern economy are small. The challenge is not to provide a high-tech military response to terrorism, but to build a global society that is environmentally sustainable and equitable, one that restores hope for everyone. Such an effort would do more to combat terrorism than any increase in military expenditures or than any new weapons systems, however advanced. Forces of progress can reinforce each other. The steps to reverse destructive trends or to initiate constructive new trends are often mutually reinforcing, win-win solutions. Efficiency gains that lower oil dependence also reduce carbon emissions and air pollution. Steps to eradicate poverty help stabilize population. Reforestation fixes carbon, increases aquifer recharge, and reduces soil erosion. Once we get enough trends headed in the right direction, they will reinforce each other. Eradicate poverty. Second. Stabilize population. C7. Bottom line highlights. 2 children per couple. Universal basic education. Teacher training. Scholarships. Focus on girls. Adult literacy. School lunch program. Global WIC, women, infants, children. Stabilize population at 8 billion by 2041. Universally available family planning, TV, radio as tools. Dry compost toilets. Oral rehydration. Reduce cigarette smoking. Protect non-smokers. Condoms. AIDS medications. Reduce developed world farm subsidies. Reduce developing world debt. Smaller families brings generous economic dividends. Bangladesh. Analysts concluded that $62 spent by the government to prevent an unwanted birth saved $615 in expenditures on other social services, a 900%, tenfold return. Reproductive health and family planning services leaves more fiscal resources per child for education and healthcare, thus accelerating the escape from poverty $7.9 billion gap. Economic benefits of healthcare. Village-level clinic would yield enormous economic benefits for developing countries and for the world as a whole. Providing basic universal health care in developing countries will require donor grants totaling $27 billion in 2007, scaled up to $38 billion in 2015, or an average of $33 billion per year. In addition to basic services, this $33 billion includes funding for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria and for universal childhood vaccinations. Condoms. Dealing with the HIV threat requires roughly 13.1 billion condoms a year in the developing world and Eastern Europe. Including those needed for contraception adds another 4.4 billion. But of the 17.5 billion condoms needed, only 1.8 billion are being distributed, leaving a shortfall of 15.7 billion. At only 3.5 each, or $550 million, the cost of saved lives by supplying condoms is minuscule. If we assume that logistics, training, education, etc. costs are 6 times the price of the condoms themselves, filling this gap would still cost only $3 billion. AIDS financial resources and medical. Severely limited compared with the need. 4.6 million people who exhibited symptoms of AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa in 2006. Just over 1 million were receiving the antiretroviral drug treatment that is widely available in industrial countries. Just 25%, a 75% shortfall. Death fall. The prospect of treatment encourages people to get tested for HIV and raises awareness and understanding of the disease and how it is transmitted. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Accelerate the shift to smaller families. Filling several funding gaps. Reach universal primary education. Fight infectious diseases such as AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Provide reproductive health care. Contain the HIV epidemic. The initiatives discussed in this chapter are estimated to cost another $77 billion a year. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Heaviest investments in this effort center on education and health, cornerstones of both human capital development and population stabilization. Education, universal primary education and a global campaign to eradicate adult illiteracy. Healthcare includes the basic interventions to control infectious diseases, beginning with childhood vaccinations. Brown's more detailed presentation. Brown's more detailed presentation. Chapter 7 I Eradicating Poverty, 2nd. Stabilizing Population. I Eradicating Poverty, 2nd. Stabilizing Population C7. Cutting the number of people in poverty in half by 2015. Two big possibilities for this, China and India. China's annual economic growth of nearly 10% over the last 2 decades, from 648 million in poverty in 1981 to 218 million in 2001. India's more recent acceleration in economic growth to 7% a year. Together lifted millions out of poverty. Sub-Saharan, 800 million people. Sliding deeper into poverty. Hunger, illiteracy, and disease are on the march. The failing states as a group are also backsliding. Extreme poverty in these countries is over 50% higher than in 1990. Other Millennial Development Goals, MDGs, include reducing the ranks of those who are hungry by half, achieving universal primary school education, halving the number of people without access to safe drinking water, reversing the spread of infectious diseases, especially HIV and malaria, reducing maternal mortality by 3/4, and reducing under 5 child mortality by 2/3. Goal 4 Halving the number of hungry, not being achieved. Long-term decline in the number of those who are hungry and malnourished has been reversed. The MDGs are difficult or impossible to achieve with current levels of population growth in the least developed countries and regions. Need for a substantial increase for support in national family planning, particularly for the 2 billion people currently living on less than $2 per day. United Nations has since approved a new target that calls for universal access to reproductive health care by 2015. 2 children per couple. There is no feasible alternative. Any population that increases or decreases continually over the long term is not sustainable. Treat poverty and population for what they are, national security issues. Slowing population growth helps eradicate poverty and its distressing symptoms. Eradicating poverty helps slow population growth. With time running out, the urgency of moving simultaneously on both fronts is clear. Note: 2011 news articles indicate that the MDGs may be moved out tens of years for achievement. Universal basic education. Narrowing the gap between rich and poor segments of society, ensuring universal education. Make sure that the 72 million children not enrolled in school are able to attend. Children without any formal education almost ensures they will remain in abject poverty. This widening gap itself becomes a source of instability. Illiteracy and innumeracy are a greater threat to humanity than terrorism. Uneven progress. In 2000, some 78% of children were completing primary school, while by 2005 this figure reached 83%. Only 95 of the 152 developing countries for which data are available will reach the goal of universal primary school education by 2015. Poverty is largely inherited. The overwhelming majority of those living in poverty today are the children of people who lived in poverty. Key to breaking out of the culture of poverty is education, particularly the education of girls. As female educational levels rise, fertility falls. And mothers with at least 5 years of school lose fewer infants during childbirth, or to early illnesses than their less educated peers do. Basic education tends to increase agricultural productivity. Agricultural extension services that can use printed materials to disseminate information have an obvious advantage. So too do farmers who can read the instructions on a bag of fertilizer. The ability to read instructions on a pesticide container can be life-saving. At a time when HIV is spreading, schools provide the institutional means to educate young people about the risks of infection. Teachers. More teacher training in developing countries, particularly those where the ranks of teachers are being decimated by AIDS. scholarships for promising students from poor families to attend training institutes in exchange for a commitment to teach for, say, 5 years, could be a highly profitable investment. This would also foster an upwelling of talent from the poorest segments of society, especially poor girls in rural areas. Ethiopia has pioneered this with girls' advisory committees. Representatives of these groups go to the parents who are seeking early marriage for their daughters and encourage them to keep their girls in school. Brazil and Bangladesh among them actually provide small scholarships for girls or stipends to their parents where needed, thus helping those from poor families get a basic education. 800 million illiterate adults. Severely handicapped adult literacy programs, relying heavily on volunteers. Bangladesh and Iran, both of which have successful adult literacy programs, can serve as models. $10 billion in external funding, beyond what is being spent today, is needed for the world to achieve universal primary education. School lunch program. Effective to get children in school. Children who are ill or hungry miss many days of school. Sick children often face a lifetime of diminished productivity because of interruptions in schooling together with cognitive and physical impairment. When school lunch programs are launched in low-income countries, school enrollment jumps, the children's academic performance goes up, and children spend more years in school. Girls are the key. Drawn to school by the lunch, they stay in school longer, marry later, and have fewer children. Launching school lunch programs in 44 lowest income countries will cost an estimated $6 billion per year beyond what the United Nations is now spending to reduce hunger. Improve nutrition before children even get to school age. Women, Infants, and Children (WIC) program, which offers nutritious food supplements to needy pregnant and nursing mothers, should also be available in the poor countries. Based on 33 years of experience, it is clear that the US WIC program has been enormously successful in improving nutrition, health, and the development of preschool children from low-income families. Should be expanded to reach pregnant women, nursing mothers, and small children in the 44 poorest countries. These efforts, though costly, are not expensive compared with the annual losses in productivity from hunger. Stabilizing population. Some 43 countries now have populations that are either essentially stable or declining slowly. A larger group of countries has reduced fertility to the replacement level or just below. Included in this group are China and the United States. A third group of countries is projected to more than double their populations by 2050, including Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Uganda. World population projections. The medium projection, the one most commonly used, has world population reaching 9.2 billion by 2050. The high one reaches 10.8 billion. The low projection, which assumes that the world will quickly move below replacement level fertility to 1.6 children per couple, has population peaking at just under 8 billion in 2041 and then declining. If the goal is to eradicate poverty, hunger, and illiteracy, we have little choice but to strive for the lower projection. Stabilizing at 8 billion by 2041. All women who want to plan their family should have access to the family planning services they need. At present 201 million couples cannot obtain the services they need. Women live in fear of their next pregnancy. They just do not want to get pregnant. Filling the family planning gap may be the most urgent item on the global agenda. The benefits are enormous and the costs are minimal. Family planning. Countries that want to help couples reduce family size can do so quickly. In just one decade, Iran dropped its near-record population growth rate to one of the lowest in the developing world. Iran, for example, at war with Iraq between 1980 and 1988, Khomeini, to build an army, pushed annual population growth to a peak of 4.2% in the early 1980s. This enormous growth began to burden the economy and the environment. The country's leaders realized that overcrowding, environmental degradation, and unemployment were undermining Iran's future. Iran's dramatic reduction of birth rate. 1989 the government did an about-face and restored its family planning program. 1993, a national family planning law was passed. Iran Broadcasting was given responsibility for raising awareness of population issues and of the availability of family planning services. Some 15,000 health houses or clinics were established to provide rural populations with health and family planning services. Iran's dramatic reduction of birth rate. Religious leaders were directly involved in what amounted to a crusade for smaller families. Iran introduced a full panoply of contraceptive measures, including the option of male sterilization, a first among Muslim countries. All forms of birth control, including contraceptives such as the pill and sterilization, were free of charge. The only country to require couples to take a class on modern contraception before receiving a marriage license. Iran's dramatic reduction of birth rate. A broad-based effort was launched to raise female literacy, boosting it from 25% in 1970 to more than 70% in 2000. Female school enrollment increased from 60 to 90%. Television was used to disseminate information on family planning throughout the country, taking advantage of the 70% of rural households with TV sets. Iran's dramatic reduction of birth rate. Family size in Iran dropped from 7 children to fewer than 3. From 1987 to 1994, Iran cut its population growth rate by half. Its overall population growth rate of 1.3% in 2006 is only slightly higher than the US growth rate. Soap operas on radio and television can even more quickly change people's attitudes about reproductive health, gender equity, family size, and environmental protection than formal education. A well-written soap opera can have a profound short-term effect on population growth. It costs relatively little and can proceed even while formal educational systems are being expanded. Pioneered by Televise, Mexico's national television network, series of soap opera segments on illiteracy. The day after one of the characters in his soap opera visited a literacy office wanting to learn how to read and write, 250,000 people showed up at these offices in Mexico City. Eventually 840,000 Mexicans enrolled in literacy courses after watching the series. Sabido dealt with contraception in a soap opera entitled Accompanyme, which translates as Come With Me. Over the span of a decade, this drama series helped reduce Mexico's birth rate by 34%. Ethiopia. These last 15 years, their radio serial dramas broadcast in Amharic and Oromitha have addressed issues of reproductive health and gender equity, such as HIV/AIDS, family planning, and the education of girls. 2 years after the broadcasts began in 2002, -63% of new clients seeking reproductive health care at Ethiopia's 48 service centers reported listening to one of PMC's dramas. Ethiopia. 55% increase in those who had used family planning methods. Male listeners sought HIV tests at a rate 4 times that of non-listeners. Female listeners were tested at 3 times the rate of female non-listeners. Average number of children born per woman dropped from 5.4 to 4.3, a 1/5 reduction. Demand for contraceptives increased 157%. Using Iran and Ethiopia as models, expanding these services to reach all women in the developing countries would take close to $17 billion in additional funding from both industrial and developing countries. The costs to society of not filling the family planning gap may be greater than we can afford. Smaller families brings generous economic dividends. Bangladesh. Analysts concluded that $62 spent by the government to prevent an unwanted birth saved $615 in expenditures on other social services, a 900%, tenfold return. Reproductive health and family planning services leaves more fiscal resources per child for education and healthcare, thus accelerating the escape from poverty $7.9 billion gap. Better health for all. In developing countries, infectious diseases are the overriding health concern. AIDS. The principal diseases of concern others are diarrhea, respiratory illnesses, tuberculosis, malaria, and measles. Child mortality is high. MDG of reducing child mortality 2/3 by 2015 is lagging badly. As of 2005, only 32 of 147 developing countries are on track to reach this goal. In 23 countries, child mortality has either remained unchanged or risen. Only 2 of the World Bank's 35 fragile states are on track to meet this goal by 2015. Dry compost toilets. 1.1 billion people lack safe and reliable water. Water-free waste disposal systems that do not disperse disease pathogens. Dry compost toilets. They help alleviate water scarcity, reduce the dissemination of disease agents in water systems, and help close the nutrient cycle gap. Oral rehydration solution. If they know, one can treat diarrhea at home by simply adding salt and sugar to water. BRAC succeeded in dramatically reducing infant and child deaths from diarrhea in a country that was densely populated, poverty-stricken, and poorly educated. UNICEF used BRAC's model for its worldwide diarrheal disease treatment program. Egypt alone used oral rehydration therapy to cut infant deaths from diarrhea by 82% from 1982 to 1989. Stellar achievement. Eradication of smallpox. Required a worldwide immunization program. Saves not only millions of lives, saves hundreds of millions of dollars each year in smallpox vaccination programs. Saves billions of dollars in healthcare expenditures. Near eradication of guinea worm disease. Former US President Jimmy Carter and the Carter Center. Worms, whose larvae are ingested by drinking unfiltered water from lakes and rivers, mature in a person's body, sometimes reaching more than 2 feet in length, and then exit slowly through the skin in a very painful and debilitating ordeal that can last several weeks. Eradication depends on filtering drinking water to prevent larvae ingestion. The number of people infected by the worm has been reduced from 3.5 million in 1986 to 25,217 cases in 2006, an astounding drop of 99%. Premature deaths are lifestyle related, such as smoking. 5.4 million people died in 2005 of tobacco-related illnesses, more than from any single infectious disease. Way to go, US corporations. Today there are some 25 known health threats that are linked to tobacco use, including heart disease, stroke, respiratory illness, many forms of cancer, and male impotence. Cigarette smoke kills more people each year than all other air pollutants combined, more than 5 million versus 3 million. Progress is being made in reducing cigarette smoking. WHO''S Tobacco-Free Initiative. Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, first international accord to deal entirely with a health issue. Adopted unanimously in Geneva in May 2003. Treaty calls for raising taxes on cigarettes, limiting smoking in public places, and strong health warnings on cigarette packages. United States now leading away from smoking. Average number of cigarettes smoked per person in US has dropped from its peak of 2,814 in 1976 to 1,225 in 2006, a decline of 56%. Worldwide, usage has dropped from the historical high of 1,027 cigarettes smoked per person in 1988 to 859 in 2004, a fall of 16%. Media coverage of the health effects of smoking, mandatory health warnings on cigarette packs, and sharp increases in cigarette sales taxes have all contributed to the steady decline. Countries have taken strong steps. Ireland imposed a nationwide ban on smoking in workplaces, bars, and restaurants. India banned smoking in public places. Norway and New Zealand banned smoking in bars and restaurants, and Scotland banned smoking in public buildings. Bhutan, a small Himalayan country sandwiched between India and China, has prohibited tobacco sales entirely. Protection of non-smokers. In 2005, Smoking was banned in public places in Bangladesh, and Italy banned it in all enclosed public spaces, including bars and restaurants. More recently, England has forbidden it in workplaces and enclosed public spaces, and France is phasing in a similar ban by 2008. U.S. actions against smoking. Union Pacific Corporation stopped hiring smokers in 7 states as an economy measure to cut healthcare costs. General Mills imposes a $20 a month surcharge on health insurance premiums for employees who smoke. Each of these measures helps the market to more accurately reflect the cost of smoking. Economic benefits of healthcare. Village-level clinic would yield enormous economic benefits for developing countries and for the world as a whole. Providing basic universal health care in developing countries will require donor grants totaling $27 billion in 2007, scaled up to $38 billion in 2015, or an average of $33 billion per year. In addition to basic services, this $33 billion includes funding for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria and for universal childhood vaccinations. Curbing the HIV epidemic. 4.3 million people were newly infected in 2006. More than 40 million have died from AIDS thus far. 2/3 of them in Africa, the epicenter of the disease. Key to curbing the AIDS epidemic, education about prevention. Governments are beginning to design effective prevention education programs. The first goal is to reduce quickly the number of new infections. Concentrating on the groups in a society that are most likely to spread the disease is particularly effective: truck drivers, sex workers, soldiers, drug users. Condoms. Dealing with the HIV threat requires roughly 13.1 billion condoms a year in the developing world and Eastern Europe. Including those needed for contraception adds another 4.4 billion. But of the 17.5 billion condoms needed, only 1.8 billion are being distributed, leaving a shortfall of 15.7 billion. At only 3.5 each, or $550 million, the cost of saved lives by supplying condoms is minuscule. If we assume that logistics, training, education, etc. costs are 6 times the price of the condoms themselves, filling this gap would still cost only $3 billion. AIDS financial resources and medical. Severely limited compared with the need. 4.6 million people who exhibited symptoms of AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa in 2006. Just over 1 million were receiving the antiretroviral drug treatment that is widely available in industrial countries. Just 25%, a 75% shortfall. Death fall. The prospect of treatment encourages people to get tested for HIV and raises awareness and understanding of the disease and how it is transmitted. AIDS treatment is the humanitarian and economic thing to do. Treatment extends life. The average extension in the United States is about 15 years. Once society has invested in the rearing, education, and on-job training of individuals, the value of extending their working lifetime is high. Reducing farm subsidies and debt. Eradicating poverty involves much more than international aid programs. Reform of farm subsidies and aid-giving countries and debt relief may be even more important. A successful export-oriented farm sector often offers a path out of poverty. For many developing countries, this path is blocked by the self-serving farm subsidies of affluent countries. Industrial country farm subsidies of $280 billion are roughly 2.5 times the development assistance flows from these governments. Western country farm subsidies. In 2005, the EU25 accounted for $134 billion of the $280 billion spent by affluent countries on farm subsidies, about 47%. 47%. EU. The United States spent $43 billion on farm subsidies, about 15% of the total. These encourage overproduction of farm commodities, which then are sent abroad with another boost from export subsidies. Result is depressed world market prices, particularly for cotton, one of the commodities where developing countries have the most to lose. EU. accounts for more than half of the $104 billion in development assistance from all countries. Much of the economic gain from this assistance in the past was offset by the EU's annual dumping of some 6 million tons of sugar on the world market. Sugar is one farm commodity where developing countries have a strong comparative advantage they should be permitted to capitalize on. 2005 the EU announced that it would reduce its sugar support price to farmers by 40%, thus discouraging the excess production that lowered the world market price. The affluent world can no longer afford farm policies that permanently trap millions in poverty by cutting off their main avenue of escape. Sugar price rise may help developing countries. Rising oil prices appear to be increasing sugar prices as more and more sugarcane-based ethanol refineries are built. The price of sugar may start to track the price of oil upward. Where nearly all the world's cane sugar is produced, developing countries. Debt forgiveness, another essential component of the broader effort to eradicate poverty. Sub-Saharan Africa spending 4 times as much on debt servicing as it spends on health care. Debt forgiveness can help boost living standards in this last major bastion of poverty. Some debt relief has been granted. Zambia, the $6 billion of debt taken off the books enabled President Levine Mnawasa to announce that basic health care would be now free. In Oxfam's words, the privilege of the few became the right of all. In East Africa, Burundi announced it would cancel school fees, permitting 300,000 children from poor families to enroll in school. In Nigeria, debt relief has been used to set up a poverty action fund, some of which will go to training thousands of new teachers. Additional countries need relief. There are at least 40 more countries with low incomes that desperately need help. A poverty eradication budget. A poverty eradication budget. Developing countries' governments often cannot cope. Rapid population growth for several decades produced signs of demographic fatigue. Countries struggling with the simultaneous challenge of educating growing numbers of children, creating jobs for swelling ranks of young job seekers, and dealing with the environmental effects of population growth are stretched to the limit. When a major new threat arises such as the HIV epidemic, help countries that want to slow their growth. This brings with it what economists call the demographic bonus. When countries move quickly to smaller families, growth in the number of young dependents, those who need nurturing and educating, declines relative to the number of working adults. In this situation, productivity surges, savings and investment climb, and economic growth accelerates. Japan, with others following, cut its population growth in half between 1951 and 1958, was one of the first countries to benefit from the demographic bonus. South Korea and Taiwan followed, and more recently China, Thailand, and Vietnam have benefited from earlier sharp reductions in birth rates. This effect lasts for only a few decades, usually enough to launch a country into the modern era. Except for a few oil-rich countries, no developing country has successfully modernized without slowing population growth. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Accelerate the shift to smaller families. Filling several funding gaps. Reach universal primary education. Fight infectious diseases, such as AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Provide reproductive health care. Contain the HIV epidemic. The initiatives discussed in this chapter are estimated to cost another $77 billion a year. Steps needed to eradicate poverty. Heaviest investments in this effort center on education and health, cornerstones of both human capital development and population stabilization. Education, universal primary education, and a global campaign to eradicate adult illiteracy. Healthcare includes the basic interventions to control infectious diseases, beginning with childhood vaccinations. For the first time in history, we have the technologies and financial resources to eradicate poverty. Helping low-income countries break out of the demographic trap is a highly profitable investment for the world's affluent nations, a way of reducing the number of failing states. Industrial country investments in education, health, and school lunches are in a sense a humanitarian response to the plight of the world's poorest countries. But more fundamentally, they are investments that will shape the world in which our children will live. One. Avert mass poverty increase, feed 8 billion well. C9. Bottom line highlights. Breed crops that are more tolerant of drought and cold. Multi-crop land. Additional fertilization in Africa. Secure land ownership. Raise water, nutrient productivity, raise irrigation efficiency. Raise price on water. Move overprivileged down food chain. Limit to yield of aquifers and rivers. Produce protein more efficiently. Grain, then chicken, herbivorous fish, fish polyculture. Roughage for fodder. Fortified salt. Move poor up the food chain. Eradicate poverty. Stabilize climate. Low footprint transportation. Low footprint housing. Terminate food into fuel. China. A generation ago hundreds of millions of people were chronically hungry. Not only has China ended its dependence on food aid, but almost overnight it has become the world's third largest food aid donor. Hunger spreading. Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of the Indian subcontinent, the number of people in developing countries who are hungry has increased from a recent historical low of 800 million in 1996 to 830 million in 2003. Record or near record grain prices in late 2007 will likely raise the number of hungry people even further, with children suffering the most. Threefold expansion in the world grain harvest since 1950. Rapid adoption in developing countries of high-yielding wheats and rices originally developed in Japan and hybrid corn from the United States. Tripling of irrigated area and an 11-fold increase in world fertilizer use. Tripled the world grain harvest. Growth in irrigation and fertilizer use essentially removed soil moisture and nutrient constraints on much of the world's cropland. Outlook is changing, terrifyingly. Farmers are faced with shrinking supplies of irrigation water, diminishing response to additional fertilizer use, rising temperatures, the loss of cropland to non-farm uses, rising fuel costs, and a dwindling backlog of yield-raising technologies, annual addition of some 70 million people a year, desire of some 5 billion people to consume more livestock products. Millions of motorists turning to crop-based fuels to supplement tightening supplies of gasoline and diesel fuel. This helps explain why world grain production has fallen short of consumption in 7 of the last 8 years, dropping world grain stocks to the lowest level since 1974. Farmers and agronomists are now being thoroughly challenged. Rethinking land productivity. Between 1950 and 1990, world grain yield per hectare climbed by 2.1% a year. From 1990 to 2007, however, it rose only 1.2% annually. The yield response to the additional application of fertilizer is diminishing, and partly because irrigation water supplies are limited. Breed crops that are more tolerant of drought and cold. U.S. corn breeders have developed corn varieties that are more drought tolerant, enabling corn production to move westward into Kansas, Nebraska, and South Dakota. Kansas, the leading U.S. wheat producing state, has used a combination of drought-resistant varieties in some areas and irrigation in others to expand corn planting to where the state now produces more corn than wheat. Similarly, corn production is expanding in more northern states such as North Dakota and Minnesota. Multi-cropped land, where soil moisture permits, is to increase the area of multi-cropped land that produces more than one crop per year. The tripling in the world grain harvest since 1950 is due in part to impressive increases in multiple cropping in Asia. A concerted US effort to both breed earlier maturing varieties and develop cultural practices that would facilitate multiple cropping could substantially boost crop output. Western Europe, with its mild winters and high-yielding winter wheat, might also be able to double crop more with a summer grain, such as corn, or with a winter oilseed crop. Elsewhere, Brazil and Argentina have an extended frost-free growing season that supports extensive multicropping, often wheat or corn with soybeans. Africa. There are still some places, however, such as most of Africa, where additional fertilizer would help boost yields. Encouraging response to this situation in Africa is the simultaneous planting of grain and leguminous trees. Has enabled farmers to double their grain yields within a matter of years as soil fertility builds. Secure land ownership. Secure land ownership encourages farmers to invest in and improve their land. A Rural Development Institute survey in China revealed that farmers with documentation of land rights were twice as likely to make long-term investments in their land, such as adding greenhouses, orchards, or fish ponds. Despite local advances, the overall loss of momentum in expanding food production is unmistakable. Will force us to think more seriously about stabilizing population, moving down the food chain, and using the existing harvest more productively. Achieving an acceptable worldwide balance between food and people may now depend on stabilizing population as soon as possible, reducing the unhealthily high consumption of animal products among the affluent, and restricting the conversion of food crops to automotive fuels. Raising water productivity. World needs an effort to raise water productivity similar to the one that nearly tripled land productivity during the last half of the 20th century. Land productivity is typically measured in tons of grain per hectare or bushels per acre. A comparable indicator for irrigation water is kilograms of grain produced per ton of water. Worldwide, that average is now roughly 1 kilogram of grain per ton of water used. Water productivity. It takes 1,000 tons of water to produce 1 ton of grain. 70% of world water use is devoted to irrigation. Raising irrigation efficiency is central to raising water productivity overall. Using more water-efficient irrigation technologies and shifting to crops that use less water. Eliminating water and energy subsidies that encourage wasteful water use allows water prices to rise to market levels. Local rural water users associations that directly involve those using the water in its management have raised water productivity in many countries. Irrigation water efficiency. Usage of irrigation water never reaches 100% simply because some irrigation water evaporates, some percolates downward, and some runs off. Irrigation efficiency ranges between 25 and 40% in India, Mexico, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Thailand, between 40 and 45% in Malaysia and Morocco, and between 50 and 60% in Israel, Japan, and Taiwan. Irrigation efficiency. Irrigation water efficiency is affected not only by the type and condition of irrigation systems, but also by soil type, temperature, and humidity. In hot arid regions, the evaporation of irrigation water is far higher than in cooler, humid regions. China plans to raise China's irrigation efficiency from 43% in 2000 to 51% in 2010, and then to 55% in 2030. By raising the price of water, providing incentives for adopting more irrigation efficient technologies, and developing the local institutions to manage this process. Raising irrigation efficiency. Shifting from the less efficient flood or furrow system to overhead sprinklers or drip irrigation, the gold standard of irrigation efficiency. Switching from flood or furrow to low pressure sprinkler systems reduces water use by an estimated 30%, while switching to drip irrigation typically cuts water use in half. Drip systems are both labor intensive and water efficient. They are well suited to countries with a surplus of labor and a shortage of water. Drip irrigation. Cyprus, Israel, and Jordan rely heavily on drip irrigation. Used on 1–3% of irrigated land in India and China, and on roughly 4% in the United States. has the potential to profitably irrigate 10 million hectares of India's cropland, or nearly 1/10 of the total. Similar potential for China. Punjab, with its extensive double cropping of wheat and rice, fast falling water tables led the State Farmers Commission in 2007 to recommend a delay in transplanting rice from May to late June or early July. This would reduce irrigation water use by roughly 1/3 since transplanting would coincide with the arrival of the monsoon. This reduction in groundwater use would help stabilize the water table, which has fallen from 5 meters below the surface to 30 meters in parts of the state. Mexico Developing Water Users Associations. 2002, farmers associations managed more than 80% of Mexico's publicly irrigated land. Associations often need to charge more for irrigation water, but for farmers, the production gains from managing their water supply themselves more than outweigh this additional outlay. Tunisia, where water users associations manage both irrigation and residential water, the number of associations increased from 340 in 1987 to 2,575 in 1999, covering much of the country. Many other countries now have such bodies managing their water resources. Although the early groups were organized to deal with large publicly developed irrigation systems, some recent ones have been formed to manage local groundwater irrigation as well. Their goal is to stabilize the water table, to avoid aquifer depletion and the economic disruption that it brings to the community. Low water productivity is often the result of low water prices. Subsidies lead to irrationally low water prices, creating the impression that water is abundant when in fact it is scarce. As water becomes scarce, it needs to be priced accordingly. Northern China is raising water prices in small increments to discourage waste. Higher water price affects all water users, encouraging investment in more water-efficient irrigation technologies, industrial processes, and household appliances. Needed now is a new mindset, a new way of thinking about water use. For example, shifting to more water-efficient crops, wherever possible boosts water productivity. Rice production is being phased out around Beijing, because rice is such a thirsty crop. Similarly, Egypt restricts rice production in favor of wheat. Any measures that raise crop yields on irrigated land also raise the productivity of irrigation water. Similarly, any measures that convert grain into animal protein more efficiently in effect increase water productivity. Moving down the food chain reduces water use. In the United States, where annual consumption of grain as food and feed averages some 800 kilograms, 4/5 of a ton, per US person, a modest reduction in the consumption of meat, milk, and eggs could easily cut grain use per person by 100 kilograms. For 300 million Americans, such a reduction would cut grain use by 30 million tons, and would cut irrigation water use by 30 billion tons. Reducing water use to the sustainable yield of aquifers and rivers worldwide involves a wide range of measures not only in agriculture, but throughout the economy. More water-efficient industrial processes, and using more water-efficient household appliances. Recycling urban water supplies is another obvious step to consider in countries facing acute water shortages. Producing protein more efficiently, another way to raise both land and water productivity. Some 37%, about 740 million tons, of the world grain harvest used to produce animal protein. Even a modest gain in efficiency can save a large quantity of grain. World meat consumption increased from 44 million tons in 1950 to 240 million tons in 2005, more than 5 times, more than doubling consumption per person from 17 kilograms to 39 kilograms, 86 pounds. In every society where incomes have risen, meat consumption has too. Nature's production of fish and beef has leveled off, as both the oceanic fish catch and the production of beef on rangelands have leveled off. The world has shifted to grain-based production of animal protein to expand output. And as the demand for meat climbs, consumers are shifting from beef and pork to poultry and fish, sources that convert grain into protein most efficiently. Health concerns among industrial country consumers are reinforcing this shift. Animals' conversion of grain into protein varies widely. With cattle in feedlots, it takes roughly 7 kilograms of grain to produce a 1 kilogram gain. In live weight, 250% less efficient. For pork, the figure is over 3 kilograms of grain per kilogram of weight gain, 50% less efficient. For poultry it is just over 2, and for herbivorous species of farmed fish, such as carp, tilapia, and catfish, it is less than 2. Animal protein production trends. Global beef production, most of which comes from rangelands, grew less than 1% a year from 1990 to 2006. Growth in the number of cattle feedlots was minimal. Pork production grew by 2.6% annually, and poultry by nearly 5%. The rapid growth in poultry production, going from 41 million tons in 1990 to 83 million tons in 2006, more than double, enabled poultry to eclipse beef in 1995, moving it into second place behind pork. World pork production, half of it now in China, overtook beef production in 1979, and has continued to widen the lead since then. Highly grain-efficient fish farm output may also overtake beef production within the next decade or so. Herbivorous fish convert feed into protein so efficiently. Aquacultural output expanded from 13 million tons in 1990 to 48 million tons in 2005, growing by more than 9% a year, 3.7 times. Salmon, shrimp, environmentally inefficient or disruptive. Salmon, a carnivorous species, and shrimp. These operations account for 4.7 million tons of output, less than 10% of the global farmed fish total, but they are growing fast. Salmon are inefficient, in that they are fed other fish, usually as fish meal, which comes either from fish processing wastes, or from low-value fish caught specifically for this purpose. Shrimp farming often involves the destruction of coastal mangrove forests to create areas for the shrimp. Herbivorous fish. Worldwide, aquaculture is dominated by herbivorous species, mainly carp in China and India, but also catfish in the United States and tilapia in several countries and shellfish. This is where the great growth potential for efficient animal protein production lies. China, world's leading producer, accounts for an astounding 2/3 of global fish farm output. Dominated by finfish, mostly carp, which are produced inland in freshwater ponds, lakes, reservoirs, and rice paddies, and by shellfish, mostly oysters, clams, and mussels, which are produced mostly in coastal regions. China has also developed a fish polyculture, using 4 types of carp that feed at different levels of the food chain, in effect emulating natural aquatic ecosystems. Silver carp and bighead carp are filter feeders, eating phytoplankton and zooplankton respectively. The grass carp, as its name implies, feeds largely on vegetation, while the common carp is a bottom feeder, living on detritus. These 4 species thus form a small ecosystem, with each filling a particular niche. This multi-species system, which converts feed into high-quality protein with remarkable efficiency, allowed China to produce some 14 million tons of carp in 2005. Aquacultural output in China at 30 million tons is double that of poultry, making it the first major country where fish farming has eclipsed poultry farming. China aquaculture. China's aquaculture is often integrated with agriculture, enabling farmers to use agricultural wastes, such as pig or duck manure, to fertilize ponds, thus stimulating the growth of plankton on which the fish feed. Fish polyculture, which commonly boosts pond productivity over that of monocultures by at 50%, is widely practiced in both China and India. Other countries following: Thailand and Vietnam. Vietnam, for example, devised a plan in 2001 of developing 700,000 hectares of land in the Mekong Delta for aquaculture, which now produces more than 1 million tons of fish and shrimp. In the United States, catfish, which require less than 2 kilograms of feed per kilogram of live weight, is the leading aquacultural product. US annual catfish production of 600 million pounds, about 2 pounds per person, is concentrated in the South. Mississippi, with easily 60% of US output, is the catfish capital of the world. Soy indirectly consumed. When we think of soybeans in our daily diet, it is typically as tofu, veggie burgers, or other meat substitutes. But most of the world's fast-growing soybean harvest is consumed indirectly in the beef, pork, poultry, milk, eggs, and farmed fish that we eat. Although not a visible part of our diets, the incorporation of soybean meal into feed rations has revolutionized the world feed industry, greatly increasing the efficiency with which grain is converted into animal protein. Soybeans. In 2007, the world's farmers produced 222 million tons of soybeans, 1 ton for every 9 tons of grain produced. Of this, some 20 million tons, 10%, were consumed directly as tofu or meat substitutes. The bulk of the remaining 202 million tons, after some was saved for seed, was crushed in order to extract 37 million tons of soybean oil, separating it from the highly valued, high-protein meal. The 160 million or so tons of protein-rich soybean meal that remain after the oil is extracted, is fed to cattle, pigs, chicken, and fish. Combining soybean meal with grain in roughly on a per meal to 4 parts grain dramatically boosts the efficiency with which grain is converted into animal protein, sometimes nearly doubling it. Explains why world soybean production has increased nearly 14-fold since 1950. Roughage rather than grain. Mounting pressures on land and water resources have led to an evolution. Since 1970, India's milk production has increased more than 4-fold, jumping from 21 million to 96 million tons. 1997, India overtook the United States to become the world's leading producer of milk and other dairy products. 1965, National Dairy Development Board. Purpose was to market the milk from tiny herds. Creating the market for milk spurred the 4-fold growth in output. India has built the world's largest dairy industry almost entirely on roughage wheat straw, rice straw, corn stalks, and grass gathered from the roadside. Even so, the value of the milk produced each year now exceeds that of the rice harvest. Second harvest from the original grain crop. A second new protein production model, one that also relies on ruminants and roughage, has evolved in 4 provinces in eastern China: Hebei, Shandong, Henan. Although wheat straw and corn stalks are often used as fuel for cooking, villagers are shifting to other sources of energy for this, which lets them feed the straw and corn stalks to cattle. Supplementing this roughage with small amounts of nitrogen in the form of urea allows the microflora and the complex four-stomach digestive system of cattle to convert roughage into animal protein more efficiently. These 4 crop-producing provinces in China, dubbed the Beef Belt by officials, use crop residues to produce much more beef than the vast grazing provinces in the northwest do. The use of crop residues to produce milk in India and beef in China lets farmers reap a second harvest from the original grain crop, thus boosting both land and water productivity. World desperately needs more new protein production techniques. Meat consumption is growing 2 times as fast as population. Egg consumption is growing nearly 3 times as fast, and growth in the demand for fish both from the oceans and from fish farms is also outpacing that of population. A massive new threat. The world has had many years of experience in feeding an additional 70 million people each year. It has no experience with some 5 billion people striving to move up the food chain at the same time. Diversifying diets has dramatically improved nutrition in China. Half the women in the developing world suffer from anemia, the world's most common nutritional deficiency. Diets high in starchy food and low in iron-rich foods, such as leafy green vegetables, shellfish, nuts, and red meat lead to insufficient iron in the diet, which in turn leads to low birth weights and high infant and maternal mortality. Eliminating anemia. Encouragingly, a decade of research by the Canadian-based Micronutrient Initiative has succeeded in fortifying salt with iodine and iron together. Just as iodine fortification of salt eliminated iodine deficiency diseases, so too can the addition of iron eliminate iron deficiency diseases. This double fortified salt is being introduced initially in India, Kenya, and Nigeria. The prospect of eliminating iron deficiency disorders at an annual cost of 20 C per person is one of the most exciting new options for improving the human condition in this new century. Moving down the food chain. A. At what level of food consumption? One of the questions I'm most often asked is, Q. How many people can the earth support? At the US level of 800 kilograms of grain per person annually for food and feed, the 2 billion ton annual world harvest of grain would support 2.5 billion people. At the Italian level of consumption of close to 400 kilograms, the current harvest would support 5 billion people, 100% more. At the 200 kilograms of grain consumed by the average Indian, it would support a population of 10 billion, 300% more. More income, up the food chain. In every society where incomes rise, people move up the food chain, eating more animal protein as beef, pork, poultry, milk, eggs, and seafood. The mix of animal products varies with geography and culture, but the shift to more livestock products as purchasing power increases appears to be universal. As consumption of livestock products, poultry, and farmed fish rises, grain use per person also rises. Ends of the spectrum. Roughly 800 kilograms of grain consumed per person each year in the United States. About 100 kilograms is eaten directly as bread, pasta, and breakfast cereals. 700 kilograms. The bulk of the grain is consumed indirectly in the form of livestock and poultry products. By contrast, in India, where people consume just under 200 kilograms of grain per year, or roughly a pound per day, nearly all grain is eaten directly to satisfy basic food energy needs. Little is available for conversion into livestock products. Life expectancy. Life expectancy is highest in Italy, even though US medical expenditures per person are much higher. People who live very low or very high on the food chain do not live as long as those in an intermediate position. Mediterranean type diet that includes meat, cheese, and seafood, healthier and live longer. High on the food chain, such as Americans or Canadians, can improve their health by moving down the food chain. In low-income countries like India, where a starchy staple such as rice can supply 60% or more of total caloric intake, eating more protein-rich foods can improve health and raise life expectancy. What we eat affects climate. Energy used in the food economy to provide the typical American diet and that used for personal transportation are roughly the same. The range between the more and less carbon-intensive transportation options and dietary options is each about 4:1. With cars, the Toyota Prius, a gas-electric hybrid, uses scarcely 1/4 as much fuel as the Chevrolet Suburban SUV. Similarly with diets, a plant-based diet requires roughly 1/4 as much energy as a diet rich in red meat. Shifting from a diet rich in red meat to a plant-based diet cuts greenhouse gas emissions as much as shifting from a Suburban SUV to a Prius. Reduce the demand for land, water, and fertilizer. Stabilize climate. Inclusion of soybean meal in feed rations to convert grain into animal protein more efficiently. The shift by consumers to more grain-efficient forms of animal protein, and the movement of consumers down the food chain. This reduces carbon emissions, and thus helps to stabilize climate as well. Action on many fronts. October 2007. The food prospect does not look particularly promising. Grain prices in recent days have reached historic highs. Wheat has gone over $9 a bushel for the first time in history, more than double the figure a year earlier. International food aid flows are being slashed as rising grain prices collide with fixed budgets. If we continue with business as usual, the number of hungry people will soar. Cheap food may now be history. Ensuring adequate supplies of grain was a simple matter. Whenever the world grain harvest fell short and prices started to rise, the US Department of Agriculture would return to production the cropland that had been idled under commodity supply management programs, thus boosting output and stabilizing prices. This era ended in 1996, when the United States discontinued its annual cropland set-aside program. Eradicating hunger depends on eradicating poverty. Hunger is almost always the result of poverty. Where populations are outrunning their land and water resources, eradicating hunger also depends on stabilizing population. Our Plan B goal is to stabilize world population by 2040 at the 8 billion level. This will not be easy, but the alternative may be a halt in population growth because of rising mortality. Energy may have a greater influence on future food security. New reality is that the Ministry of Energy may have a greater influence on future food security than the Ministry of Agriculture. Principal threat to food security today is climate change from the burning of fossil fuels. Minimize crop withering heat waves. Prevent the melting of the glaciers that feed Asia's major rivers during the dry season. To prevent the ice sheet melting that would inundate the river deltas and floodplains that produce much of the Asian rice harvest. A world where cropland is scarce. Whether to develop auto-centered systems or more diversified transport systems that are less land intensive, including light rail, buses, and bicycles, will directly affect world food security. Transportation policies that diversify transport systems and reduce fossil fuel use will also help stabilize climate. Crop-based automotive fuels. Given the turmoil in world grain markets in late 2007, it is time for the US government to place a moratorium on the licensing of any more grain-based ethanol distilleries. We have a role to play as individuals. Whether we bike or drive to work will affect carbon emissions, climate change, and food security. The size of the car we drive to the supermarket may affect the size of the bill at the supermarket checkout counter. If we are living high on the food chain, we can move down, improving our health, while helping to stabilize climate. Food security is something in which we all have a stake and a responsibility. Bottom line highlights. Breed crops that are more tolerant of drought and cold. Multi-crop land. Additional fertilization in Africa. Secure land ownership. Raise water, nutrient productivity, raise irrigation efficiency. Raise price on water. Move overprivileged down food chain. Limit to yield of aquifers and rivers. Produce protein more efficiently. Grain, then chicken, herbivorous fish, fish polyculture. Roughage for fodder. Fortified salt. Move poor up the food chain. Eradicate poverty. Stabilize climate. Low footprint transportation. Low footprint housing. Terminate food into fuel. G3 Resource rape, water. Western alcoholic rape and plunder parching humanity for water. C4. Your coal, oil fueled binge. Well, Africa's Lake Chad is gone. Lake Chad, once so huge, was once a landmark for astronauts circling the Earth. Now it is difficult for them to locate. Lake Chad has shrunk 96% in 40 years. Soaring demand for irrigation water coupled with declining rainfall due to your coal and oil. Let me see, Chad has a familiar ring. I know. Neighbor to Darfur, the genocide, over water, and shrinking arable land. Oh yes. Western coal and oil. We are back, quote Christian, right? Western-led alcoholic binging on coal, oil, stuff, causing vast water deficit. This deficit is largely invisible, historically recent, and growing fast. The deficit comes largely from aquifer overpumping. Often it is discovered only when wells go dry. Water demand tripled over the last 100 years. Drilling of millions of irrigation wells has pushed water withdrawals beyond recharge rates. Much of food and food growth in recent decades has come from groundwater mining, a finite non-renewable resource. Governments universally have failed to limit pumping to the sustainable yield. Water tables are now falling in countries that contain more than half the world's people. One half. Failing. Failing one half the world's people. Water table falling includes the big three grain producers China, India, and the United States. Coal, oil climate Armageddon is decimating water supplies. Rising temperatures are boosting evaporation rates, altering rainfall patterns, and melting the glaciers that feed rivers during the dry season. The water is gone, before our denial-blinded eyes. Rivers upon rivers are running dry, and lake after lake is disappearing. Politics of water scarcity is emerging between upstream and downstream claimants both within and among countries. War in the 20th century was over oil, and in the 21st century, will be over water. Grain has fast become the chief way of shipping what water is left to countries with power. Countries are insanely diverting irrigation water to the growing need of cities and industry. Then they are importing grain to offset the loss of productive capacity. Why grain? No water, no food. Point ever think of how much water is in grain? We each drink on average nearly 4 liters of water per day in one form or another. The water required to produce our daily food totals at least 2,000 liters, 500 times as much. 500 times as much water as we drink. 70% of all water use is for irrigation, winding up largely in the form of grain, if not beef, pork, chicken. Fish. 20% is used by industry, 10% goes for residential purposes. Demand for water is growing in all three categories, with agriculture almost always losing out. The final consequence? Oh, leave it for your kids to see. What a surprise it will be for them. Denial is blinding us to the impending global starvation. The poor see it already. Our kids will, eventually. China, living off of water mining. The mines are going empty. Remember, it takes 1,000 tons of water to produce 1 ton of grain. 1,000 tons for 1 ton, 1,000 for just one. Now there is a shortfall in China of nearly 40 billion tons of water per year. Therefore, grain harvest will drop by 40 million tons, enough to feed 120 million Chinese. Note: 1 ton of grain feeds 3 Chinese for a year. India is beyond water destitute, but so far, it is hidden. India's 100 million farmers have drilled 21 million wells, $12 billion in wells and pumps spent so far. Half of India's traditional hand-dug wells and millions of shallower tube wells have already dried up, bringing a spate of suicides among those who rely on them. The water tables have fallen that far. Electricity blackouts are reaching epidemic proportions in states where half of the electricity is used to pump water from depths of up to a kilometer. Tamil Nadu, a state with more than 62 million people in southern India, wells are going dry almost everywhere. Falling water tables have dried up 95% of the wells owned by small farmers. When the balloon bursts, untold anarchy will be the lot of rural India. India's grain harvest, squeezed both by water scarcity and the loss of cropland to non-farm uses, has plateaued since 2000. India was the world's leading wheat importer in 2006. 15% of India's food supply is produced by mining groundwater, a non-renewable resource. Pakistan is soon to be racked by the stealth water scarcity bomb. It is a country with 164 million people that is growing by 3 million per year. It's been eating by, in part, mining its underground water. The twin cities of Islamabad and Rawalpindi show a fall in the water table between 1982 and 2000 that ranges from 1 to nearly 2 meters a year. Every year. Balochistan is soon to implode without water. Water tables around the capital, Quetta, are falling by 3.5 meters per year. Within 15 years Quetta will run out of water if the current consumption rate continues. Iran, with 71 million people, will implode without water. Iran is overpumping its aquifers by an average of 5 billion tons of water per year, the water equivalent of 1/3 of its annual grain harvest. Tens of villages per year in eastern Iran are being abandoned as wells go dry, generating a flow of water refugees. Saudi Arabia, with 25 million people, is water destitute. Saudi Arabia is as water poor as it is oil rich. Some Saudi farmers are now pumping water from wells that are 4,000 feet deep, nearly 4/5 of a mile or 1.2 kilometers. 1984 Saudi Arabia had fossil water reserves of 462 billion tons. Half of that has probably disappeared by now. Irrigated agriculture could last there for another decade or so, and then will largely vanish. In Yemen, 22 million people will starve without water. Water table under most of the country is falling by roughly 2 meters a year. The Sanaa Basin site of the national capital, Sana'a, and home to 2 million people may be pumped dry by 2010. Grain production is falling by 2/3 over the last 20 years. Yemen now imports 4/5 of its grain supply. Living on borrowed water and borrowed time, Yemen ranks 24th on foreign policy's list of failing states. Israel-Palestine, atrocities over water scarcity. Israel is depleting both of the principal, local aquifers, the coastal aquifer and the mountain aquifer that it shares, as little as it can get away with the Palestinians. Conflicts between Israelis and Palestinians over the allocation of water are ongoing. Mexico, the water supplies are running dry, forever. A population of 107 million that is projected to reach 132 million by 2050. Demand for water is outstripping supply. 51% of all the water extracted from underground is from aquifers that are being overpumped. Globally, water mines are running dry, secretly, simultaneously, since the overpumping of aquifers is occurring in many countries more or less simultaneously. The depletion of aquifers and the resulting harvest cutbacks could come at roughly the same time. How do you spell catastrophe? The world's major rivers are running dry too. The Colorado, the Yellow, the largest river in northern China. The Nile, the lifeline of Egypt. The Indus, which supplies most of Pakistan's irrigation water. The Ganges in India's densely populated Gangetic basin. And many thousands of smaller rivers have disappeared entirely. World's demand for water is up 300% over the last 50 years. Demand for hydroelectric power has grown even faster. Dams and diversions of river water have drained many rivers dry. As water tables have fallen, the springs that feed rivers have gone dry, reducing river flows. Since 1950, there's been massive water loss from a 900% increase in dams, increased from 5,000 to 45,000 dams worldwide. Reservoirs increase evaporation. The annual loss of water from a reservoir in arid or semi-arid regions, where evaporation rates are high, is typically equal to 10% of its storage capacity. Urafloholic coal, oil, stuff binge, Colorado River and others now rarely make it to the sea. This excessive demand for water is destroying the river's ecosystem, including its fisheries. The Amu Darya, which, along with the Sea Darya, feeds the Aral Sea, is now drained dry by Uzbek and Turkmen cotton farmers upstream. China's Yellow River has been under mounting pressure for several decades. It first ran dry in 1972, and since 1985 it has often failed to reach the sea. The Nile, site of another ancient civilization, now barely makes it to the sea. Before the Aswan Dam was built, some 32 billion cubic meters of water reached the Mediterranean each year, now only 2 billion, a 93% reduction in 30 years. Western affluvialism bomb destroying Pakistanis. Pakistan's population of 164 million is projected to reach 292 million by 2050. The Indus River provides surface water. It also recharges aquifers that supply the irrigation wells dotting the Pakistani countryside. The Indus is starting to run dry in its lower reaches. Western affluvialism bomb destroying Mekong water. Mekong's water is being reduced by the dams being built on its upper reaches by the Chinese. Downstream countries, including Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, countries with 172 million people, complain about the reduced flow. But yes, they are poor, so who cares? Soon we'll see Mideast water wars. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which originate in Turkey, flow through Syria and Iraq en route to the Persian Gulf. Large dams erected in Turkey and Iraq have reduced water flow to the once fertile crescent, helping to destroy 80% of the vast wetlands that formerly enriched the Delta region. Dead Sea. Under Western affluvialism, the world's lakes are disappearing. Lake Chad in Central Africa, as we have seen, is gone now. The Aral Sea in Central Asia, its ports, once centers of commerce, are now abandoned. The Aral has lost 4/5 of its volume since 1960. The Sea of Galilee, also known as Lake Tiberias, is declining rapidly. The Dead Sea is shrinking even faster than the Sea of Galilee. Over the past 40 years, its water level has dropped by some 25 meters, nearly 80 feet. It could disappear entirely by 2050. Aral Sea's demise was sown in 1960. Soviet central planners in Moscow decided the region embracing the Sea Darya and Amu Darya basins would become a vast cotton bowl to supply the country's textile industry. The sea shrank, the salt concentrations climbed until the fish died. The fishery that once yielded 50,000 tons of seafood per year disappeared, as did the jobs on the fishing boats and in the fish processing factories. The 65 billion cubic meter annual influx of water from two rivers is now down to 1.5 billion cubic meters a year. My God, my God. Why have we forsaken thee? "2,000 lakes have disappeared in western China's Qinghai province. There were once 4,077 lakes there. Over the last 20 years, more than 2,000 have disappeared. Hebei province, which surrounds Beijing, has lost 969 of its 1,052 lakes, 92%. %80 reduction in water for Mexico's Guadalajara. Lake Chapala, the country's largest, is the primary source of water for Guadalajara, which is home to 4 million people. Expanding irrigation in the region has reduced water volume in the lake by 80%. Urban growth orgy kills farmers, kills food supply. Jousting is furious for water between cities and farms within countries that preoccupies local political leaders. It takes so much water to produce food, and just 14 tons of water to make a ton of steel worth $560, but 1,000 tons of water to grow a ton of wheat worth $200. In countries preoccupied with expanding the economy and creating jobs, agriculture becomes the residual claimant. But the Grim Reaper will be paid. Western US cities are thriving by decimating, devouring irrigation water, by buying irrigation water from farmers and farms. Among the US cities doing so with abandon are San Diego, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Denver, and El Paso. Chennai, formerly Madras, regional irrigation water is no more. A city of 7 million, due to its inability to supply water for some of the city's residents. Thriving tank truck industry has emerged that buys water from farmers and hauls it to the city's thirsty residents. There are now 13,000 tankers hauling the water to Chennai. Water tables are falling and shallow wells have gone dry. Irrigation water diverted to chemical plant. Chinese farmers along the Juma River doomed. In 2004 the Juma River had suddenly stopped flowing. A diversion dam had been built near the capital to take river water for Yanshan Petrochemical. For the 120,000 villagers downstream from the diversion dam, the loss of water cripples their ability to make a living from farming and to feed those dependent on them. Hundreds of cities are taking food irrigation water. Western Turkey's Izmir now relies heavily on water from the agricultural district of Manisa. US Southern Great Plains and Southwest. 2000 water transfers from 1987 to 2005. At least 8 out of 10 were by individual farmers or irrigation districts to cities and municipalities. Colorado cities and towns in a state with high immigration are buying irrigation water rights from farmers and ranchers. California cities decimating irrigation water. In 2003, San Diego bought annual rights to 247 million tons, 200,000 acre-feet, of water from farmers in the nearby Imperial Valley. In 2004, the Metropolitan Water District, which supplies water to 18 million Southern Californians in several cities, negotiated the purchase of 137 million tons of water per year from farmers for the next 35 years. City officials are offering far more for the water than the farmers could possibly earn by irrigating crops. Countries are fast moving toward war over water. An economic war, currently, via the international grain trade 1,000 tons of water, to produce 1 ton of grain, remember? Importing grain is the most efficient way to import water. After China and India, there is a second tier of smaller countries with large water deficits: Algeria, Egypt, Mexico, and Pakistan. Algeria, Egypt, and Mexico already import much of their grain. Pakistan too may soon turn to world markets for grain. Egypt, with some 75 million people, has become a major importer of wheat in recent years, constituting now another Nile flowing into the region in the form of imported food. The initial war for water is in grain markets. How long will it remain there? Countries that are financially the strongest, not necessarily those that are militarily the strongest, will fare best in this competition, for now. We are looking at fast-growing water deficits in both China and India, each with more than 1 billion people. The next global bubble, overwater debt for food. Food production is artificially inflated by the unsustainable mining of groundwater. Many of the most populous countries of the world, China, India, Pakistan, Mexico, and nearly all the countries of the Middle East and North Africa, have literally been having a free ride over the past 2 or 3 decades, by depleting their groundwater resources. The penalty for mismanagement of this valuable resource is now coming due, and it is no exaggeration to say that the results could be catastrophic for these countries, and, given their importance, for the world as a whole. Hydrological poverty, an invisible killer. With 1,700 cubic meters of water per year, a person is well supplied with water. When the water supply drops below 1,000 cubic meters per person, people face scarcity. Below 500 cubic meters, they face acute scarcity, hydrological poverty, without enough water to produce food, or, in many cases, even for basic hygiene. Western affluvialism-driven hydrological poverty visits first in North Africa and the Middle East. Morocco and Egypt have fewer than 1,000 cubic meters per person per year. Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya have fewer than 500. Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Kuwait, and Palestine have less than 300 cubic meters per person per year. Next hydrological poverty battlegrounds. China, India, and the United States. Regions within countries also suffer from acute water shortages. The northern half of China. In India, the northwestern region suffers extreme water scarcity. And the US southwestern states from Texas to California. Water hostilities, fault lines build within societies. Competition builds between citizen farmers, accelerating fast in China, India, and Yemen. The conflicts are between tribes in Kenya, or between villages, as in India and China, or between upstream and downstream water users as in Pakistan and China. Violence and death more and more are the result as in Kenya, Pakistan, and China. Armed bomb, Pakistan's arid southwest province of Balochistan. The population is swelled by Afghan refugees. The provincial capital of Quetta, as noted earlier, is facing a particularly dire situation. With over 1 million people living there now, many of whom are Afghan refugees, the possibility of confrontation over decreasing water resources, or even mass migration from the city, is all too real. Armed water deficit bomb Iraq. Iraq is concerned that dam building on the Euphrates River in Turkey, and, to a lesser degree, Syria will leave it without enough water to meet its basic needs. The flow into Iraq of the Euphrates River has shrunk by half over the last few decades. Israel is exterminating Palestinians by thirst, among other ways. Palestinians experience one of the highest levels of water scarcity in the world. The Israeli population is roughly double that of the Palestinians, but it gets 7 times as much water. 7 times 700% more. How do you spell Holocaust? Genocide? Barbarity? Evil? Oh, sorry. It's only these went unto so-called Jews. Never mind. Peace in the region depends on Israel terminating its practice of stealing and starving Palestine of water. Hydrological poverty areas, growth on track for nearly 3 billion more by 2050. Countries where water tables are already falling are the same countries with fast-growing populations and a resistance to family planning, including Sudan, Iraq, Somalia, Chad, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen. Population must be stabilized in these countries or the world is at risk. Western affluholics have the technologies, social science, funds needed to raise water use efficiency, including more water efficient irrigation, industrial water recycling, and urban water recycling. But do they have the humanity? Probably not. Never mind. Third. Resource rate natural systems under terminal stress. C5. Advanced civilizations collapsing due to environmental destruction. If the soils had remained, even though the cities were destroyed and the populations dispersed, the area might be repeopled again and the cities rebuilt, but now that the soils are gone, all is gone. In 2002, Lesotho, a small country of 2 million people embedded within South Africa, agriculture in Lesotho faces a catastrophic future. Crop production is declining and could cease altogether over large tracts of the country if steps are not taken to reverse soil erosion, degradation, and the decline in soil fertility. Nearly half of the children under 5 in Lesotho are stunted physically. Many, he wrote, are too weak to walk to school. Thank God for afflualism's handmaiden, denial. The health of the people living on the land cannot be separated from the health of the land itself. A large share of the world's 862 million hungry people live on land with soils worn thin by erosion. Mercilessly expanding human demands are putting stresses on forests, rangelands, and fisheries that they cannot and will not withstand. Worldwide, species are now disappearing at 1,000 times the rate at which new species evolve, and estimated 50 to 250 per day. Per day. Each day. Shrinking forests, the many, deadly costs. In 2004, the Philippines finally cracked down on illegal logging, after flash floods and landslides, triggered by rampant deforestation, killed nearly 340 people. In 1989, the government of Thailand announced a nationwide ban on tree cutting following severe flooding, and the heavy loss of life in the landslides. In 1998, following several weeks of record flooding in the Yangtze River Basin and a staggering $30 billion worth of damage, the Chinese government banned all tree cutting in the upper reaches of the basin. Services provided by forests, such as flood control, may be far more valuable to society than the lumber in those forests. The Earth's forested area, beginning of the 20th century, the Earth's forested area was estimated at 5 billion hectares. Note, a hectare is 250% of an acre. Since then it has been shrunk to just under 4 billion hectares, half each tropical and subtropical, 1/5 of all forests, gone. In just 100 years. So far. Tropical forests that are clear-cut, or burned off rarely if ever recover. Only 40% of the world's remaining forest cover can be classified as frontier forest. So really, we've destroyed more than 50% of the natural forests, so far. But we are working at it more furiously than ever. Murderous pressures on forests continue to mount. The use of firewood, paper, and lumber is expanding. Just over half of all wood is used for fuel. In developing countries, fuel wood accounts for nearly 3/4 of the total. Would slowly retreat from the city in an ever larger circle, triggering the development of an industry for charcoal, a more energy-dense, more easily transported form of the wood. Logging for lumber also takes a heavy toll. In almost all cases, logging is done by foreign corporations. They are more interested in maximizing a own time harvest, and once a country's forests are gone, companies move on. Nigeria and the Philippines have both lost their once thriving tropical hardwood export industries, and are now net importers of forest products. Pave paradise, put up a parking lot. Most devastating is the explosive growth of the wood products industry in China. Furniture, flooring, particle board, and other building materials are an exploding segment. China has gone on a logging orgy outside its borders, often illegally, fueled by Western alcoholic consumption, in areas including Indonesia, Myanmar, Papua New Guinea, and Siberia. Now China is moving into the Amazon and the Congo Basin for your new bedroom set. There won't be any wood left for when your kids have a family, but maybe they'll like what you buy. Forest trends. Natural forests in Indonesia and Myanmar will be gone within a decade or so. Papua New Guinea will last 16 years. Those in the Russian Far East, vast though they are, may not last much more than 20 years. So, after 2020, bye-bye. Forest losses from clearing land for farming and ranching, usually by burning, for US. Concentrated in the Brazilian Amazon, the Congo Basin, and Borneo. Guess where our Midwest rainfall comes from? Pumped up there by the Amazon. Brazil, 93% of its Atlantic rainforest is now gone. 93%. Now we are on to destroying the Amazon rainforest. Since 1970 close to 20% has been lost, about 7% per decade. Please pass the steak and McDonald's. Africa's Congo Basin, the world's second largest rainforest, spans 10 countries. It is under assault, primarily from loggers, miners, and farmers, who sell largely to, you guessed it. The near-limitless demand for biodiesel now threatens the remaining tropical forests in Borneo and elsewhere. You can show your kids pictures. Haiti, a country of 9.6 million people, was once largely covered with forests, but growing firewood demand and land clearing for farming have left forests standing on scarcely 4% of its land. First the trees go, then the soil. You think Haiti is an aberration? The last of its kind? It is the first of many, the model of where we are headed, unless you stop this madness. Now. Biologically rich rainforest of Madagascar, an island country with 18 million people, is following in Haiti's footsteps. Trees are cut, either to produce charcoal, or to clear land to grow food. Madagascar could soon become a landscape of scrub growth and sand. Agriculturally prominent south-central Brazil depends on water that is recycled inland via the Amazon rainforest, Earth's lungs, a massive water pump. As more and more land is cleared for grazing and farming, the forest begins to dry out. Weakened rainforest becomes vulnerable to fire as lightning strikes. Approaching a tipping point beyond which it cannot be saved, Earth's lungs, Amazon rainforest, verging on incinerated, and hundreds of billions of tons more CO2 joining the 500 billion tons already frying us. In Africa, deforestation and land clearing are proceeding rapidly as firewood use mounts, and as logging firms clear large tracts of virgin forests. In Malawi, country of 14 million people in East Africa, forest cover has shrunk by nearly a quarter since the early 1970s. Cutting of trees to produce charcoal and to cure tobacco is leading to a sequence of events paralleling that in Haiti. Evapotranspiration, how Earth's lungs work. Driven by energy from the sun, the trees pump water from the water table, through the roots, trunk, and leaves, up into the atmosphere through the process of transpiration. Collectively, the forest pumps millions of liters of water daily to the atmosphere. Given the local climate conditions, this evapotranspiration translates into summer rainfall, helping to sustain crops. When the forests disappear, this rainfall declines and crop yields follow. Total or partial bans on logging emerge in some places. China, New Zealand, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. All too often a ban in one country simply shifts the deforestation to others, or drives illegal logging. Losing soil, the thin layer, that is the foundation of civilization. Typically 6 inches or so deep, formed over long stretches of geological time as new soil formation exceeded the natural rate of erosion. Provided a medium in which plants could grow. In turn, plants protect the soil from erosion. Human activity is decimating this relationship. Within the last century, soil erosion began to exceed new soil formation. A third of all cropland is losing topsoil faster than new soil is forming. The foundation of civilization is crumbling. 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 Dust bowls are as big as continent size, and rapidly growing in frequency. Accelerating soil erosion over the last century can be seen in these massive dust bowls. They form as vegetation is destroyed, and wind erosion soars out of control. Dust bowl in the US Great Plains during the 1930s. Dust bowl in the Soviet Virgin Lands in the 1960s. A huge one that is forming today in northwest China. The one taking shape in the Sahelian region of Africa. Dust bowls are associated with a familiar pattern of overgrazing, deforestation, and agricultural expansion onto marginal land, followed by retrenchment as the soil begins to disappear. Dust bowl satellite images. In 2005, a westward moving dust cloud out of Central Africa shown by NASA is 3,300 miles long. If the storm were relocated to the United States, it would cover the country and extend into the oceans on both coasts. Saharan dust storms, once rare, are now commonplace. They increased tenfold during the last half-century. Most affected are Niger, Chad, Mauritania, northern Nigeria, and Burkina Faso. Mauritania, in Africa's far west, the number of dust storms jumped from 2 a year in the early 1960s to 80 a year today. 80 per year. Drill baby drill. 2 to 3 billion tons of fine soil particles leave Africa each year in dust storms. The Bottle Depression in Chad is the source of an estimated 1.3 billion tons, up tenfold since measurements began in 1947. Not so slowly draining the continent of its fertility and biological productivity, quite literally, its life's blood. Dust storms leaving Africa travel westward across the Atlantic, depositing so much dust in the Caribbean that they cloud the water and damage coral reefs. Water erosion too is a factor. Silting of reservoirs, and in muddy silt-laden rivers flowing into the sea. Pakistan's two large reservoirs, Mangla and Tabala, which store Indus River water for the country's vast irrigation network, are losing roughly 1% of their storage capacity each year as they fill with silt from deforested watersheds. Ethiopia, losing close to 2 billion tons of topsoil a year, washed away by rain. This is one reason Ethiopia always seems to be on the verge of famine, never able to accumulate enough grain reserves to provide a meaningful measure of food security. Ethiopia, as with all countries in the Horn of Africa, have been hit especially hard by the West's burning of coal and oil, and its planet warming. From grassland to desert, 1/10 of the Earth's land surface is cropland. An area 4 times this size is rangeland, too dry, too steeply sloping, or not fertile enough to sustain crop production, but which supports the majority of the world's 3.3 billion cattle, sheep, and goats. These livestock are ruminants. 200 million people worldwide make their living as pastoralists tending cattle, sheep, and goats, in Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, Mongolia, and northwest China. Controlling overgrazing is difficult. Almost half of all grasslands are lightly to moderately degraded. 5% are severely degraded. Growth in livestock numbers tracks that in human numbers. Demands of the livestock industry now often exceed grassland carrying capacity by half or more. In 1950, 238 million Africans relied on 273 million livestock. By 2006, there were nearly 926 million people and 738 million livestock. Iran. 71 million people, 9 million cattle and 80 million sheep and goats, the source of wool for its fabled drug-making industry. Iran's rangelands are deteriorating from overstocking. China. In China's western and northern provinces, sheep and goats are destroying the land's protective vegetation. The wind then does the rest, removing the soil and converting productive rangeland into desert. Fodder needs not being met. Fodder needs of livestock in nearly all developing countries now exceed the sustainable yield of rangelands and other forage resources. In India, the demand for fodder greatly outpaces the supply, leaving millions of emaciated, unproductive cattle. Africa. Countries across the north of Africa are being squeezed by the northward advance of the Sahara. Sahel, a region where farming and herding overlap, from Senegal and Mauritania in the west to Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia in the east. Explosive demands of growing human and livestock numbers are converting land into desert, accelerated due to warming by Western coal and oil. The deserts are steadily advancing. Desertification. It is the process of converting productive land to wasteland through overuse and mismanagement. Anything that removes protective grass or trees leaves soil vulnerable to wind and water erosion. In the early stages of desertification, the finer particles of soil are removed by the wind, creating the dust storms. Then the coarser particles of sand are also carried by the wind in localized sandstorms. Large-scale desertification is concentrated in Africa and Asia, two regions that together contain 5 billion of the world's 6.7 billion people. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country. Nigeria's human population grew from 34 million in 1950 to 145 million in 2006. Livestock population grew from roughly 6 million to 67 million, an 11-fold increase. The northern part of the country is slowly turning to desert. Iran is also losing its battle with the desert. 2002 sandstorms buried 124 villages in the southeastern province, forcing their abandonment. Drifting sands had covered grazing areas, starving livestock and depriving villagers of their livelihood. Afghanistan. The Rajasthan Desert is migrating westward, encroaching on agricultural areas. Northwest, sand dunes are moving onto agricultural land in the upper reaches of the Amu Darya Basin, their path cleared by the loss of stabilizing vegetation from firewood gathering and overgrazing. Sand dunes form up to 15 meters high, blocking roads, forcing residents to establish new routes. China's desertification may be the worst in the world. Between 1950 and 1975, an average of 1,560 square kilometers of land turned to desert each year. 1975 and 1987, this climbed to 2,100 square kilometers a year, an acceleration of 34%. Then until the century's end, it jumped to 3,600 square kilometers of land going to desert annually, a doubling, a 100% jump in just 25 years. China is now at war. It is not invading armies that are claiming its territory, but expanding deserts. Over the last half-century, some 24,000 villages in northern and western China have been entirely or partly abandoned as a result of being overrun by drifting sand. Ten massive dust storms from China per year originate in the northwestern area and western Mongolia. On April 18, 2001, the western United States from the Arizona border north to Canada was blanketed with dust. Measuring 1,800 kilometers, 1,200 miles, across when it left China, the storm carried millions of tons of topsoil, a resource that will take centuries to replace through natural processes. April 12, 2002, South Korea was engulfed by a huge dust storm from China that left people in Seoul literally gasping for breath. Koreans have come to dread the arrival of what they now call the fifth season, the dust storms of late winter and early spring. Overgrazing is the principal culprit. Latin America. Deserts are expanding in both Brazil and Mexico. Brazil economic losses from desertification are estimated at $300 million per year, much of it concentrated in the country's northeast. Degradation of cropland now prompts some 700,000 Mexicans to leave the land each year in search of jobs in nearby cities or in the United States. Stopping the conversion of productive land to desert may now rest on stopping the growth in human and livestock numbers. Collapsing fisheries. After World War II, accelerating population growth and steadily rising incomes drove the demand for seafood upward at a record pace. Advances in fishing technologies, including huge refrigerated processing ships that enabled trawlers to exploit distant oceans, enabled fishers to respond to the growing world demand. Oceanic fish catch climbed from 19 million tons in 1950 to its historic high of 93 million tons in 1997. "75% of fisheries are being fished beyond their sustainable capacity. Many are in decline and some have collapsed." Oceanic harvests expanded as new technologies evolved, ranging from sonar for tracking schools of fish to vast drift nets that are collectively long enough to circle the earth many times. Over 90% of the large fish in the oceans had disappeared over the last 50 years, from giant blue marlin to mighty bluefin tuna, from tropical groupers to Antarctic cod. Fisheries are collapsing throughout the world. The 500-year-old cod fishery of Canada failed in the early 1990s, putting some 40,000 fishers and fish processors out of work. Fisheries off the coast of New England were not far behind. Europe, cod fisheries are in decline, approaching a free fall, may have been depleted to the point of no return. Countries that fail to meet nature's deadlines for halting overfishing face fishery decline and collapse. Atlantic stocks of the heavily fished bluefin tuna, a large specimen of which, headed for Tokyo's sushi restaurants, can bring in $100,000, have been cut by a staggering 94%. Caspian Sea sturgeon, source of the world's most prized caviar, fell from a record 27,700 tons in 1977 to just 461 tons in 2000, a 98% decline in 30 years. U.S. Chesapeake Bay, which yielded more than 35 million pounds of oysters per year a half-century ago, now produces scarcely 1 million pounds per year, a 96% decline in 50 years. Deadly combination of overharvesting, pollutants, oyster disease, and siltation from soil erosion is responsible. Fisheries are collapsing. The history of EU fishery management and the reduction of quotas has been a matter of too little, too late. Fisheries are collapsing throughout the world. Fisheries collapse puts more pressure on those that remain. With restrictions on the catch in overfished EU waters, the heavily subsidized EU fishing fleet has turned to the west coast of Africa, competing there with fleets from China, Japan, Russia, South Korea, and Taiwan. For impoverished countries like Mauritania and Guinea-Bissau, income from fishing licenses can account for up to half of government revenue. Africans, their fisheries too are collapsing, stolen by European alcoholics. Senegal, where local fishers with small boats once could quickly fill their craft with fish, on many days now they cannot catch enough fish to cover even their fuel costs. Poverty came to Senegal with these fishing agreements. My God, 39-year-old fisherman and father of 6, Sale Samba, had each 2 of the 3 fishing boats he used to harvest octopus. You used to be able to fish right in the port, he said, but now the only thing you can catch here is water. The spawning areas 90% of fish residing in the ocean rely on coastal wetlands, mangrove swamps, or rivers. Well over 50% of the mangrove forests in tropical and subtropical countries have been lost. Disappearance of coastal wetlands in industrial countries is even greater than 50%. Italy, whose coastal wetlands are the nurseries for many Mediterranean fisheries, the loss is a whopping 95%. Coral reefs as breeding grounds for fish, soon to be no more. Damage to coral reefs from higher ocean temperatures and ocean acidification caused by higher atmospheric carbon dioxide levels. Damage from pollution and sedimentation results in 70% and a mortal threat, threatening these breeding grounds for fish in tropical and subtropical waters. Between 2000 and 2004 those that had lost 90% of live corals expanded from 11% to 20%. 24% of the remaining reefs are at risk of imminent collapse, 26% facing significant loss in the next few decades. As the reefs deteriorate, so do the fisheries that depend on them. Coral reefs in the Caribbean. 35% of these reefs are threatened by sewage discharge, water-based sediment, and pollution from fertilizer. 15% are threatened by pollution from cruise ship discharges. Caribbean coral reefs supply goods and services worth at least $3.1 billion per year. Coral reefs of the Red Sea, facing extinction due to destructive fishing practices, dredging, sedimentation, and sewage discharge. Everything that reduces sunlight penetration in the sea impairs the growth of corals, leading to die-off. Pollution dead zones, created by nutrient runoff from fertilizer and from sewage discharge. In the United States, the Mississippi River carries nutrients from the Corn Belt and sewage from cities along its route into the Gulf of Mexico. Nutrient surge creates huge algal blooms that then die and decompose, consuming the free oxygen in the water, leading to the death of fish. This creates a dead zone each summer in the Gulf that can reach the size of New Jersey. 2006 there were more than 200 dead zones in the world's oceans and seas, up from 149 2 years earlier, increasing 15% per year. The Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the Gulf of Thailand, Ghana's Fosu Lagoon, and Uruguay's Montevideo Bay are adding to the list of oceanic deserts. Worldwide demand for seafood can't be satisfied by the oceanic fish catch. It could be by expanding fish farming, but once fish are put in ponds or cages they have to be fed, most often corn and soybean meal, putting further pressure on land resources. Disappearing plants and animals. There have been 5 great extinctions since life began, each representing an evolutionary setback, a wholesale impoverishment of life on Earth. The last of these mass extinctions occurred some 65 million years ago, most likely when an asteroid collided with Earth, causing an abrupt cooling obliterated the dinosaurs and at least 1/5 of all other extant life forms. We are now in the early stage of the 6th great extinction, and you're the cause. This one is of human origin. As various life forms disappear, they diminish the services provided by nature, such as pollination, seed dispersal, insect control, and nutrient cycling. This tears huge gaps in the web of life, never to be repaired. Incineration of tropical rainforests. We are in effect burning one of the great repositories of genetic information. Our descendants will one day view the wholesale burning of this genetic library much as the burning of the library in Alexandria in 48 BC. Habitat alteration decimates both plant and animal species. Habitat alteration from rising temperatures, chemical pollution, or the introduction of exotic species, take your pick. We cannot separate our fate from that of all life on the earth, our mother. If the rich diversity of life that we inherited is continually impoverished, eventually we will be impoverished as well. Birds, mammals, and fish all share the fact that they are vulnerable or in immediate danger of extinction, now measured in double digits. 12% of the world's nearly 10,000 bird species, 20% of the world's 5,416 mammal species, and 39% of the fish species analyzed. Among mammals, 296 known species of primates other than humans are most at risk. 114 of these species are threatened with extinction. 95 of the world's primate species live in Brazil, where habitat destruction poses a particular threat. Hunting too is a threat, particularly in West and Central Africa, where the deteriorating food situation and newly constructed logging roads. Bonobos of West Africa may be our closest living relative. Their numbers fell from an estimated 100,000 in 1980 to as few as 10,000 today. In one human generation, 90% of the bonobos have disappeared. Birds are a useful indicator of the diversity of life. There are 9,817 known bird species. 70% are declining in number. 1,217 species are in imminent danger of extinction. 12%. Habitat loss and degradation affect 91% of all threatened bird species. 61 bird species have become locally extinct, with the extensive loss of lowland rainforest in Singapore. Great bustard, once widespread in Pakistan and surrounding countries, is being hunted to extinction. 10 of the world's 17 species of penguins, 59%, are threatened or endangered, potential victims of global warming. Britain's most popular songbirds. Within the last 30 years, willow warbler, the song thrush, and the spotted flycatcher have fallen 50 to 80%. No one seems to know why, although there is speculation that habitat destruction and pesticides may be playing a role. Honeybee. Principal pollinator of U.S. fruit and vegetable crops. 2007 survey found bees in nearly 1/4 of U.S. bee colonies had simply disappeared. Colony collapse disorder. Large numbers of colonies have suffered the same fate in Europe, Brazil, and Guatemala. And French mad bee disease. World could face an unprecedented disruption of fruit and vegetable production. Threat to fish, may be the greatest of all. Overfishing, water pollution, and the excessive extraction of water from rivers and other freshwater ecosystems. North America, in lakes and streams, 65% threatened, endangered, or of special concern. 1/3 of the 97 fish species in South Africa need special protection. Leatherback turtle, one of the most ancient animals. Can reach 800 pounds. Disappearing, 115,000 in 1982 to 34,500 in 1996, a 70% reduction in just 14 years. Costa Rica's west coast, the number of nesting females dropped from 1,504 in 1989 to 62 in 2003, a drop of 96%. Agricultural expansion now underway in Brazil, among the fastest growing threats to the diversity of plant and animal life today. Land is cleared to graze cattle, plant soybeans, and, more recently, produce sugarcane for ethanol. Government lacks enforcement capacity. Introduction of non-native species. Non-native species may be responsible for 29% of the threatened bird species. In this new world, protecting the diversity of life on Earth is no longer simply a matter of setting aside tracts of land, fencing them off, and calling them parks and preserves. Success in this effort depends also on stabilizing both climate and population, now. On the plus side, we now have more information on the state of the Earth and the life on it than ever before. Knowledge is not a substitute for action, it is a prerequisite for saving the Earth's natural systems and the civilization that they support. I3rd. Restore, live within Earth resources. C8. Bottom line highlights. Protect, restore forests. Reduce wood use. Recycle paper. Efficient third world stoves, energy, wood, sun, wind. Sustainable forestry. Reconstituted wood. Equatorial tree plantations. Reforest waste, eroded land. Conserve, rebuild soils. Conservation tillage, reduce herd size. Bring forage to herd. Global clear-cut ban. Regenerate fisheries. Reduce fertilizer, sewage runoff. End fishery subsidies. Protect diversity. Water management, for fish. Parks, reserves. Plant trees to sequester carbon, billions. End deforestation. The Earth Restoration Budget. Reforest the earth, protect topsoil, restore rangelands and fisheries, stabilize water tables, and protect biological diversity. Note, forested area is already expanding in the Northern Hemisphere's industrial countries. Reforestation costs. The focus is on developing countries. Seedlings cost $40 per thousand, 4 cents each, $80 per hectare, at 2,000 seedlings per hectare. Planting labor largely voluntary, $400 per hectare including seedlings. With a total of 150 million hectares to be planted over the next decade, this will come to roughly 15 million hectares per year at $400 each for an annual expenditure of $6 billion. Reducing erosion to the rate of new soil formation or below. 2 principal steps. First, retire the highly erodible land that cannot sustain cultivation. The estimated 1/10 of the world's cropland that accounts for perhaps half of all excess erosion. For the United States, that has meant retiring 14 million hectares, $125 per hectare. In total, annual payments to farmers to plant this land in grass or trees under 10-year contracts approach $2 billion. Second, conservation practices on vulnerable land that is subject to excessive erosion, that is, erosion that exceeds the natural rate of new soil formation. Incentives to encourage farmers to adopt conservation practices such as contour farming, strip cropping, and, increasingly, minimum till or no-till farming in the United States total roughly $1 billion per year. The total for the world to retire vulnerable land would be roughly $16 billion annually. Rangeland protection and restoration. UN estimates that it would cost roughly $183 billion over a 20-year restoration period, or $9 billion per year. Improved rangeland management, financial incentives to eliminate overstocking, and revegetation with appropriate rest periods when grazing would be banned. Every dollar invested in rangeland restoration yields a return of $2.50 in income from the increased productivity of the rangeland ecosystem. Restoration of oceanic fisheries. Establishment of a worldwide network of marine reserves, which would cover roughly 30% of the ocean's surface. Estimated range of expenditures centers on $13 billion per year. Wildlife protection. Shortfall in funding needed to manage and to protect existing areas designated as parks comes to roughly $25 billion a year. Additional areas needed, including those encompassing the biologically diverse hotspots not yet included in designated parks, would cost perhaps another $6 billion a year, yielding a total of $31 billion. Stabilizing water tables. Disseminating the results. Work through agricultural extension services. Work through the water users associations. Requires knowledge of the amount of water being pumped and aquifer recharge rates. In most countries this information is simply not available. May mean installing meters on irrigation well pumps, as has been done in Jordan and Mexico. Removing subsidies will effectively raise the price of water, thus encouraging its more efficient use. It will take additional expenditures of $10 billion. Restoring the Earth. Restoring the Earth will require additional expenditures of $113 billion per year. Many will ask, can the world afford this? But the only appropriate question is, can the world afford to not make these investments? Brown's expanded version. Restoring the Earth. We live because Earth's natural systems have been there for us, for goods, ranging from building materials to seafood. Services, ranging from flood control to crop pollination. We are in trouble. Our young are pretty much screwed. Croplands are eroding. Harvests are shrinking. Water tables are falling. Wells are going dry. Grasslands are turning to desert. Livestock are dying. If civilization's environmental support systems continue to decline, civilization itself will follow. Where we are headed. The benefits of resource conservation at the most basic level are still out of reach for many. Ecological and social collapses have reinforced each other in a downward spiral into poverty, environmental degradation, social injustice, disease, and violence. Unfortunately, this situation is what lies ahead for more and more countries if we do not restore the Earth's health. Restoring the Earth, effort of the magnitude and demands of the Marshall Plan, but global, must be undertaken at wartime speed. Now, we don't get to set the time frames. Mother Nature has the clock. Otherwise, environmental deterioration translates into economic decline and state failure, just as it did for earlier civilizations that violated nature's thresholds and ignored its deadlines. Protecting and restoring forests, 4 billion hectares of remaining forests, and replanting those lost, are both essential for restoring the Earth's health, and an important foundation for the new economy. All depends on simultaneously 1. Reducing pressure on forests, and on 2. Reforestation. No forests, no reducing rainfall runoff and the associated flooding and soil erosion, recycling rainfall inland, and aquifer recharge. All depend on simultaneously reducing pressure on forests and on reforestation. Reducing wood use, a vast unrealized potential in all countries, to lessen the demands that are shrinking the Earth's forest cover. Industrial nations, the greatest opportunity lies in reducing the quantity of wood used to make paper. And in developing countries it depends on reducing fuel wood use. Paper recycling. Rates of paper recycling in the top 10 paper producing countries range widely. China and Finland on the low end, recycling 33 and 38% of the paper they use. South Korea and Germany on the high end, at 77 and 66%. US 50% in 2005. If every country recycled as much of its paper as South Korea does, the amount of wood pulp used to produce paper worldwide would drop by 1/3. Paper epitomizes the throwaway mentality, an enormous possibility for reducing paper use simply by replacing facial tissues, paper napkins, disposable diapers, and paper shopping bags with reusable cloth alternatives. The largest single demand on trees, the need for fuel, accounts for just over half of all wood removed from forests. Kenya, wood, solar stoves. U.S. Agency for International Development, AID. A more promising project is the distribution of 780,000 highly efficient wood cook stoves in Kenya that not only use far less wood than a traditional stove, but also pollute less. Also the site of a solar cooker project sponsored by Solar Cookers International. Made from cardboard and aluminum foil, and costing $10 each, cook slowly, much like a crock pot. Requiring less than 2 hours of sunshine to cook a complete meal, they can greatly reduce firewood use at little cost. They can also be used to pasteurize water, thus saving lives. Developing alternative energy sources, key to reducing forest pressure in developing countries. Replacing firewood with solar thermal cookers. Or even with electric hot plates fed by wind-generated electricity. Lighten the load on forests. Despite the high value to society of intact forests, only about 290 million hectares of global forest area are legally protected from logging. An additional 1.4 billion hectares are economically unavailable for harvesting because of geographic inaccessibility or low-value wood. Of the remaining area available for exploitation, 665 million hectares are undisturbed by humans and nearly 900 million hectares are semi-natural and not in plantations. The Philippines, for example, banned logging in most remaining old-growth and virgin forests, largely because the country has become so vulnerable to flooding, erosion, and landslides. Once covered by rich stands of tropical hardwood forests, years of massive clear-cutting lost the forest's products as well as its services, and became a net importer of forest products. Sustainable forestry, Another way to protect forests, if only mature trees are felled, and on a selective basis, a forest and its productivity can be maintained in perpetuity. 1997 Alliance for Forest Conservation and Sustainable Use. In mid-2005, the Alliance announced a goal of reducing global net deforestation to zero by 2020. Additional forest product certification programs inform environmentally conscious consumers. Sustainable management of the forest, where wood products originate. The most rigorous international program, certified by a group of NGOs, is the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC. Reconstituted wood, substituting for natural wood as the world lumber and construction industries adapt to a shrinking supply of large logs from natural forests. Where wood comes from. Production of roundwood, logs, on plantations is estimated at 432 million cubic meters per year, accounting for 12% of world wood production. This means that the lion's share, some 88% of the world timber harvest, comes from natural forest stands. 6 countries account for 60% of tree plantations. China, which has little original forest remaining, is by far the largest, with 54 million hectares of plantations. India and the United States follow, at 17 million hectares each. Russia, Canada, and Sweden are close behind. Tree plantations moving toward equator, shifting geographically to the moist tropics. Grain yields tend to rise with distance from the equator and the longer summer growing days. Tree plantation yields rise with proximity to the equator and year-round growing conditions. In eastern Canada, the average hectare of forest plantation produces 4 cubic meters of wood per year. In the southeastern United States, where US plantations are concentrated, the yield is 10 cubic meters, 2.5 tims. But in Brazil, newer plantations may be getting close to 40 cubic meters 10 times. Tree plantations moving toward equator. While corn yields in the United States are nearly triple those in Brazil, timber yields are the reverse, favoring Brazil by nearly 4 to 1. To satisfy a given demand for wood, Brazil requires only 1/4 as much land as the United States, which helps explain why growth in pulp capacity is now concentrated in equatorial regions. Plantations. Plantations can sometimes be profitably established on already deforested, often degraded, land. Can also come at the expense of existing forests. There is competition with agriculture as well, since land that is suitable for crops is also good for growing trees. Water scarcity is yet another constraint. Fast-growing plantations require abundant moisture. Plantation projections. UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, projects that as plantation area expands and yields rise, the harvest could more than double during the next 3 decades. It is entirely conceivable that plantations could one day satisfy most of the world's demand for industrial wood, thus helping to protect the world's remaining forests. Deforested land. Vast areas of deforested land can be used to grow trillions of trees bred for food, mostly nuts, fuel, and other purposes. Nuts used to supplement meat as a source of high-quality protein in developing country diets. Trees grown on this deforested land being converted into ethanol for automotive fuel. Reforesting highly erodible land. Some highly erodible agricultural land in industrial countries has been reforested by natural regrowth. New England's forest cover has increased from a low of roughly 1/3 2 centuries ago to 4/5 today, slowly regaining its original health and diversity. Similar situation exists now in parts of the former Soviet Union, and in several East European countries. Millions of hectares of farmland are now returning to forest. South Korea, model forest of world. When the Korean War ended, half a century ago, the mountainous country was largely deforested. Beginning around 1960, the South Korean government launched a national reforestation effort. Relying on the formation of village cooperatives, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized to dig trenches and to create terraces for supporting trees on barren mountains. Today forests cover 65% of the country, an area of roughly 6 million hectares. Conserving and rebuilding soils. Preserving the biological productivity of highly erodible cropland depends on planting it in grass or trees, before it becomes wasteland. The 1930s Dust Bowl that threatened to turn the US Great Plains into a vast desert was a traumatic experience that led to revolutionary changes in American agricultural practices, including the planting of tree shelter belts, rows of trees planted beside fields to slow wind, and thus reduce wind erosion, and strip cropping, the planting of wheat on alternate strips with fallowed land each year. Strip cropping permits soil moisture to accumulate on the fallowed strips, while the alternating planted strips reduce wind speed and hence erosion on the idled land. U.S. soil conservation. In 1985, the U.S. Congress, with strong support from the environmental community, created the Conservation Reserve Program, CRP, to reduce soil erosion and control overproduction of basic commodities. By 1990 there were some 14 million hectares, 35 million acres, of highly erodible land with permanent vegetative cover under 10-year contracts. Under this program, farmers were paid to plant fragile cropland to grass or trees. The retirement of 14 million hectares under the CRP, together with the use of conservation practices on 37% of all cropland, reduced US soil erosion from 3.1 billion tons to 1.9 billion tons during the 15 years between 1982 and 1997. The US approach offers a model for the rest of the world. Conservation tillage, both no-till and minimum tillage. Farmers simply drill seeds directly through crop residues into undisturbed soil, controlling weeds with herbicides, leaving the remainder of the soil undisturbed, covered by crop residues, and thus resistant to both water and wind erosion. In addition to reducing erosion, this practice helps retain water, raises soil carbon content, and reduces energy use. 1990s Soil Conservation Plan required. No-till area went from 7 million hectares in 1990 to 25 million hectares in 2004, a 4 times increase. Now widely used in the production of corn and soybeans. No-till has spread rapidly in the Western Hemisphere. Sub-Saharan Africa. Desert moving southward all across the Sahel, from Senegal on the west coast to Djibouti on the east coast. Growing displacement of people as grasslands and croplands turn to desert. African Union has launched the Green Wall Sahara Initiative. Calls for the planting of 300 million trees on 3 million hectares of land. In a long band stretching across Africa. China. China is likewise planting a belt of trees to protect land from the expanding Gobi Desert. Projected to reach some 4,480 kilometers, 2,800 miles, in length, stretching from outer Beijing through Inner Mongolia. China is paying farmers in the threatened provinces to plant their cropland in trees. The goal is to plant trees on 10 million hectares of grainland, easily 1/10 of China's current grainland area. China. The Helin County, Inner Mongolia, strategy centers on replacing the large number of sheep and goats with dairy cattle, increasing the number of dairy animals from 30,000 in 2002 to 150,000 by 2007. A 5 times change toward cattle. The cattle are kept within restricted areas, feeding on corn stalks, wheat straw, and the harvest from a drought-tolerant forage crop resembling alfalfa, which is grown on reclaimed land. Local officials estimate that this program will double incomes within the county during this decade. 1. Reduce herd size. 2. Bring the forage to them. The only viable way to eliminate overgrazing on the 2/5 of the Earth's land surface classified as rangelands is to reduce the size of flocks and herds. Not only do the excessive numbers of cattle, and particularly sheep and goats, remove the vegetation, but their hoofs pulverize the protective crust of soil that is formed by rainfall and that naturally checks wind erosion. In some situations, the only viable option is to keep the animals in restricted areas, bringing the forage to them. India. which has successfully adopted this practice for its thriving dairy industry, is a model for other countries. Need a worldwide ban on the clear-cutting of forests, in favor of selective harvesting. With each clear cut there are heavy soil losses until the forest regenerates. Thus with each subsequent cutting, productivity declines further. Restoring the Earth's tree and grass cover, as well as practicing conservation agriculture, protects soil from erosion, reduces flooding, and sequesters carbon. It is one way we can restore the Earth, so that it can support the next generations. Regenerating fisheries, reserves that cover 30% of the world's oceans, would cost $12-14 billion a year. This did not take into account the likely additional income from recovering fisheries, which would reduce the actual cost. Would create more than 1 million jobs. Annual oceanic fish catch worth $70-80 billion. Our study suggests that we could afford to conserve the seas and their resources in perpetuity, and for less than we are now spending on subsidies to exploit them unsustainably. If you put areas off limits to fishing, there is no more effective way of allowing things to live longer, grow larger, and produce more offspring. Case studies. Snapper fishery off the coast of New England. Local population of snapper increase 40-fold. Gulf of Maine. All fishing methods that put ground fish at risk were banned within 3 marine reserves totaling 17,000 square kilometers. Scallops flourished in this undisturbed environment, and their populations increased by up to 14-fold within 5 years. Greatly increased the scallop population outside the reserves. Within a year or two of establishing a marine reserve, population densities increased 91%, average fish size went up 31%, and species diversity rose 20 to 40%. Reduce fertilizer runoff and untreated sewage. Creates the world's 200 or so dead zones. Eliminate fishery subsidies. Now so many fishing trawlers that their catch potential is nearly double any yield the oceans can sustain. Managing a network of marine reserves governing 30% of the oceans will cost only $12-14 billion, less than the $22 billion in harmful subsidies that governments dole out today to fishers. Protecting plant and animal diversity. 2 steps essential to protecting the Earth's extraordinary biological diversity are the stabilization of both the human population and the Earth's climate. If the world's population increases to 9 billion by mid-century as projected, countless more plant and animal species may simply be crowded off the planet. If carbon dioxide levels and temperatures continue to rise, every ecosystem will change. Protecting plant and animal diversity. As it becomes more difficult to raise land productivity, continuing population growth will force farmers to clear ever more tropical forests in the Amazon and Congo basins and the outer islands of Indonesia. 3. Water management for fish. At a time of growing water shortages, key to protecting freshwater and marine species, when rivers are drained dry to satisfy growing human needs for irrigation, and for urban water, fish species cannot survive. 4. Parks and reserves. Some 13% of the Earth's land area is now included in parks and nature preserves. Many exist only on paper. Biodiversity hotspots, especially rich biologically. The 34 hotspots identified once covered nearly 16% of the Earth's land surface, but, largely because of habitat destruction, they now cover less than 3%. 1973 The United States Endangered Species Act prohibited any activities, such as clearing new land for agriculture and housing developments or draining wetlands, that would threaten an endangered species. Potential leverage point in battling global warming, because of the need to protect species particularly threatened by warmer temperatures, including coral and polar bears. If we cannot stabilize human numbers and stabilize the climate, there is not an ecosystem on Earth that we can save. Planting trees to sequester carbon. As of 2007, the shrinking forests in the tropical regions were releasing 2.2 billion tons of carbon per year. Meanwhile, expanding forests in the temperate regions were absorbing 0.7 billion tons of carbon annually. On balance, a net of some 1.5 billion tons of carbon were being released into the atmosphere each year, contributing to global warming. Tropical deforestation. Asia is driven primarily by the fast-growing demand for timber. Latin America, by contrast, it is the growing demand for soybeans and beef that is deforesting the Amazon. Africa, it is mostly the gathering of fuel wood and the clearing of new land for agriculture as existing cropland is degraded and abandoned. Two countries, Indonesia and Brazil, account for more than half of all deforestation. Plan B goals. 1. End net deforestation worldwide. 2. Sequester carbon through a variety of tree planting initiatives. 3. Adoption of improved agricultural land management practices. Today, because the Earth's forests are shrinking, they are a major source of CO2. The goal is to expand the Earth's tree cover, growing more trees to soak up CO2. Environmental reasons have pushed bans. Thailand, the Philippines, and China. All three bans were imposed following devastating floods and mudslides resulting from the loss of forest cover. Record losses from several weeks of non-stop flooding in the Yangtze River Basin through those of society as a whole. It simply did not make economic sense to continue deforesting. The flood control service of trees standing, they said, was 3 times as valuable as the timber from trees cut. Beijing then took the unusual step of paying the loggers to become tree planters to reforest instead of deforest. Brazil's Amazon rainforest. If it continues to shrink, it will also continue to dry out, becoming vulnerable to fire. If the Amazon rainforest disappears, it would be replaced largely by desert and scrub forestland. The capacity of the rainforest to cycle water to the interior, including to the agricultural areas to the south, would be lost. At this point, a fast unfolding local environmental calamity would become an economic disaster, and because the burning Amazon would release billions of tons of carbon into the atmosphere, it would accelerate global warming. Deforestation a global concern now, no longer just a matter of local flooding, but also rising seas worldwide, and the many other effects of climate change. Nature has just raised the ante on protecting forests. Reaching zero net deforestation will require reducing the pressures to deforest that come from population growth, rising affluence, the construction of ethanol distilleries and biodiesel refineries, and the fast-growing use of paper. Halting population growth as soon as possible, and, for the Earth's affluent residents who are responsible for the growing demand for beef and soybeans, that is deforesting the Amazon basin, it means moving down the food chain. May require a ban on the construction of additional biodiesel refineries and ethanol distilleries. Potential for foresting wasteland to sequester carbon. There are 1.86 billion hectares of degraded land in the world. Half of this, or 930 million hectares, has a decent chance of being profitably reclaimed. 840 million hectares, 91% of this total, are in the tropical regions, where reclamation would mean much higher rates, 4 times, of carbon sequestration. Maximum technical potential of these 930 million hectares is to absorb roughly 21.6 billion tons of CO2 per year, about 2/3 of what we put up there every year. Potential for foresting wasteland to sequester carbon. If carbon sequestration were valued at $210 per ton of carbon, an estimated 18% of this technical potential could be realized. This would mean planting 171 million hectares of land to trees would sequester 3.5 billion tons of CO2 per year, or over 950 million tons of carbon. Potential for foresting wasteland to sequester carbon. The total cost of sequestering carbon at $210 per ton would be $200 billion. Spread over a decade, this would mean investing $20 billion a year to give climate stabilization a large and potentially decisive boost. This plan to remove atmospheric CO2, most of it put there by industrial countries, would be funded by them. billion tree campaign, inspired by Kenyan Nobel laureate Wingamat Thor, had earlier organized women in Kenya and several nearby countries to plant 30 million trees. As of October 2007, that it had received pledges to plant a total of 1.2 billion trees by year-end. 431 million already had been planted. Mexico pledged to plant 250 million trees. Ethiopia promised to plant 60 million trees. Senegal signed up for 20 million trees. Study of Cheyenne, Wyoming, to Berkeley, California. For every dollar spent on planting and caring for trees, the benefits to the community exceeded $2. A mature tree canopy in a city shades buildings and can reduce air temperatures by 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit, thus reducing the energy needed for air conditioning. In cities with severe winters like Cheyenne, the reduction of winter wind speed by evergreen trees cuts heating costs. Real estate values on tree-lined streets are typically 3 to 6% higher than where there are few or no trees. The Earth Restoration Budget. Reforest the earth, protect topsoil, restore rangelands and fisheries, stabilize water tables, and protect biological diversity. Note, forested area is already expanding in the northern hemisphere's industrial countries. Reforestation costs. The focus is on developing countries. Meeting the growing fuel wood demand in developing countries will require an estimated 55 million additional hectares of forested area. Conserving soils and restoring hydrological stability would require roughly another 100 million hectares located in thousands of watersheds in developing countries. An additional 30 million hectares will be needed to produce lumber, paper, and other forest products. Reforestation costs. The focus is on developing countries. Only a small share from plantations. Mostly on outskirts of villages, along field boundaries and roads, on small plots of marginal land, and on denuded hillsides. Labor for this will be local, some will be paid labor, some volunteer. Much of it will be rural off-season labor. Reforestation costs. The focus is on developing countries. Seedlings cost $40 per thousand, 4 cents each, $80 per hectare, at 2,000 seedlings per hectare. Planting labor largely voluntary, $400 per hectare including seedlings. With a total of 150 million hectares to be planted over the next decade, this will come to roughly 15 million hectares per year at $400 each for an annual expenditure of $6 billion. Reducing erosion to the rate of new soil formation or below. 2 principal steps. First, retire the highly erodible land that cannot sustain cultivation. The estimated 1/10 of the world's cropland that accounts for perhaps half of all excess erosion. For the United States, that has meant retiring 14 million hectares, $125 per hectare. In total annual payments to farmers to plant this land in grass or trees under 10-year contracts approach $2 billion. Second, conservation practices on vulnerable land that is subject to excessive erosion, that is, erosion that exceeds the natural rate of new soil formation. Incentives to encourage farmers to adopt conservation practices such as contour farming, strip cropping, and, increasingly, minimum till or no-till farming in the United States total roughly $1 billion per year. The total for the world to retire vulnerable land would be roughly $16 billion annually. Rangeland protection and restoration. UN estimates that it would cost roughly $183 billion over a 20-year restoration period, or $9 billion per year. Improved rangeland management, financial incentives to eliminate overstocking, and revegetation with appropriate rest periods, when grazing would be banned. Every dollar invested in rangeland restoration yields a return of $2.50 in income from the increased productivity of the rangeland ecosystem. Restoring rangelands. Countries with large pastoral populations, where the rangeland deterioration is concentrated, are invariably among the world's poorest. Ignoring the deterioration brings a loss not only of land productivity but of livelihood, and ultimately leads to millions of refugees. Restoration of oceanic fisheries. Establishment of a worldwide network of marine reserves, which would cover roughly 30% of the ocean's surface. Estimated range of expenditures centers on $13 billion per year. Wildlife protection. Shortfall in funding needed to manage and to protect existing areas designated as parks comes to roughly $25 billion a year. Additional areas needed, including those encompassing the biologically diverse hotspots not yet included in designated parks, would cost perhaps another $6 billion a year, yielding a total of $31 billion. Stabilizing water tables. The key to stabilizing water tables is raising water productivity. Research to develop more water-efficient irrigation practices and technologies, dissemination of these research findings to farmers, economic incentives that encourage farmers to adopt and use these improved irrigation practices and technologies. Only about 1/5 of the world's cropland is irrigated. Stabilizing water tables. Disseminating the results. Work through agricultural extension services. Work through the water users associations. Requires knowledge of the amount of water being pumped and aquifer recharge rates. In most countries this information is simply not available. May mean installing meters on irrigation well pumps, as has been done in Jordan and Mexico. Removing subsidies will effectively raise the price of water, thus encouraging its more efficient use. It will take additional expenditures of $10 billion. Restoring the Earth. Restoring the Earth will require additional expenditures of $113 billion per year. Many will ask, can the world afford this? But the only appropriate question is, can the world afford to not make these investments? Bottom line highlights. Protect, restore forests. Reduce wood use. Recycle paper. Efficient third world stoves, energy, wood, sun, wind. Sustainable forestry. Reconstituted wood. Equatorial tree plantations. Reforest waste, eroded land. Conserve, rebuild soils. Conservation tillage. Reduce herd size. Bring forage to herd. Global clear-cut ban. Regenerate fisheries. Reduce fertilizer, sewage runoff. End fishery subsidies. Protect diversity. Water management, for fish. Parks, reserves. Plant trees to sequester carbon, billions. End deforestation. J4th carbon oil, 20th century's fatal seductress. C2. Oil, our deadly mercenary army, our central addiction of the 20th century. In 1900 the world produced 150 million barrels of oil, and, now in the early 21st century, 28 billion barrels per year, an 180-fold increase. Cheap oil has enabled our food production explosion, along with our explosion in population, urbanization, and mobility. Oil's been like having tens of personal slaves each, objectively, for we Westerners, or like an oppressive Western army, for the rest of the world. In 1900, 30% of us lived in cities. Thanks to oil, today 50% of us do. The grain harvest increased 400% in the 20th century. Mobility has exploded, or metastasized, if you will, a proliferation of cars, trains, planes. Today, all we, today's Westerners have ever known, is an oil-based civilization, though Gandhi said we Westerners had everything but civilization. Our Western oil army fed us, moved us, plundered for us now, it is abandoning, and turning on us, not we, but our children deserve better. 1981 was the peak of new discoveries worldwide. Zero. None. Nada. Not one top 20 discovery since then. Zilch. The tank is headed toward empty, forever. You'll tell your kids, what? In 2006 the world pumped 28 billion barrels, but discovered only 9 billion new. Yes, that is not good. We used 3 times more than we replaced. The world's reserves are in free fall, for decades now. You didn't know. You do now. And 1/2 of the world's reserves are now used up. There are 1 trillion barrels left. The first trillion was easy oil. What's left is tough oil. It is deep, offshore, in unfriendly countries, in a deadly mixture of sand or shale. Dirtiest fuel on the planet. Peak oil is here. This is a totally different world, the one you are handing your children, and all of creation. So, what is the end game for you? Wars? Price explosion? Or are you ready to break a sweat, to hand creation something better? Oil's been 20th century's food, pretty much. It has infused everything we've consumed. Now, it's gone. In 1950 through 1972 a bushel of wheat could be traded for a barrel of oil, both trading for about $2. But grain is now pegged to oil, and with oil now over $60 a barrel, grain for Western cars is highly profitable. In 2006, 16% of the corn crop went to fuel for the cars of the alcoholics. By just 2 years later, in 2008 that doubled to about 30%. God save us from the Christian nation. The world price of grain is moving to the oil price equivalent. Food will shift into the fuel economy benefiting Western alcoholics, and away from the bellies of the starving billions. Luckily, we are not all interconnected. Right? Cleaner oil is more than half gone. Forever. The rest is the expensive dirty home earth killing stuff. History is clear. New production follows new discovery by about 40 years, throughout the history of oil production. In 1970 the US produced 9.6 million barrels per day. In 2006 the US produced 5.1 million barrels per day. There is a 47% decline in US production since 1970. Venezuela has peaked now, a major US supplier. The UK peaked in roughly 2000. Oil in Russia and others is gushing. For now. And drowning creation in CO2. Russia eclipsed Saudi Arabia in 2006. Canada, horrifically, under control of its carbon-rich Western right-wingers, is fighting to get its deadly tar sands into the US, and into the world's atmosphere. As NASA's James Hansen projects, creation is doomed if this happens. And so far, your sidelines sitting are making it a done deal. Other countries in drill baby drill mode, till you stop them are Kazakhstan, Algeria, Angola, Brazil, Nigeria, UAE, Libya. The biggest sources traditionally are in decline Saudi Arabia, etc. Mexico is the US second largest supplier. In 2004 Mexico produced 3.4 million barrels per day. Mexico's dominant oil field is in steep decline. Mexico could be a net oil importer by 2015. China. Saudi Arabia's largest oil field is 50 years old now. Saudi Arabia's 2007 production of 8.9 million barrels was down 6% from the prior year. Can pre-peak countries make up the difference for the rest? For how long? We can only hope not. Our global pushers, the Corp. SEs, now are fiercely pushing dirtiest oil. In decades there have not been any dramatic increases in exploration and development of traditional oil. Obviously, the Corp. SEs perceive that 95% of world's oil is already discovered. The whole world has been seismically searched. It is extremely unlikely new fields to be found. World demand increases annually 2 million barrels per day. Old oil fields decline annually 4 million barrels per day. You do the math. Current world demand needs a whole new Saudi Arabia every few years. Yes, this is not sustainable. If the oil coast had good prospects, they'd be developing them. World production of 85 million barrels per day, declined Indiana, 2007. Of the top 20 fields ever discovered, 18 were discovered between 1917 and 1970s. Not one of the top 20 oil fields has come since the 1970 The planet is empty of new, less deadly oil. Killer oil. The world is awash in, if we are that insanely inhumane to allow it to be extracted and sold. Are we? Are you? We can expect world oil output to drop to 67 million barrels per day by 2020, a 21% drop from today's 87 million barrels per day. This is an oil supply drop per person of 32% in just 14 years. Are you thinking about the implications of this? The 5% of conventional oil left to be "discoveries" in the virgin, uncleanable, to be warred over Arctic as it melts, in the virgin, uncleanable, Alaska and more reserves. Deep. And this is only enough to delay the inevitable by months, or a few years. At what price? Tar sands and oil shale and kerosene are available in unimaginably huge and satanic quantities. Alberta has an estimated 1.1 trillion barrels. Venezuela has an estimated 0.4 trillion barrels. The US Rockies oil shale, kerosene it is called, is a massive supply. Several barrels of water for each barrel of oil. Canada's Alberta tar sands can supply only 7% US oil needs, 1.4 million barrels per day. Oh God. The Alberta tar sands alone will exterminate humanity if you insanely let it be pulled from the ground. It is unspeakably highly carbon-intensive production with massive extensive use of natural gas that itself is almost as carbon-intensive as coal. Truth be told, extraction releases oceans of methane. 2 tons of sand are ripped from the earth for 1 barrel of oil that is produced. The net energy yield is extremely low, with 2 out of each 3 barrels used simply for production. Tar sands is 3 times dirtier than the oil we've known. And the rape of the land in the process, it's, well, brutal rape. As the less deadly oil goes scarce, wars, price extortion will abound. Rationing will be the norm. Prices will drive up and stay there. The transfer of wealth to the elites and countries that hate US will be enormous. And the wars for scarce oil? We've been eating oil, so, with no oil, there will be no food. Unless the oil army has been growing our food. Yes, oil has been an "army of slaves" for we Westerners. This "army of oil" is our tractors, irrigation pumps, fertilizer, phosphate, and potash mining, and now, developing countries too are moving from draft animals to tractors. Fertilizer uses 20% of farm energy use. Yes, oil. Urbanization necessitates that fertilizer replace human waste as fertilizer. Your chickens come to roost in your kid's house, and the poor world food exports send nutrients elsewhere, never to return. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. The slave oil arm has been irrigating our crops. In the US, 19% of farm energy uses pumping water for irrigation. India, and in the US, water tables are falling. In India, 50% of all electricity is used for pumping water from wells, that must be drilled deeper and deeper and deeper every year until no-till farming uses much less water and is helping in the few places it is being used. The slave oil arm has been producing our food 5 ways, in production and 4 more ways: transportation, processing, packaging, marketing, and in the kitchen, the largest consumer of energy in the Western food chain. The US eats as much oil as entire UK uses for everything. We in the US use 12% of our oil in food, just for transportation from farm to consumer. Think of our air transport of food, fruit, etc. It has exploded in recent decades. 16% of our oil in food is used for canning, freezing, drying. The US kitchen is the food chain's greatest coal and oil pit. Oil and coal for cooking. Refrigeration is the biggest electricity user. Oil-based grain production cannot survive without oil, the dirtiest, deadliest yet seen by far. In the 20 years between 1950 and 1973, the grain harvest increased 200%, more than since the very beginning of agriculture thousands of years ago. Thank you, criminal oil policy. Between 1950 and 1990, science and oil raised yields from 1.1 to 2.5 tons per hectare. Ominously, since 1990 the house growth slowed from a 2.2% increase per year to a 1.1% increase. The easy steps are done now. Done. Oh, what a future our children and the poor have been gifted by us. The sources of the 23-year food productivity rise are irrigation, largely delivered by oil. Fertilizer use growth, again, thanks to oil. And high-yielding varieties of grain, corn, wheat, and rye. There has been a deficit, negative grain increase since 1994. Oh, the developing countries know. But for you Westerners, never mind. Food production per person peaked Indiana 1984. There has been a 12% drop per person. This would matter if you were connected to the billions for whom food is their primary, major largest expenditure. Never mind. Your kids will discover the connection. What a surprise it will be. Soybeans have temporarily masked, delayed the mass hunger tidal wave. Soybeans have provided a "miraculous livestock, fish, and poultry supplement, greatly extending the weight and nutrient value of the other grains consumed." Soy is dominant in world agriculture now, a meteoric rise in production decimating global forests. Pass the chicken, steak and pork please. By 1990 more land was used by soy than wheat. But only wheat, rice and corn expansion can avert world hunger. 7 out of 8 of the last year's production has fallen below consumption for these grains. Grain reserves are at their lowest level in 34 years. 3 demands are overwhelming farmers: 78 million new people per year, billions of people moving up the food chain, food being shunted to fuel for cars, not food for people. And farmers are facing new constraints. The 50-year irrigation expansion has ended. Ended. Irrigation is now shrinking, wells are going dry, water tables are falling. Water is being massively diverted to cities, away from food, away from farms. For example, China's wheat harvest has dropped by 20%. Every 1 degree rise in temperature from carbon equals a 10% decline in grain yields. Every 1 degree rise means more extreme weather events and more intense droughts. You currently have us on plan A, with an outlook of a roughly 1 degree rise in temperature every 10 years. So, with another 78 million people every year added, you are taking crop yields down another 40% by mid-century. But who will blame you personally? Insanely, we are paving cropland globally. And, we are doing it at an accelerating rate. Urban sprawl is going global, led by US. Industrializing countries like China are following our lead, like addicts. Furiously we are all construction homes, factories, roads, highways, parking lots. Goodbye cropland. Goodbye food. Hello hunger, just the poor, at first. Our cars are devouring the starving's crops, and we are in denial. When oil jumped above $60 per barrel, Indiana 2005 ethanol investment exploded. Grain used in ethanol has been doubling. 1/5 of the US grain harvest is now going to fuel. This is less than 4% of US fuel use, but extremely profitable for agribusiness, even before your subsidies. Brazil using half of its sugarcane harvest for liquid fuel. Europe increasingly uses biodiesel, increasingly turning to palm oil from Indonesia and Malaysia, which is causing massive deforestation, ripping out what is left of Earth's lungs. The Netherlands is withdrawing from the practice, to avoid climate destruction, proving that humanity is still possible. And of the 2006 2 billion ton grain harvest, now the world's dominant feed grain as well as the leading ethanol feedstock, overtook wheat roughly a decade ago. World corn harvest exceeded 700 million tons. Wheat was just under 600 million tons. Rice was 420 million tons. These constitute 85% of the 2 billion ton world grain harvest. US corn is 40% of the global harvest and 2/3 of the world exports. The corn harvest of Iowa is immense, the leading corn producing state. It exceeds the entire grain harvest of Canada, for example. And it is ours to squander how we wish, right? Might makes right, right? Iowa is now the epicenter of food into cars, instead of into starving bellies. Wow, just imagine what we'd do, if we weren't a Christian nation. Planned and in the words, our Iowa distiller is slated to consume 2.7 billion bushels, for our cars, not people's bellies. The total Iowa corn harvest only 2.2 billion bushels. Japan, Egypt, and Mexico are the leading importers of US grain. Sorry folks, you'll have to go elsewhere. Oops, there is no elsewhere. Tough. Food into cars murders the world food price. In September 2007 food prices nearly doubled those of 2 years earlier. Catching. Wheat prices more than doubled. Soy prices went up more than half. Food to gasoline is killing the poor, but fattens US agribusiness. On your watch. In Mexico, 2007 tortilla price shot up 60%. Let them eat sand. Crowds of 75,000 protested in the streets, but not US streets, thanks to ICE. Government price controls were instituted. Italy saw pasta boycotts due to skyrocketing prices. The UK too is worrying about rising bread prices. The grain to fill one SUV's 25-gallon tank just once feeds one person for a whole year. Too bad. Ha. If the entire US grain harvest went into ethanol, only 18% of the US automotive fuel needs would be met. World price of grain is nearing its oil equivalent value as the cause of alcoholics wins against hungry babies. Pro-life. The emerging competition between the owners of the world's 860 million automobiles and the 2 billion poorest people is uncharted territory for humanity, but not for inhumanity. And here comes China with another 1 billion cars. The average income of the world's automobile owners is roughly $30,000 a year. They are not the 4 billion of our brothers and sisters existing on $4 per day, or less. There are not alternatives to grain as food for people. There are alternatives to food as fuel for cars. The 4% of US automotive fuel currently supplied from ethanol could be achieved several times over, and at a fraction of the cost, simply by raising auto fuel efficiency standards by 20%. Yes, at a fraction of the cost. But no worries, who is going to blame you personally? Plus, the poor of the world can't reach you. Never mind about our US children in uniform. Other non-food fuels for cars are feasible, can be plentiful, and infinitely less cruel. The major alternatives include electric cars and plug-in hybrids. Wind is available for the gasoline equivalent of less than $1 a gallon, with today's technologies. Liquid fuel from fast-growing trees, switchgrass, prairie grass mixtures, or other cellulosic materials, which can be grown on wasteland are pretty easily within reach, if we decide this is important. Jatropha, a golf ball-sized fruit with seeds containing oil that can be turned into biodiesel. Jatropha diesel can be produced for $43 per barrel. Microalgae, water hyacinth, and the list of alternatives goes on. Peak denial about peak oil. Virtually all countries and their citizens are insanely denying world beyond peak oil. Virtually all countries and their citizens are insanely denying world beyond peak oil. Few countries are planning for a reduction in oil use. The US Department of Energy expects world oil consumption to go from roughly 85 million barrels or so a day at present to close to 120 million barrels a day by 2030. This is madness. In a democracy, the buck stops with you. Modern cities have been able to run because of a slave army of oil. Until 1900, urbanization was, with a few exceptions, a slow, barely perceptible process. When the last century began, there were only a few cities with 1 million people. Today there are more than 400 such cities, and 20 megacities have 10 million or more residents. The metabolism of cities depends on concentrating vast amounts of food, water, and materials and then dispersing the resulting garbage and human waste. Only with oil, and secondarily coal, was this possible. A flawholism. Isn't it grand? We'll flee suburbs as world oil decline deepens, and property values of suburban homes plummet, it has been projected. But in the meantime, we can take corn from the poor. When there's no longer a massive oil army to feed us, food will become more costly, yes, even for the real people, we alcoholic Westerners. Diets will be altered as people move down the food chain, or out of the food chain, altogether. Diets will thus become more closely attuned to local products and more seasonal in nature, and for billions of us, that will mean sand, or in the case of our men and women in uniform, lead. No oil, no cheap effort. Did you know that the emissions per passenger on a transatlantic flight is measured in tons of CO2? But of course, look at all the good that does for the true owners of the planet. You know, the 4 billion poor. Right? No more cheap oil. Air freight declines, but not before untold misery, and warming will then be irreversible. The coming mutiny of your slave oil army, one of the great fault lines in world economic history. Pointer, not an academic issue for the 4 billion poor, or your kids. Oil's tyranny hits poor countries doubly hard. Your United States burns more gasoline than the next 20 countries combined. Will world population growth survive a continuing decline in world oil production? At what level of misery? How will a shrinking oil supply be allocated among countries? By the market? By negotiated international agreements? By war? Not by sane, humane, compassionate wartime speed switch to efficiency, wind, solar, and non-food biofuel, right? Can civilization itself survive the stresses associated with falling oil production at a time when food prices are rising and the stresses from climate change are mounting? Business as usual, plan A. Nope. Food insecurity is lethal to failing states. But why should you care? 50 years of hunger reduction is now being reversed. Recent reports indicate that the halving of hunger committed for 2015 is being moved out to after 2100 MDG, Millennial Development Goals. No worries, only the poor and our kids in uniform will soon be affected. In 2007, James Morris, head of the UN World Food Programme, WFP, announced that 18,000 children are now dying each day from hunger and related causes, with some overlap with the 26,000 kids that die each day largely due to lack of clean water. Easily preventable by non-alcoholics. The number of people in developing countries who are hungry and malnourished, which declined from 960 million in 1970 to 800 million in 1996, has turned upward, reaching 830 million in 2003. Sharp rise in grain prices, sharp drop in food assistance. United States, by far the largest food aid donor, saw the price of a ton of food aid in 2007 climb to $611, up from $363 per ton in 2004. FAO and WFP each year release an assessment of crop and food conditions that lists the countries in dire need of food assistance. In May 2007, a total of 33 countries with a combined population of 763 million were on this list. 17 were in need of external food assistance because of recent civil strife and conflict. The top 20 list of failing states, including Afghanistan, Burundi, Côte d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Guinea, Pakistan, Somalia, Sudan, and Zimbabwe. The most looming threat to food security is yours, the US grain harvest into fuel for cars. But now, return to the more important matters your life is consumed with. Never mind. K4th. Carbon, coal, oil drowning, frying, killing us. C3. Civilization has evolved during a period of remarkable climate stability. Remarkable stability. Remarkable. Huge. The new climate norm is change. Your children will never again have the planet that you had. But in 2012 you'll determine if this is hell or less than hell. climate change is no longer something that may happen. It is happening now. Mountain glaciers are melting everywhere, and at unimaginable speed. Melting ice sheets of Greenland and West Antarctica. Well, if we cannot cut carbon emissions quickly enough to save these, then sea level will rise 12 meters, 39 feet. And that's just the start. Over 600 million coastal dwellers will be forced to move. Do you figure that you'll offer your home? Who do you think will? What do you think will happen? Coal, oil are incinerating, drowning, tearing up our crops. Crop withering heat waves have lowered grain harvests in key food producing regions. In 2002, record high temperatures and drought reduced grain harvests in India, the United States, and Canada, dropping the world harvest 90 million tons, or 5% below consumption. The record-setting 2003 European heat wave contributed to a world harvest that again fell short of consumption by 90 million tons. Intense heat and drought in the US Corn Belt in 2005 contributed to a world grain shortfall of 34 million tons. Western use of coal and oil did this, not the developing countries, including China and India. US, UK, and Germany largely. You do take personal responsibility, right? Or is it really might makes right, as the Durban climate talks again indicate? Western, northern coal, and oil are incinerating our people. In 2003 across Europe, impossible heat waves from your coal and oil, largely, claimed more than 52,000 lives in 9 countries. Yes, particularly if you are white and uneducated, you have an army of right-wing lunatics in denial you can join and hide with, or left-wing do-nothings you can talk this to death with. In Italy more than 18,000 people, 14,800 died in France. More than 18 times as many people died in Europe, and this heat wave as died during the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. But you are not a terrorist, right? Why? Are they less dead, or more dead, because of your cowardly denial? What you call terrorism is infinitely less deadly than your Western denial. Your Western coal and oil fueled storms are murder, and more. Carbon is fueling a drop in corporate and personal earnings that will never stop unless you stop carbon now, in the 2012 election. It is causing a flurry of lowered credit ratings for insurance companies and stratospheric rise in premiums. Insurance companies are realizing that the past is no longer a reliable guide to the future, despite denial being our drug of choice. Your coal, oil are frying us. NASA data includes 800 climate monitoring stations since 1880. Since 1970, the Earth's average temperature has risen by 0.6 degrees Celsius, or 1 degree Fahrenheit, more than natural processes warmed the Earth in a million years, literally. Think about what just 1 degree has done to your kids' future. The 23 warmest years on record have come since 1980. The 7 warmest years since record keeping began in 1880 have come in the last 9 years. Yes, the deniers are dooming your kids' future. Yes, the lip service, risk nothing, cowards on the left and center are doing the greatest harm of all by doing not a fraction of what it will take to stop this. Heading toward infinitely too little, infinitely too late. Stop it. Your Western Industrial Revolution has all but doomed us now. It raised CO2 from 277 parts per million, ppm, to 384 ppm in 2007, in less than 100, and mostly in the last 30 years, with latent heating of the ocean that will be continuing to manifest in further warming for decades. Now we are at an annual discharge into the atmosphere of, this is every year, year after year, of 7.5 billion tons of carbon from burning fossil fuels, and 1.5 billion tons from deforestation for your beef, pork and fuel for your cars. The current annual rise is nearly 4 times what it was in the 1950s. Ain't a floralism grand? And it is your kids that will get your hangover. How great is that? Note, this 7.5 and 1.5 billion tons of carbon becomes 3.67 times that, as the oxygen is combined, in burning 3.67 times. And it stays up for between 100 and 1000 years. There are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of scientists, many with unqualified, fossil fuel funded opinions. But 2,500 of the scientists around the world are devoted to climate science. They are of a consensus unprecedented in science. Huge warming soon is all but unstoppable. 2 to 11 degrees F this century is virtually certain, unless you stand and make November 2011 the mandate to stop it. The rise will be very uneven, much greater over land than over oceans. Much greater in the high northern latitudes than over the equator, think Greenland ice sheet, and the reflective polar caps. Higher over the continental interiors than in coastal regions. Higher temperatures exterminate humanity 5 ways. They diminish crop yields, melt the snow/ice reservoirs in the mountains that feed the Earth's rivers during the growing season. They cause more destructive storms. They increase the area affected by drought. They cause more frequent and destructive wildfires that are so hot they often incinerate the seeds, preventing regeneration. Ever. The world's drought area has more than doubled since 1970. National Center for Atmospheric Research reported that the area experiencing very dry conditions expanded from less than 15% of the Earth's total land area in the 1970s to roughly 30% by 2002. They attributed part of the change to a rise in temperature and part to reduced precipitation. Most of the drying was concentrated in Europe and Asia, Canada, Western and Southern Africa, and Eastern Australia. Your coal and your oil are expanding the deserts toward the poles, extincting 50 to 250 species per day in the process, and moving poleward the rest. Temperature increase destroys life support quickly. Even a 1.6 degrees Celsius rise in summer temperature could double the area of wildfires in the 11 western states. That's double. Double. Forever. The 2007 IPCC report notes that a rise in temperature of 1 degree Celsius will put up to 30% of all species at risk of extinction. You are on track for 1 degree every 10 to 20 years. Inuits have been surprised by the appearance of robins, a bird they have never seen before. Indeed, there is no word in Inuit for robin. If you let the temperature rise continue, then by 2041 out of 5 of the Pacific Northwest's rivers will be too hot for salmon, steelhead, and trout to survive. You love your kids, right? Right? Enough to fight? Heat terminates crop growth. Terminates. Got it? The climate system was changed little over farming's 11,000-year history. Even a relatively minor increase during the growing season of 1 or 2 degrees Celsius can shrink the grain harvest, reducing or even halting photosynthesis, preventing pollination, and leading to crop dehydration. The detrimental effect of higher temperatures on yields overrides the CO2 fertilization effect for the major crops. At 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, photosynthesis ceases entirely. No worries, if you fail to stop it now, we won't hit 104 degrees until late century. Who will blame you? Relax. Heat dooms pollination. Got it? Of rice, wheat, and corn. Corn is particularly vulnerable to heat in the pollination process. Pollen must fall from the tassel to the strands of silk that emerge from the end of each ear of corn. Each of these silk strands is attached to a kernel site on the cob. Pollen must fall on the silk strand and then journey to the kernel site. When temperatures are uncommonly high, the silk strands quickly dry out and turn brown, unable to play their role in the fertilization process. No worries. There will be enough food for you. Crop yield plunges 10% for each 1 degree rise. Pollination of rice falls from 100% at 34 degrees Celsius to near zero at 40 degrees Celsius. Zero. Pretty scary, but most of you will be long gone by then. Each 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature above the norm lowers wheat, rice, and corn yields by 10%. Temperature increases due to global warming will make it increasingly difficult to feed Earth's growing population. Guess whether the one saying this is like you, overprivileged and therefore insulated. The world's irrigation in the sky is being decimated. Glaciers, snowpack, snow and ice masses in mountains are nature's freshwater reservoirs, nature's way of storing water to feed rivers during the dry season. Even a 1 degree rise in temperature in mountainous regions can markedly reduce the share of precipitation falling as snow and boost that coming down as rain. This increases flooding during the rainy season and reduces the snow melt that flows into rivers. In English this translates, your alcoholic binge on coal and oil is deadly. Glaciers that feed rivers in the dry season are vanishing. Some have disappeared entirely. India's Gangotri Glacier, which supplies 70% of the water to the Ganges, is not only melting, it is doing so at an accelerated rate. Gangotri's life expectancy will be measured in decades and the Ganges will become a seasonal river. For the 407 million Indians and Bangladeshis who live in the Ganges basin, this could, oh, how nicely put, be a life-threatening loss of water. China, then India are most dependent on sky reservoirs. You believe the right-wing lunatics that say Chinese leaders don't care what will happen. Glaciers on the Tibet-Qinghai Plateau that feed both the Yellow and Yangtze rivers are melting at 7% a year. The Yellow River, whose basin is home to 147 million people, could experience a large dry season flow reduction. The basin's 369 million people rely heavily on rice from fields irrigated with Yangtze River water. 2/3 of China's glaciers could be gone by 2060, leading to an ecological catastrophe. Your Western carbon use is doing this, not this. Africa's sky reservoirs decimated already. Tanzania's snow-capped Kilimanjaro may soon be snow and ice free. It lost 33% of its ice field between 1989 and 2000, thanks largely to you. Its snow cap could disappear entirely by 2015. This was feeding whole populations. Mount Kenya has lost 7 of its 18 glaciers. Wow, you're fast. Who would have guessed? This is generating conflict, wars, among the 2 million people who depend on them for water supplies during the dry season. This can't be. You say peace all the time, right? South American sky reservoirs decimated too, but unless you live there, 80% of the South American glaciers may disappear within the next 15 years. For countries like Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru, which rely on glaciers for water for household and irrigation use, well, you know. Peruvians screwed by US, big time, over and over. Peru stretches some 1,600 kilometers along the vast Andean mountain range, and which is home to 70% of the Earth's tropical glaciers. It is in trouble, thanks to you. 22% of its glacial endowment has disappeared. Guess why? The Quelquea Glacier in southern Peru, which was retreating by 6 meters per year in the 1960s, is now retreating by 60 meters per year. Peru's farmers irrigate their wheat and potatoes with the river water from these disappearing glaciers. Bye bye. For Peru's 28 million people, shrinking glaciers will eventually mean a shrinking food supply. Lima, a city of 7 million people, gets most of its water from 3 rivers high in the Andes. Well, they got their water from there. But I'm sure they have lots of other options. I mean, you do, right? Southwestern United States screwed by US. The Colorado River, the region's primary source of irrigation water, depends on snowfields in the Rockies for much of its flow. California depends heavily on the Colorado, and also relies on snowmelt from the Sierra Nevada in the eastern part of the state. Both the Sierra Nevada and the coastal range supply irrigation water to California's Central Valley, the world's fruit and vegetable basket. With a business-as-usual energy policy, global climate models project a 70% reduction in the amount of snowpack for the western United States by mid-century. Wow, thank God for denial. You'll be fine. Central Asian countries screwed by US. Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan depend heavily on snowmelt from the Hindu Kush, Pamir, and Tian Shan mountain ranges for irrigation water. Nearby Iran gets much of its water from the snowmelt in the 5,700 meter high Alborz Mountains. Too bad for them we aren't terrorists, because our western denial is infinitely more deadly than all the terrorism combined. Infinitely. Coal, oil melt ice and drown billions. The melting of the Earth's 2 massive ice sheets Antarctica and Greenland could raise sea level enormously. If the Greenland ice sheet were to melt, it would raise sea level 7 meters, 23 feet. Melting of the West Antarctic ice sheet would raise sea level 5 meters, 16 feet. IPCC projections of sea level rise during this century of 0.6 to 2 feet are already obsolete, and that a rise of 6 feet or more during this time is within range. Coal, oil fry the poles twice as fast. Alaska, western Canada, and eastern Russia, winter temperatures have already climbed by 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, 4 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit, over the last half century. Some of the most rapid and severe climate change on Earth you've unleashed there. Retreat of the sea ice has devastating consequences for polar bears, some turning to cannibalism. Village after village is being destroyed. But they are poor, so it is okay. No money to fight it, or you. Luckily, your kids didn't need that huge reflective ice sheet for cooling. Oops. Climate scientists are most always dead wrong. Way too rose-colored glasses. True. In 1979 to 2006 the summer sea ice shrinkage accelerated to 9.1% a decade. Then, in 2007, Arctic sea ice shrank some 20% below the previous record, set in 2005. Sea could be ice-free well before 2050. Shrinking Arctic sea ice may have reached a tipping point that could trigger a cascade of climate change reaching into Earth's temperate regions. Ya think? Even the winter ice cover in the Arctic Ocean shrank by 6% in 2005 and again in 2006, and the ice is not recovering after its melt season. Some scientists now think that the Arctic Ocean could be ice-free in the summer as early as 2030. Google, albedo effect. Galactic carbon reservoirs are on the verge of being ruptured by US. In the Arctic, we've been protected by the albedo effect. When incoming sunlight strikes the ice in the Arctic Ocean, up to 70% of it is reflected back into space, keeping Earth from warming. As the Arctic sea ice melts, however, and the incoming sunlight hits the much darker open water, only 6% is reflected back into space and 94% is converted into heat. This is of particular concern, because Greenland lies largely within the Arctic Circle, holding water that would otherwise raise seas 23 feet. Greenland's ice sheet, up to 1.6 kilometers, 1 mile, thick in places, is beginning to melt, very, very fast. Any guesses why? Turns out that coal and oil can lubricate glaciers too. Too bad sea level cities. As the surface ice begins to melt, some of the water filters down through cracks in the glacier, lubricating the surface between the glacier and the rock beneath it. Relatively warm water flowing through the glacier also carries surface heat deep inside the ice sheet. Yes, sheet. Greenland is melting at a hell of a pace. The rate of ice melt on that vast island has tripled over the last several years. Tripled. A University of Colorado team published a study in Nature indicating that between April 2004 and April 2006 Greenland lost ice at a rate 2.5 times that of the preceding 2 years. 250%. In October 2006, a team of NASA scientists reported that the flow of glaciers into the sea was accelerating. Eric Rignett, a glaciologist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, said, "None of this has been predicted by numerical models, and therefore all projections of the contribution of Greenland to sea level rise are way below reality, but hey, who are you going to believe, NASA, or the deniers? It is unclear, right?" Largely, your coal and oil are decimating the West Antarctica reservoir too. Antarctica is twice the size of Australia. The ice is about 2 kilometers thick. Antarctica contains 70% of the world's fresh water. 70%. Widespread snowmelt now is happening on the interior of the Antarctic ice sheet over an area the size of California. Melting in 2005 was as far as 900 kilometers inland. Antarctica had shown little to no warming in the recent past with the exception of the Antarctic Peninsula, but now large regions are showing the first signs of the impacts of warming. More Antarctic news, not good. Last May, a huge ice shelf on the east coast of the Antarctic Peninsula broke up in 1995. In 2000, a huge iceberg nearly the size of Connecticut, 11,000 square kilometers, or 4,250 square miles, broke off the Ross Ice Shelf. In 2002 a huge chunk of ice broke off the Thwaites Glacier. Covering 5,500 square kilometers, this iceberg was the size of Rhode Island. The speed of the melting and breakup is staggering. Average temperature has risen 2.5 degrees Celsius over the last 5 decades there. Your affluaholic coal, oil binge will drown 634 million people, if you analyze the effect of a 10-meter rise in sea level. 634 million people live along coasts at or below 10 meters above sea level, in what they call the low elevation coastal zone, 1/8 of the world's urban population. So, likely climate refugees include China, with 144 million, India and Bangladesh are next, with 63 and 62 million respectively. Vietnam has 43 million. US killing there continues. Indonesia, 42 million. Japan with 30 million, Egypt with 26 million, and the United States with 23 million. We Westerners cause the sea rise, but Easterners are the ones getting screwed. How cool is that? And we're using our might from the oil and coal, to refuse to pay our share. OMG. I can't think why folks hate US. Your coal, oil binges unleashing 30-foot higher seas on others. Some of the world's largest cities, such as Shanghai, Kolkata, London, and New York, will be partly or entirely inundated. Vast areas of productive farmland will also be lost. The rice-growing river deltas and floodplains of Asia would be covered with salt water. Too bad. You're all going to be crushed by US. Your government's too weak to withstand the political and economic stress of relocating large numbers of people while suffering losses of housing and industrial facilities. Displaced people will want to move to other countries. Will this pressure for migration cause more and more states fail? Now take your time with this tough question. Killer storms? You ain't seen nothing. Remember Star Trek Voyage Home movie? Higher surface water temperatures in the tropical oceans mean more energy and moisture radiating into the atmosphere to drive tropical storm systems, leading to more destructive storms. Combination of rising seas, more powerful storms, and stronger storm surges are devastating. Killer Katrina, your coal, oil binge making her a regular visitor. In some Gulf Coast towns, Katrina's powerful 28-foot high storm surge did not leave a single structure standing. A year after the storm had passed, the most damaged areas of the city remained without water, power, sewage disposal, garbage collection, or telecommunications. 290,000 have not yet returned home, and will likely never do so. These storm evacuees are the Western world's first large wave of climate refugees, though dwarfed by China's $125 billion from our desertification. Katrina was the most financially destructive hurricane ever to make landfall anywhere. Insurance premiums have doubled, tripled, and even in some especially vulnerable situations gone up tenfold, lowering coastal real estate values and driving people and businesses out of highly exposed states like Florida. Your coal, oil habit is making those like you 1998 Mitch a frequent visitor as well. Winds approaching 200 miles per hour. He had 2 meters of rain were dumped on parts of Honduras and Nicaragua. The deluge collapsed a country full of homes, factories, and schools, leaving them in ruins. Mitch destroyed roads and bridges. 70% of the crops and much of the topsoil in Honduras were washed away. Yes, the US is powerful. Huge mudslides destroyed villages, burying local populations. The storm left 11,000 dead. Overall, what the US binge on coal and oil destroyed over several days took us 50 years to build, said their president. "2004 served the world a taste of the coal, oil hangover you're leaving your kids." Japan experienced a record 10 typhoons, hurricanes, that collectively caused $10 billion worth of losses. Florida was hit by 4 of the 10 most costly hurricanes in US history. These 4 hurricanes together generated insurance claims of $22 billion. Your coal, oil affluvialism is flooding home Earth. The number of major flood disasters worldwide has grown over the last several decades, increasing from 6 major floods in the 1950s to 26 in the 1990s. Insurers are convinced that with higher temperatures and more energy and moisture driving storm systems, future losses will be even greater. They are concerned about whether the industry can remain solvent under this onslaught of growing damages. Oh, your kids will be so surprised. Coal, oil killer weather. 58 insured losses of $1 billion or more since 1983. 55 were weather-related storms, floods, hurricanes, or wildfires. In the 1980s, there were 3 such events. In the 1990s, there were 26, and between 2000 and 2006 alone there were 26. Coal, oil serving up deadly Western Europe winter storms. Traditionally, Europe is used to experiencing a heavily damaging winter storm perhaps once in a century. The first winter storm, to exceed $1 billion, occurred in 1987. Since then, Western Europe has had nine major winter storms with insured losses ranging from $1.3 billion to $5.9 billion. Global warming means climate change, climate extremes. Coal, oil climate Armageddon decimating all kids' global financial future. Damage from atmospherically related events has increased by roughly 10% a year. If such an increase were to continue indefinitely, by 2065 storm damage would exceed the gross world product. The world obviously would face bankruptcy long before then. Relax. Such predictions are always wrong. Oops. Yes, they've all been way too conservative. Hurry, take them back. Quote denial. Your coal, oil addiction is crushing 20-30% of all future global world product, GWP. It is projected that the long-term costs of climate change could exceed 20-30% of gross world product, GWP. The near-term costs of cutting greenhouse gas emissions to stabilize climate, which Stern estimates at 1% of GWP, would be a bargain. But, never mind. You've more important things to attend to. Just months remain to launch the cutting of carbon 80% by 2020. Then, it's over. 2/3 of the glaciers that feed the Yellow and Yangtze rivers of China will disappear by 2060, if even the current 7% annual rate of melting continues. The Gangotri Glacier, which supplies 70% of the ice melt that feeds the Ganges River during the dry season, could disappear entirely in a matter of decades. Loss of water during the dry season will lead not just to hunger, but to starvation on an unimaginable scale. Asian food security would take a second hit, because its rice-growing river deltas and floodplains would be underwater from Greenland and West Antarctic melt. Coal, oil already have delivered 1 million years worth of warming. Sea level rise of only 1 meter would inundate half of the rice land in Bangladesh. This is starting to happen right now with the current temperature. "2007 reports from Greenland are way beyond nightmare. Glaciers' suicide into the sea had accelerated beyond anything glaciologists had thought possible. Huge chunks of ice weighing several billion tons each were breaking off and sliding into the sea, causing minor earthquakes as they did so. With meltwater lubricating the surface between the glaciers and the rocks on which they rested, ice flows were accelerating, flowing into the ocean at a pace of 2 meters an hour. This accelerated flow, along with the earthquakes, shows the potential for the entire ice sheet to break up and collapse. Scientists who once thought that the Arctic Ocean could be free of ice during the summer by 2100 now see it occurring by 2030, 70 years earlier. Even this could turn out to be a conservative estimate. This is of particular concern to scientists because of the albedo effect, where the replacement of highly reflective sea ice with darker open water greatly increases heat absorbed from sunlight. This, of course, has the potential to further accelerate the melting of the Greenland ice sheet. A second feedback loop of concern is the melting of permafrost. This would release billions of tons of carbon, some as methane, a potent greenhouse gas with a global warming effect per ton 25 times that of carbon dioxide. Methane in permafrost is estimated at 1.6 trillion tons. Methane release caused the last killer warming on Earth. 0.5 trillion tons of CO2 in atmosphere is causing the 1 degree F temperature rise so far. 1.6 trillion tons methane is 3 times our CO2 so far, but it is 25 times more warming, which means Arctic methane will do about 75 times the damage if you let it melt. Will you? Oops, sorry. You've probably got something to watch on TV now. 2007 reports. The certainty facing humanity is that climate change could spiral out of control, and it will no longer be possible to arrest trends such as ice melting and rising sea level. At this point, the future of civilization would be hellacious. This combination of melting glaciers, rising seas, and their effects on food security and low-lying coastal cities could overwhelm the capacity of world governments to cope. The changes just described could overwhelm even the strongest of states. 2007 reports from Greenland are way beyond nightmare. If you awaken now, Plan B will prevent atmospheric CO2 concentration from exceeding 400 ppm if you cause its launch. Plan B includes phasing out all coal-fired power plants by 2020, while greatly reducing the use of oil. Making this shift using currently available technologies. The 3 components of this carbon-cutting effort are halting deforestation, while planting trees to sequester carbon, see Chapter 8, raising energy efficiency worldwide, see Chapter 11, and harnessing the Earth's renewable sources of energy, see Chapter 12, including a massive shift to plug in hybrid cars, running them largely on wind-generated electricity, and using them as storage batteries for wind for the grid. Yes, it is perfectly doable. Plan B includes a wholesale restructuring of the world energy economy with a wartime sense of urgency, much as the US restructured its industrial economy in a matter of months at the beginning of World War II. See Chapter 13. The stakes in World War II were high, but they are far higher today. What is at issue now is whether we can mobilize fast enough to save our global civilization. If you awaken now, Plan B will prevent atmospheric CO2 concentration from exceeding 400 ppm if you cause its launch. L4. 3 obsolete carbon coal, squandering of resources with massive efficiency gains. C11. The bottom line. Plan B energy efficiency measures. From Plan October 2009. World electricity generation by source in 2008, and in the Plan B economy of 2020. Plan B carbon dioxide emissions reduction goals for 2020. Brown's expanded description. Re-establish a balance between carbon emissions and nature's capacity to sequester. Cutting net carbon dioxide, CO2, emissions 80% by 2020. This will halt the rise in atmospheric CO2, stabilizing it below 400 parts per million, ppm, up only modestly from the 384 ppm in 2007. Will also help keep future temperature rise to a minimum. cut net CO2 emissions 80% by 2020, includes stopping deforestation and an even more ambitious effort to cut fossil fuel use, raising energy efficiency to offset all projected demand growth, developing the Earth's rich array of renewable energy resources in order to close down all coal and oil-fired power plants. CO2 sequestration at coal-fired power plants. Extremely high costs. Lack of investor interest. Reason to doubt that carbon sequestration will be economically viable on a meaningful scale by 2020. Nuclear power. We do not count on a build-up in nuclear power. Our assumption is that new openings of nuclear power plants worldwide will simply offset the closing of aging plants. If we use full cost pricing, requiring utilities to absorb the costs of disposing of nuclear waste, decommissioning the plant when it is worn out, insuring the reactors against possible accidents and terrorist attacks, then building nuclear plants in a competitive electricity market is simply not economical. World electricity generation totaled 18,500 gigawatts in 2006. 66% came from fossil fuels, 40% from coal, 6% from oil, and 20% from natural gas, 15% from nuclear, 16% from hydropower, 2% or so from other renewables. Average US home uses roughly 0.00001 gigawatt hours of electricity per year. Coal supplies 40% of the world's electricity, 70% of the electrical sector's CO2 emissions. First priority is to reduce demand enough to avoid constructing any new coal-fired power plants. Germany has cut coal use 37% since 1990. United Kingdom has cut coal use 43%, largely by replacing it with North Sea natural gas. Early 2007, some 150 new coal-fired plants were planned for US. Public opposition began to mount. California, which imports 20% of its electricity, prohibited the signing of any new contracts to import electricity produced with coal. Other states, including Florida, Texas, Minnesota, Washington, and Kansas, followed, refusing licenses for coal-fired power plants or otherwise preventing their construction. 2007 Citigroup downgraded coal company stocks. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada, who had been opposing 3 coal-fired power plants planned for his own state, announced that he was extending his opposition to building coal-fired power plants anywhere in the world. Investment analysts and political leaders are now beginning to see what has been obvious for some time to scientists such as NASA's James Hansen, who says that it makes no sense to build coal-fired power plants when we will have to bulldoze them in a few years. Banning the bulb. Perhaps the quickest, easiest, and most profitable way to reduce electricity use worldwide, thus cutting carbon emissions, is simply to change light bulbs. Replacing the inefficient incandescent light bulbs that are still widely used today with new compact fluorescents, CFLs, can reduce electricity use by 3/4. CFLs. Over its lifetime, each standard 13-watt CFL will reduce electricity bills by roughly $30. The energy saved by replacing a 100-watt incandescent bulb with an equivalent CFL over its lifetime is sufficient to drive a Toyota Prius hybrid car from New York to San Francisco. Each one reduces energy used by the equivalent of 200 pounds of coal over its lifetime. Action for CFLs worldwide. 2007 Australia announced it would phase out the sale of incandescent light bulbs by 2010. Canada soon followed, saying it would phase out incandescent sales by 2012. US coalition of environmental groups joined with Philips Lighting to launch an initiative to shift to more efficient bulbs in all of the country's estimated 4 billion light sockets by 2016. Action in US. By mid-2007, some 15 states either had passed or were considering legislation to restrict or ban the sale of incandescent light bulbs. The proposed legislation in New York, for example, would phase out incandescents by 2012. with a dozen or so others restricting or proposing to restrict use in one way or another. Pressure is building to pass legislation making this shift nationwide. Note the 19th of December 11, Congress voted this week to delay national legislation mandating the switch to CFL''S. How could you allow this? Brazil, China action. Brazil, hit by a nationwide electricity shortage in 2002, responded with an ambitious program to replace incandescents with CFLs. An estimated half of its light sockets now contain these efficient bulbs. China, working with the Global Environment Facility, announced a plan to replace all its incandescents with more efficient lighting within a decade, 10 years. LED's even more efficient. CFLs use only 1/4, 25%, as much electricity as incandescent light bulbs. LEDs use 1/5 as much electricity as the old-fashioned incandescent bulbs, 20% less even than CFLs. New York City has replaced traditional bulbs with LEDs in many of its traffic lights, cutting its annual bill for maintenance and electricity by $6 million. LED costs are still high, however, discouraging widespread consumer use. Huge efficiency from turning lights off or down. There are numerous technologies for reducing electricity used for lighting, including motion sensors that turn lights off when spaces are unoccupied, such as in washrooms, hallways, and stairwells. In cities, dimmers can be used to reduce street light intensity, and timers can turn off outside lights that illuminate monuments or other landmarks when people are asleep. Dimmers can also be used to take advantage of daylighting to reduce the intensity of interior lighting. Save enough electricity to avoid building 705 coal-fired power plants, 30%. Shifting to CFLs in homes, to the most advanced linear fluorescence in office buildings, commercial outlets, and factories, and to LEDs in traffic lights would cut the world's share of electricity used for lighting from 19% to 7%. This would save enough electricity to avoid building 705 coal-fired power plants. By way of comparison, today there are 2,370 coal-fired plants in the world. Energy-efficient appliances. Huge efficiencies exist for many household appliances, such as refrigerators. U.S. Energy Policy Act of 2005 can prevent 66 more plants, rise in efficiency standards, that will reduce electricity demand enough to avoid building 29 coal-fired power plants. Other provisions in the act, such as tax incentives that encourage the adoption of energy-efficient technologies, a shift to more combined heat and power generation, and the adoption of real-time pricing of electricity, a measure that will discourage optional electricity use during peak demand periods, would cut electricity demand enough to avoid building an additional 37 coal-fired power plants. Altogether, these measures will reduce consumer electricity and gas bills in 2020 by over $20 billion. For every $1 invested in more efficient appliances, consumers will save over $4 on their electricity and gas bills. With appliance efficiency, the big challenge now is China. 1988's appliance manufacturers produced only 50,000 refrigerators, virtually all for domestic use. 2004 they produced 30 million refrigerators, 73 million color TVs, and 24 million clothes washers, many of which were for export. The extraordinary growth of industry raised China's electricity use sevenfold from 1980 to 2004. Europeans, on average, use roughly half as much electricity as Americans or Canadians. They still have a large potential for reducing their usage. Refrigerator in Europe uses roughly half as much electricity as one in the United States, 50%. The most efficient refrigerators on the market today use only 1/4 as much electricity as the average refrigerator in Europe, an 88% reduction vs US. Electricity for standby use, that consumed when the appliance is not being used, is up to 10% of total electricity consumption. Some governments are capping the amount of standby power used by TV sets, computers, microwaves, DVD players, and so on at 1 watt per appliance. South Korea, for example, is mandating a 1 watt limit on standby levels for many appliances by 2010. Australia is doing the same for nearly all appliances by 2012. A US study estimates that roughly 5% of US residential electricity use is consumed by appliances in standby mode. If this figure dropped to 1%, which could be done easily, it would reduce electricity use enough to avoid building 17 coal-fired power plants. Put appliance carbon costs at the sticker. The principal reason that consumers do not buy the most energy efficient appliances is because the improved design and insulation increase the upfront costs. If, however, societies adopt a carbon tax reflecting the healthcare costs of breathing polluted air and the costs of climate change, the more efficient appliances would be economically much more attractive. But also, it is a moral duty. Thou shalt not kill. Lighting and appliance efficiency could replace all new coal plants. A worldwide set of appliance efficiency standards keyed to the most efficient models on the market would lead to energy savings in the appliance sector approaching or exceeding the 12% of world electricity savings from more efficient lighting. Gains in lighting and appliance efficiencies alone would enable us to avoid building 1,410 coal-fired power plants more than the 1,382 new coal-fired power plants projected by the International Energy Agency, IEA, to be built by 2020. More efficient buildings. United States. Buildings commercial and residential account for 70% of electricity use and over 38% of CO2 emissions worldwide. Building construction accounts for 40% of materials use. An energy retrofit of an older inefficient building can cut energy use by 20 to 50%. The next step, shifting entirely to carbon-free electricity, either generated on-site or purchased, to heat, cool, and light the building completes the job. Presto. A zero-carbon building. Recognizing the value of green buildings. Growing sense of the looming absolute sense of non-green buildings, one that is driving a wave of reform in both construction and real estate. Further, Davis Langdon says, going green is future-proofing your asset. Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, LEED. Voluntary certification program, sets standards so high that it has eclipsed the US government Energy Star certification program for buildings. 4 certification levels certified, silver, gold, and platinum, are attractive to buyers because they have lower operating costs, higher lease rates, and happier, healthier occupants than traditional buildings do. LEED gives insight into the many ways buildings can become more energy efficient. Site selection, locating the building close to public transport, such as light rail or buses. Energy efficiency, including must maximize the exposure to daylight, with minimum daylight illumination for 75% of the occupied space. Water efficiency, materials used, and indoor environmental quality. Higher certification depends on provision of bicycle racks and shower facilities for employees. LEED. With energy exceeding the high level of efficiency required for basic certification earns additional points. Further points are awarded for the use of renewable energy, including rooftop solar cells to generate electricity, rooftop solar water and space heaters, and the purchase of green power. LEED. Chesapeake Bay Foundation's office building for its 100 staff members near Annapolis, Maryland, ground source heat pump for heating and cooling, a rooftop solar heater for hot water, and sleekly designed composting toilets that produce a rich humus used to fertilize the landscape surrounding the building. Toyota's North American office in Torrance, California, houses 2,000 employees. Large solar electric generating facility. The combination of waterless urinals and rainwater recycling enable it to operate with 94% less water than a conventionally designed building of the same size. LEED. 54-story Bank of America Tower in New York, its own cogeneration power plant, and will collect rainwater, reuse wastewater, and use recycled materials in construction. New buildings at the World Trade Center site is being designed to achieve gold certification. 60-story office building in Chicago, use river water to cool the building in summer. And the rooftop will be covered with plants to reduce runoff and heat loss. Energy conserving measures will save the owner $800,000 a year in energy bills. California study of LEED buildings certification raised construction costs by $4 per square foot. The standard and silver certified buildings earned a profit over the first 20 years of $49 per square foot. The gold and platinum certified buildings earned $67 per square foot. Architects. Today's architectural concepts and construction technologies enable architects to easily design new buildings with half the energy requirements of today's buildings. Among the design technologies are natural daylighting, rooftop solar electric cells, natural ventilation, glazed windows, reduced water use, more efficient lighting technologies, and motion sensors for lighting. Restructuring the transport system. Compelling reasons for countries everywhere to restructure their transport systems, stabilize atmospheric CO2 levels, prepare for falling oil production, alleviate traffic congestion, reduce air pollution. The US car-centered transportation model, with 3 cars for every 4 people, will not likely be viable over the long term even for the United States. Reshaping transportation systems centers around changing role of the car. Transition from a predominantly rural global society to a largely urban one. By 2020 close to 55% of us will be living in cities, where the role of cars is diminishing. In Europe, where this process is well along, car sales in almost every country have peaked and are falling. World oil output close to peaking. Will not be enough economically recoverable oil. Oil shocks are now a major security risk. US, where 88% of the 133 million working people travels to work by car, is dangerously vulnerable. World policy emerging in places. London, a daily $16 toll on cars entering central London. Possibly a $50 per day charge on sport utility vehicles entering the city because of their high CO2 emissions. Proposal enjoys the support of Londoners by a 3-to-1 margin. New York, considering a tax on cars entering the city. World policy emerging in places. New York and San Francisco, taxes in their cities will be hybrids by 2012. New York goal is to replace the 13,000 existing taxis that get roughly 14 miles per gallon with cars that will get 30 to 50 miles per gallon, or 3 times improvement. Reduce CO2 emissions, fuel use, and local air pollution. Future of city transportation. In city, lies with a mix of light rail, buses, bicycles, cars, and walking. Intra-city, over distances of 500 miles or less, belongs to high-speed trains. Operating at speeds up to 190 miles per hour. Japan's bullet trains carry almost 1 million passengers a day. On some of the heavily used intercity high-speed rail lines, trains depart every 3 minutes. Japan's high-speed rail network now stretches for 1,360 miles, linking nearly all its major cities. European high-speed rail. Early 2007 there were 3,034 miles of high-speed rail operating in Europe, 1,711 more miles, to be added by 2010. The Paris to Brussels link, a distance of 194 miles, that is covered by train in 85 minutes. When it opened, the share of those traveling between the 2 cities by train rose from 24% to 50%, 2 times. The car share dropped from 61% to 43%, a 30% reduction, and CO2 intensive plane travel virtually disappeared. Carbon dioxide emissions per passenger mile on Europe's high-speed trains are 1/3 those of its cars and only 1/4 those of its planes. High-speed rail. In the Plan B economy, CO2 emissions from trains will essentially be zero, since they will be powered by green electricity. In addition to being comfortable and convenient, these rail links reduce air pollution, congestion, noise, and accidents. They also free travelers from the frustrations of traffic congestion and long airport security check lines. The Economist notes, Europe is in the grip of a high-speed rail revolution. US. There is a parallel need to develop an electrified national rail freight network that would greatly reduce the need for long-haul trucks. Any meaningful global effort to cut transport CO2 emissions begins with the United States, which consumes more gasoline than the next 20 countries combined, including Japan, China, Russia, Germany, and Brazil. The United States stash with 238 million vehicles out of the global 860 million, or roughly 28% of the world total, not only has the largest automobile fleet, but is near the top in miles driven per car, and near the bottom in fuel efficiency. 3 initiatives are needed in the US. 1. Is putting the cost of the carbon in the pump price, phasing in a gasoline tax of 40 cents per gallon per year for the next 12 years. For a total rise of $4.80 a gallon, and offsetting it with a reduction in income taxes would raise the US gasoline tax to the $4.5 per gallon prevailing today in Europe and Japan too. Raising the fuel efficiency standard from the 22 miles per gallon of cars sold in 2006 to 45 miles per gallon by 2020. Reaching our CO2 reduction goal depends on a heavy shift of transportation funds from highway construction to urban transit and intercity rail construction. A new materials economy. The production, processing, and disposal of material in our modern throwaway economy wastes not only material but energy as well. In nature, one-way linear flows do not survive long. The throwaway economy that has been evolving over the last half-century is an aberration, now itself headed for the junk heap of history. Potential for sharply reducing materials use. Pioneered in Germany in the early 1990s. Then Schmid-Bleek, who founded the Factor 10 Institute in France, showed that raising resource productivity even more by a factor of 10 was well within the reach of existing technology and management, given the right policy incentives. In 2002, American architect William McDonough and German chemist Michael Braungart co-authored Cradle to Cradle, Remaking the Way We Make Things. They concluded that waste and pollution are to be avoided entirely. Pollution, said McDonough, is a symbol of design failure. Industry is more than 30% of world energy consumption, including the production of plastics, fertilizers, steel, cement, and paper. Petrochemical industry, which produces products such as plastics, fertilizers, and detergents, is the biggest consumer of energy in the manufacturing sector, accounting for about 1/3 of worldwide industrial energy use, 10% of total energy use. A large part of industry fossil fuel use is for feedstock, to manufacture plastics and other materials. Increased recycling can reduce feedstock needs. Worldwide, increasing recycling rates and moving to the most efficient manufacturing systems in use today could reduce energy use in the petrochemical industry by 32%, 3% world total. Global steel industry, second largest consumer of industrial energy, producing over 1.2 billion tons in 2006, accounting for 19% of industrial energy use, 6% of world total. Energy efficiency measures, such as adopting the most efficient blast furnace systems in use today, and the complete recovery of used steel, could reduce energy use in the steel industry by 23%, about 1.5% of world total. Recycling steel. Reducing materials use means recycling steel, the use of which dwarfs that of all other metals combined. Steel use is dominated by 3 industries: automobile, household appliances, and construction. Steel recycling rates. In the United States, virtually all cars are recycled, effectively 100%. US recycling rate for household appliances is estimated at 90%. Steel cans, it is 60%. Construction steel, it is 97% for steel beams and girders, only 65% for reinforcement steel. The steel discarded each year is enough to meet the needs of the US automobile industry. Electric arc furnace. Steel recycling started climbing more than a generation ago with the advent of the electric arc furnace. Produces steel from scrap using only 1/4 the energy it would take to produce it from virgin ore, 75% reduction. Now account for half or more of steel production in more than 20 countries, 50%. If 3/4 of steel production were to switch to electric arc furnaces using scrap, energy use in the steel industry could be cut by almost 40%, about 2.4% world total. Cement industry, turning out 2.3 billion tons in 2006. Accounting for 7% of industrial energy use. China, close to half of world production, 50%, manufactures more cement than the next top 20 countries combined. Does so with extraordinary inefficiency. With modern technology could reduce its energy consumption for cement production by 45%. Worldwide, if all cement producers used the most efficient dry kiln process in use today, energy use in the cement industry could drop 42%, about 2.9% world total. Restructuring transportation impacts material use. Improving urban transit means that one 12-ton bus can replace 60 cars weighing 1.5 tons each, or 90 tons, a 87% reduction in weight and steel use. Every time someone decides to replace a car with a bike, material use is reduced by 99%. Recycling uses a fraction of energy vs raw materials. Virtually all paper products can now be recycled, including cereal boxes, junk mail, and paper bags in addition to newspapers and magazines. So too can glass, most plastics, aluminum, and other materials from buildings being torn down. Metals such as steel and aluminum can be used and reused indefinitely. Advanced economies such as Europe and Japan can rely primarily on the stock of materials already in the economy, rather than using virgin raw materials. Recycling. Metals such as steel and aluminum can be used and reused indefinitely. To encourage recycling, adopt a landfill tax. New Hampshire adopted a pay-as-you-throw program. In one NH town, a landfill tax raised the share of garbage recycled from 13% in 2005 to 52% in 2006, a 4 times increase. Recycling. San Jose, California diverting 62% of its municipal waste from landfills for reuse and recycling, now focusing on the large flow of trash from construction and demolition sites. One of 24 specialist recycling firms in the city, skillfully separated into recyclable piles of concrete, scrap metal, wood, and plastics, from only about 100,000 tons per year to 500,000 tons of the city's mixed construction and demolition materials, a 5 times increase. By deconstructing a building instead of simply demolishing it, most of the material in it can be reused or recycled, thus dramatically reducing energy use, materials, and carbon emissions. Design for easy disassembly and recycling. 1998 Japan law prohibits discarding household appliances, such as washing machines, TV sets, or air conditioners. With consumers bearing the cost of disassembling appliances in the form of a disposal fee to recycling firms, which can come to $60 for a refrigerator or $35 for a washing machine. The pressure to design appliances, so they can be more easily and cheaply disassembled, is strong. Remanufacturing. Caterpillar has emerged as a leader. Recycles some 17 truckloads of diesel engines a day at one plant. Disassembled by hand by workers, who do not throw away a single component. Reassembled with all worn parts repaired. Remanufacturing division is racking up $1 billion a year in sales, and growing at 15% annually. Airliner recycling. Boeing and Airbus now vying to see who can dismantle them most efficiently. First step is to strip the plane of its marketable components, such as engines, landing gear, galley ovens, and hundreds of other items. Up to $4 million per jet. Final dismantling and recycling of aluminum, copper, plastic, and other materials. The goal is to recycle 90% of the plane, and perhaps one day 95% or more. More than 3,000 airliners already put out to pasture, and more coming. An aluminum mine. Computers. Becoming obsolete every few years. Need to be able to quickly disassemble and recycle them. European law requires that manufacturers pay for the collection, disassembly and recycling of toxic materials. IT equipment. Manufacturers have begun to focus on how to disassemble everything from computers to cell phones. Recycle clothing. Patagonia is now recycling not only the polyester garments it sells, but also those that are sold by its competitors. Patagonia estimates that a garment made from recycled polyester, which is indistinguishable from the initial polyester made from petroleum, uses less than 1/4 as much energy, a 75% reduction. Patagonia is beginning to work on nylon garments and plans also to recycle cotton and wool clothing. Reuse of products. Finland, for example, has banned the use of one-way soft drink containers. Canada's Prince Edward Island has adopted a similar ban on all non-refillable beverage containers. A refillable glass bottle used over and over requires about 10% as much energy per use as an aluminum can that is recycled. Cleaning, sterilizing, and relabeling a used bottle requires little energy compared with recycling cans made from aluminum. Banning non-refillables is a quintuple win option, cutting material use, carbon emissions, air pollution, water pollution, and garbage flow to landfills. Discourage energy-intensive non-essential industries. The gold and bottled water industries are prime examples. Processing 500 million tons of ore consumes a huge amount of energy and emits as much CO2 as 5.5 million cars. In the United States and Europe there are more standards regulating the quality of tap water than of bottled water. For people in developing countries, where water is unsafe, it is far cheaper to boil or filter water than to buy it in bottles. Bottled water. Nearly 28 billion plastic bottles used to package water in the United States alone. Requires 17 million barrels of oil, including the energy for hauling 1 billion bottles of water every 2 weeks from bottling plants to supermarkets or convenience stores for sale. US bottled water industry consumes roughly 50 million barrels of oil per year. Costs 1,000 times as much as the tap water that is already available in city buildings. Vast opportunity for carbon reduction through reduced materials use. This begins with the major metals steel, aluminum, and copper. Recycling requires only a fraction of the energy. It continues with the design of cars, household appliances, and other products, so they are easily disassembled into their component parts for reuse or recycling. The energy savings potential is vast. Plan B: energy efficiency measures. Put the carbon price in the product price. One easy way to achieve these gains is through the imposition of a carbon tax that would help reflect the full cost of burning fossil fuels. We recommend increasing the carbon tax by $20 per ton each year over the next 12 years, for a total of $240. It does not come close to covering the indirect costs of burning fossil fuels. World electricity generation by source in 2008, and in the Plan B economy of 2020. Plan B: carbon dioxide emissions reduction goals for 2020. M4th. Replace carbon, sprint to wood, wind and sun, eliminating existing coal, oil. C12. Bottom line. 4th B, sprint to wood, wind and sun, eliminating existing carbon, coal. C12. Brown's details. Plan B involves a crash program to develop 3,000 gigawatts of wind generating capacity by 2020, 3,000 coal plants worth. This will require a doubling of capacity every 2 years, up from the doubling every 3 years for the last decade. It will mean 0.0001 gigawatt for every 2,500 of the world's projected 2020 population of 7.5 billion people. Denmark with 0.0001 gigawatt for every 1,700 people is already well beyond this goal. Spain will likely exceed this per capita goal before 2010 and Germany shortly thereafter. Requires the installation of 2 million 2 megawatt wind turbines, 65 million cars the world produces each year. At $3 million per installed turbine, this would involve investing $4.5 trillion over the next dozen years, or $375 billion per year. World oil and gas capital expenditures, that are projected to reach $1 trillion per year by 2016. Wind turbines can be mass-produced on assembly lines. The idle capacity in the US automobile industry is sufficient, and the skilled, idled workers. Plan B, energy efficiency measures. From Plan October 2009. World electricity generation by source in 2008, and in the Plan B economy of 2020. Plan B, carbon dioxide emissions reduction goals for 2020. The world energy economy of 2020. Development of 5,153 gigawatts of new renewable generating capacity by 2020 versus 5,153 coal plants. Over half of it from wind. More than enough to replace all the coal and oil and 70% of the natural gas now used to generate electricity. The addition of 1,530 gigawatts of thermal capacity by 2020 will reduce the use of both oil and gas for heating buildings and water. Roughly 2/3 of this growth will come from rooftop solar, water and space heaters. 20th century belonged to oil, 21st to sun, wind, geothermal. Europe, new electrical generating capacity from renewable energy sources in 2006 exceeded that from conventional sources. First continent to enter the new energy era. US generating capacity from wind increased 27% in 2006. Texas, wind power that could yield 23,000 megawatts of new generating capacity, an amount equal to 23 coal-fired power plants. Note, seems that 1 gigawatt, 1,000 megawatts, approximates 1 coal plant. 21st to sun, the wind, geothermal. China, some 160 million people now get their hot water from rooftop solar water heaters. Iceland, almost 90% of homes are heated with geothermal energy. Europe, 60 million people rely on wind farms for their electricity. Philippines, 19 million people get their electricity from geothermal power plants. 21st to sun, the wind, geothermal. This chapter addresses the challenge of harnessing renewable energy on a scale that will help reduce worldwide carbon dioxide, CO2, emissions by 80%. The first priority is to replace all coal and oil-fired electricity generation with renewable sources. This is not Plan A, business as usual. This is Plan B, a wartime mobilization, an all-out response proportionate to the threat that global warming presents to our future. We can expand renewable energy use fast enough. Restructuring of the energy economy will be driven also by the realization that the fate of our global civilization may depend not only on doing so, but doing so at wartime speed. Harnessing the wind. A Stanford team, the Earth's available wind energy would provide 35 times as much electricity as the world currently uses. China, with vast windswept plains in the north and west, countless mountain ridges, and a long coastline, all rich with wind, has enough readily harnessable wind energy to easily double its current electrical generating capacity. 3 states, North Dakota, Kansas, and Texas, have enough harnessable wind energy to totally satisfy national energy needs. Wind turbine output has increased 20x in the last 30 years. World leaders in wind capacity. Germany. 3 North German states now get more than 30% of their electricity from wind. Germany as a whole, it is 7% and climbing. United States, Spain, India. Denmark is the leader, at 20%. Wind expansion planned. Denmark is now looking to push the wind share of its electricity to 50%, with most of the additional power coming from offshore. They are looking at using wind as the mainstay of their electrical generating system and fossil fuel generated power to fill in when the wind ebbs. Among the emerging wind powers are China, France, and Canada, each of which doubled its wind electric generation in 2006. Critics against wind. Bird fatalities from wind farms are minuscule compared with deaths from flying into skyscrapers, colliding with cars, or being captured by cats, or the 50 to 250 species going extinct daily from carbon warming and earth rape. When some people see a wind farm, they see a blight on the landscape. Others see a civilization-saving source of energy. Among ranchers in Colorado or dairy farmers in upstate New York, the competition for wind farms is intense. A large, advanced design wind turbine can generate $300,000 worth of electricity in a year. Farmers, with no investment on their part, typically receive $3,000,000-10,000 a year in royalties for each wind turbine erected on their land, 1 to 3% share. Wind requires so little land compared with other sources of renewable energy. A corn farmer in northern Iowa can put a wind turbine on a quarter acre of land that can produce $300,000 worth of electricity per year. This same quarter acre would produce 40 bushels of corn that in turn could produce 120 gallons of ethanol worth $300. The turbines occupy less than 1% of the land in a wind farm, lets farmers harvest both energy and crops from the same land. Thousands of ranchers in the wind-rich Great Plains will soon be earning more from wind royalties than from cattle sales. Wind constrained by turbine manufacturing capacity. Wind is the centerpiece of the Plan B energy economy. Abundant, low cost, and widely distributed, scales up easily, and can be developed quickly. The Earth's wind resources cannot be depleted. Plan B involves a crash program to develop 3,000 gigawatts of wind generating capacity by 2020, 3,000 coal plants worth. This will require a doubling of capacity every 2 years, up from the doubling every 3 years for the last decade. It will mean 0.0001 gigawatt for every 2,500 of the world's projected 2020 population of 7.5 billion people. Denmark, with 0.0001 gigawatt for every 1,700 people, is already well beyond this goal. Spain will likely exceed this per capita goal before 2010 and Germany shortly thereafter. Requires the installation of 2 million 2 megawatt wind turbines, 65 million cars the world produces each year. At $3 million per installed turbine, this would involve investing $4.5 trillion over the next dozen years, or $375 billion per year. World oil and gas capital expenditures that are projected to reach $1 trillion per year by 2016. Wind turbines can be mass-produced on assembly lines. The idle capacity in the US automobile industry is sufficient, and the skilled, idled workers. Wind-powered plug-in hybrid cars. World desperately needs a new automotive energy economy, a new source of fuel. Foundation for this has been laid with two new technologies, the gas-electric hybrid cars pioneered by Toyota and advanced design wind turbines. Toyota Prius 46 miles per gallon, in combined city/highway driving, compared with 20 miles per gallon for the average new US passenger vehicle, 60% less carbon, gas, oil. US could easily cut its gasoline use in half simply by converting the US automobile fleet to hybrid cars. Recharging batteries with off-peak wind-generated electricity would cost the equivalent of less than $1 per gallon of gasoline. This modification of hybrids, to run largely on electricity, could reduce remaining gasoline use an additional 60%, for a total reduction of 80%. Wind-powered, polymer composite plug-in hybrid cars. But this is not all. Amory Lovins, an energy efficiency pioneer, notes that substituting advanced polymer composites for steel in auto bodies can roughly double the efficiency of a normal weight hybrid without materially raising its total manufacturing cost. Thus, building gas-electric hybrids using the new advanced polymer composites, which are being introduced by Boeing in its new 787 Dreamliner jumbo jet, can cut the remaining 20% of fuel use by another half, for a total reduction of 90%. Plug-in electric hybrid/wind power requires no major new infrastructure. Network of gasoline service stations and the electricity grid are already in place. 2006 study. 84% of the electricity used by a national fleet of plug-in cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs could be satisfied with the existing electrical infrastructure, since the recharging would take place largely at night, when there is an excess of generating capacity. Variability of wind can be largely offset by integrating local and regional grids into a strong national grid, something that is needed anyhow to raise load management efficiency. Since no two wind farms have identical wind flows, each wind farm added to a large grid reduces variability. With many wind farms on a large grid, variability largely disappears. Another major source of stability. Shift to plug-in hybrids, since the vehicle batteries become a storage system for wind energy. With a smart grid, motorists could profitably sell electricity back to the grid when needed during peak demand. With their electricity storage capacity and backup tank of gasoline, buffers the variability of wind energy. Massive economic and emissions benefits. Rejuvenate farm and ranch communities. Dramatically shrink the US balance of trade deficit. Could cut automobile CO2 emissions by some 90%. Solar cells and collectors. There is enough solar energy reaching the Earth each hour to power the world economy for 1 year. Solar cells and collectors. Solar thermal collectors, widely used to heat water, are now also used for space heating. Collectors concentrate sunlight to boil water and produce steam-generated electricity. Assemblages of solar electric cells are used on a commercial power plant scale, with individual plants capable of supplying thousands of homes with electricity. Some 40 million rooftop solar water heaters in China. 2,000 Chinese companies manufacturing rooftop solar water heaters. This relatively simple low-cost technology is widely used in cities. It has also leapfrogged into villages that do not yet have electricity. For as little as $200, villagers can have a rooftop solar collector installed and take their first hot shower. Beijing plans to more than double by 2020. Equal to the electricity generated by 54 coal-fired power plants. Looks like each 800,000 heaters would replace about one coal plant. Once the initial installment cost is paid, the hot water is essentially free. Rooftop solar water heaters. Austria, Europe's leader. 15% of all households now rely on them for hot water. In some Austrian villages nearly all homes have rooftop collectors. Some 2 million Germans are now living in homes where water and space are both heated by rooftop solar systems. European Union has a long-term potential of developing 1,200 thermal gigawatts, about 1,200 coal plants worth of solar water and space heating, which means that the sun could meet most of Europe's low temperature heating needs. In industrial countries, these systems pay for themselves from electricity savings in fewer than 10 years. Solar cells, now doubling every 2 years. The estimated sales for 2008 of over 5 gigawatts will climb to 320 gigawatts in 2020. When a villager buys a solar cell system, that person is in effect buying a 25-year supply of electricity. Note the 19th of December 11. Headline today: an energy CEO projecting that rooftop solar will be cheaper than grid energy by 2060. Concentrated solar power uses reflectors with automated tracking systems to concentrate sunlight on a closed vessel containing water or some other liquid, raising the temperature as high as 750 degrees Fahrenheit to produce steam. California installed 0.354 gigawatts of solar thermal generating capacity nearly 20 years ago. Prominent among the regions with the solar intensity needed to profitably operate solar thermal power plants are the US Southwest, North Africa, Mediterranean Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and the desert regions of Pakistan, northwestern India, and northern and western China. Concentrated solar. Algeria, our potential in thermal solar power is 4 times the world's energy consumption. Solar thermal generation in sunny climates peaks during the day, when air conditioning needs and personal power demands are also peaking. Southwestern United States, a potential solar power generating capacity of 7,000 gigawatts of electricity, roughly 7 times current US generating capacity from all sources. Seems US electric total is 1,000 GW? Something wrong with these numbers. 80 gigawatts of this generating potential could be developed by 2030. We suggest a more immediate goal of 200 gigawatts by 2020. The 19th of December 11. Note, solar panel prices diving so fast that they may take up much of this slack. Energy from the earth, geothermal. The heat in the upper 6 miles of the earth's crust contains 50,000 times as much energy as found in all the world's oil and gas, not coal, reserves combined. Only 9.3 gigawatts of geothermal generating capacity have been harnessed worldwide. Because of the dominance of the oil, gas, and coal industries, which have been providing cheap fuel by omitting the indirect costs of fossil fuel burning, relatively little has been invested in developing the Earth's geothermal heat resources. Energy from the earth, geothermal. Over the last decade, geothermal energy has been growing at scarcely 3% a year. An estimated 100 thermal gigawatts of geothermal energy, roughly 10 times the amount converted to electricity, is used directly without conversion into electricity to heat homes and greenhouses and as process heat in industry. The energy used in hot baths in Japan and to heat homes in Iceland and greenhouses in Russia. Plant-based sources of energy, forest industry byproducts, sugar industry byproducts, urban waste, livestock waste, energy crops, crop residues, and urban tree and yard wastes. The bulk of the nearly 10 gigawatts in US plant-based electrical generation comes from burning forest waste. St. Paul, Minnesota, district heating system, waste wood, city of nearly 300,000 people. Combined heat and power plant using tree waste from the city's parks, industrial wood waste, and wood from other sources. 250,000 tons or more of waste wood per year, just under 1 ton per person. District heating to some 80% of the downtown area. Replaced coal, thus simultaneously cutting carbon emissions by 76,000 tons per year, disposing of waste wood, and providing a sustainable source of heat and electricity. Garbage can also be burned. Europe, waste-to-energy plants supply 20 million consumers with heat. United States, some 89 waste-to-energy plants convert 20 million tons of waste into power for 6 million consumers. Animal waste. US livestock and poultry production now concentrated in large facilities. Use of animal waste in anaerobic digesters to produce methane, natural gas. Methane produced in landfills. Crops. 2007 the world produced 13.1 billion gallons of fuel ethanol and 2.3 billion gallons of biodiesel. 50% of the ethanol came from the United States, A 33% came from Brazil, sugarcane. 1/4 of the biodiesel was produced in Germany. The other major producers were the United States, France, and Italy. Europe, with high goals for biodiesel use and low potential for expanding oilseed production, biodiesel refiners are turning to palm oil from Malaysia and Indonesia, where the clearing of rainforests for palm plantations is raising worldwide concern. Cellulosic materials, switchgrass, wood chips, wheat straw, and corn stalks into ethanol. Switchgrass and hybrid poplars would produce relatively high ethanol yields on marginal lands, but it likely will be another decade before cellulosic ethanol can compete with corn-based ethanol. Burning cellulosic crops to directly generate electricity is much more efficient than converting them to ethanol. United States could generate 110 gigawatts of electricity from burning crops such as switchgrass and fast-growing trees, roughly 10 times the current level. Worldwide use of plant materials to generate electricity could contribute 200 gigawatts of generating capacity by 2020. River, tidal, and wave power. Roughly 16% of the world's electricity comes from hydropower, most of it from large dams. Small-scale projects continue to be built. 2006 small dams with a combined 6 gigawatts of generating capacity were built in rural areas of China. The future holds the promise of in-stream turbines that do not need a dam and are thus less environmentally intrusive. Tidal generating facility. La Rani Barrage, with a generating capacity of 0.240 gigawatts, was built 40 years ago in France and is still operating today. South Korea is building a 0.254 gigawatt project on its west coast. At another site 30 miles to the north, engineers are planning an 0.812 gigawatt tidal facility. China is planning a 0.300 gigawatt tidal facility at the mouth of the Yalu River. New Zealand is planning a 0.2 gigawatt project in the Kapara Harbour on the country's north coast. Gigantic tidal projects are underway. India is planning to build a 39-mile barrage across the Gulf of Cambot on the country's northwest coast with a 7.4 gigawatt generating capacity. United Kingdom, several political leaders are pushing for an 8.6 gigawatt tidal facility in the Severn estuary. Russian planners are also talking in terms of 10 gigawatt tidal power plants. Wave power is a few years behind tidal power. Californian utility PG&E has filed a plan to develop 2.04 gigawatt wave farms off the state's north coast. Oil giant Chevron filed for a permit to develop up to 0.06 gigawatts of wave generating capacity nearby. Ireland has the most ambitious wave power development goal, 0.5 gigawatts of wave generating capacity by 2020, enough to supply 7% of its electricity. Outlook for hydro. 850 gigawatts, 850,000 megawatts, 850 coal plants worth approx. of hydroelectric power in operation worldwide in 2006 will expand to 1,350 gigawatts by 2020. A 58% increase. China's official projections, 270 gigawatts will be added there, mostly from large dams in the country's southwest. 230 gigawatts in our projected growth by 2020 would come from a scattering of large dams still being built in countries like Brazil and Turkey, a large number of small hydro facilities, a fast-growing number of tidal projects, some of them in the multi-gigawatt range, and numerous smaller wave power projects. The World Energy Economy of 2020. Development of 5,153 gigawatts of new renewable generating capacity by 2020 versus 5,153 coal plants. Over half of it from wind. More than enough to replace all the coal and oil and 70% of the natural gas now used to generate electricity. The addition of 1,530 gigawatts of thermal capacity by 2020 will reduce the use of both oil and gas for heating buildings and water. Roughly 2/3 of this growth will come from rooftop solar, water and space heaters. Plan B Energy Economy of 2020. Fossil fuel generated electricity drops by 90%. 5-fold growth in renewably generated electricity. Transportation sector, energy use from fossil fuels drops by some 70%. Plug-in hybrids, electric trains. Indirect energy savings. When coal is phased out as a power source, the vast amount of energy used to extract the coal, bring it to the surface, and transport it typically hundreds of miles by rail, to power plants is no longer needed. Some 42% of US freight is coal transported by diesel-powered locomotives. Electricity will be much more prominent. 2020 electricity will be the principal source of energy for cars. Trains electricity will replace diesel fuel. Many buildings will be all electric, heated, cooled, and illuminated entirely with carbon-free renewable electricity. Smart grid. It gives consumers a choice, for example, between running a dishwasher during peak demand and paying 9 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity and running it at 3 a.m. using 5 cents electricity. Can shrink their electricity bills and benefit utilities by reducing the generating capacity that utilities will need. Renewables democratize energy. We anticipate that the energy transition will be driven largely by mounting concerns about climate change. Climbing oil prices. Restructuring of taxes to incorporate the indirect costs of burning fossil fuels. It is encouraging to know that we now have the technologies to build a new energy economy, one that is not climate disruptive, that does not pollute the air, and that can last as long as the sun itself. The question is no longer whether we can develop a climate-stabilizing energy economy, but whether we can develop it before climate change spins out of control. N4th. Third. Minimize carbon resources in cities where 50% of us live. C10. Bottom line highlights. Reduce urban transport. Charge cars to enter city. Bike friendliness. Massively reduced water use. Composting toilets. Urban farming. Upgrade, integrate squatter settlements. Stop need for squatter settlements. Eliminate parking subsidies. City livability measure. The ratio of parks to parking lots may be the best single indicator of the livability of a city. An indication of whether the city is designed for people or for cars. 1. Urbanization is the second dominant demographic trend of our time. 2. After population growth itself. In 1900, 150 million people lived in cities. By 2000, it was 2.8 billion people, a 19-fold increase. As of 2008, more than half of us are living in cities, making us, for the first time, an urban species. Urbanization. 1900 there were only a handful of cities with 1 million people. Today 414 cities have at least that many inhabitants, 20 megacities with 10 million or more residents. Tokyo, with 35 million residents, has more people than all of Canada. Mexico City's population of 19 million is nearly equal to that of Australia. New York, Sao Paulo, Mumbai, formerly Bombay, Delhi, Shanghai, Kolkata, Calcutta, and Jakarta follow close behind. World cities are facing unprecedented problems. Mexico City, Tehran, Kolkata, Bangkok, Shanghai, and hundreds of other cities, the air is no longer safe to breathe. In some cities, the air is so polluted that breathing is equivalent to smoking 2 packs of cigarettes per day. New urbanism seeks to revive the traditional city planning of an era when cities were designed around human beings instead of automobiles. Most remarkable modern urban transformations has occurred in Bogota, Colombia. wanted to know what could be done for the 70% the majority who did not own cars. Realized that a city that has a pleasant environment for children and the elderly would work for everyone. City banned the parking of cars on sidewalks. Created or renovated 1,200 parks. Introduced a highly successful bus-based rapid transit system. Built hundreds of kilometers of bicycle paths and pedestrian streets. Reduced rush hour traffic by 40%. Planted 100,000 trees. Involved local citizens directly in the improvement of their neighborhoods. Safer than Washington, D.C. Increasing urban mobility. Curitiba, Brazil. One of the first to design and adopt an alternative transportation system. Does not mimic those in the West, but that is inexpensive and commuter friendly. Since 1974, Curitiba's transportation system has been totally restructured. 40% of the people own cars. These play a minor role in urban transport. Busing, biking, and walking totally dominate, with more than half of all trips in the city by bus. The city's population has tripled since 1974, but its car traffic has declined by a remarkable 30%. The ecology of cities. Cities require a concentration of food, water, energy, and materials that nature cannot provide. Collecting these masses of materials, and then dispersing them in the form of garbage, sewage, and pollutants in air and water is challenging city managers everywhere. The evolution of modern cities was tied to advances in transport, initially for ships and trains, but it was the internal combustion engine, combined with cheap oil, that provided the mobility of people and freight that fueled the phenomenal urban growth of the 20th century. Depend on distant sources for basic amenities. Los Angeles, for example, draws much of its water from the Colorado River, some 970 kilometers, 600 miles, away. Mexico City's burgeoning population, living at an altitude of 3,000 meters, must now depend on the costly pumping of water from 150 kilometers away, and must lift it 1,000 meters or more, to augment its inadequate water supplies. Beijing is planning to draw water from the Yangtze River basin some 1,200 kilometers away. Tokyo, wheat comes largely from the Great Plains of North America and from Australia. Its corn supply comes largely from the US Midwest. Soybeans come from the US Midwest and the Brazilian Cerrado. The very oil used to move resources into and out of cities often comes from distant oil fields. Redesigning urban transport. Urban transport systems, based on a combination of rail lines, bus lines, bicycle pathways, and pedestrian walkways. A rail system provides the foundation for a city's transportation system. The nodes on such a system become the obvious places to concentrate office buildings, high-rise apartment buildings, and shops. Megacities regularly turn to underground rail systems to provide mobility. For cities of intermediate size, light rail is often an attractive option. Bogota's Bus Rapid Transit (BRT) system, express lanes for buses, 6 other Colombian cities but elsewhere too, Mexico City, Sao Paulo, Hanoi, Seoul, Taipei, and Quito, in China, Beijing, Ottawa, Toronto, Minneapolis, Las Vegas, and much to everyone's delight Los Angeles. Charging cars to enter city. Singapore, long a leader in urban transport innovation, has imposed a tax on all roads leading into the city center. Also Oslo, Bergen, and Trondheim as well as London and Stockholm. London, $10 charge. The first year the number of people using buses to travel into the central city climbed by 38%, delays dropped by 30%, and vehicle speeds on key thoroughfares increased by 21%. Number of cars and minicabs into central London during peak hours has been reduced by 70,000, a drop of 36%, while the number of bicycles has increased by 50%. 2007, Milan announced it would impose a pollution charge of $14 on vehicles entering its historic center in daytime hours during the week. Other sites now considering similar measures include New York, Sao Paulo, San Francisco, and Barcelona. Bike-friendly transport. The key to realizing the potential of the bicycle is to create a bicycle-friendly transport system. Among the industrial country leaders in designing bicycle-friendly transport systems are the Dutch, the Danes, and the Germans. Some traffic signals permit cyclists to move out before cars. Roughly 30% of all urban trips in the Netherlands are on bicycle. This compares with 1% in the United States. Reducing urban water use. The one-time use of water to disperse human and industrial wastes is an outmoded practice, made obsolete by new technologies and water shortages. Sewer system is actually a pathogen dispersal system. Poor sanitation and personal hygiene claim the lives of some 2 million children per year, a toll that is 1/3 the 6 million lives claimed by hunger and malnutrition. Composting toilet. Simple, waterless odorless toilet linked to a small compost facility. Dry composting converts human fecal material into a soil-like humus, which is essentially odorless, and is scarcely 10% of the original volume. Need to be emptied every year or so, depending on design and size. Vendors periodically collect the humus and market it as a soil supplement. First large community with dry compost toilets, Inner Mongolia. Designed to house 7,000 people, the town is scheduled for completion by the end of 2007. In this system, urine, which contains 80% of the nutrients leaving the human body, is diverted into a designated container. It is then collected and recycled directly onto the land as a fertilizer supplement. Both human solid waste and kitchen waste are composted into a rich humus, sanitized, and used as an organic fertilizer. For many of the 2.6 billion people who lack sanitation facilities, composting toilets may be the answer. Compost toilet leaders. China, some 100,000 urine diverting, dry compost toilets now in use. India, Uganda, South Africa, Mexico, Bolivia, and 7 countries in West Africa. Once a toilet is separated from the water use system, recycling household water becomes a much simpler process. Cities reusing the same water continuously. Only a small percentage of water is lost to evaporation each time it cycles through. Given the technologies that are available today, it is quite possible to recycle urban water supplies comprehensively, largely removing cities as a claimant on scarce water resources. Singapore, for example, which buys water from Malaysia at a high price, is beginning to recycle water, reducing the amount it imports. For some cities, water recycling may become a condition of their survival. Conserving household water. More water efficient showerheads, flush toilets, dishwashers, and clothes washers. Toilets and showers together account for over half of indoor water use, 50% plus. Traditional flush toilets use 6 gallons, or 22.7 liters, per flush. The legal US maximum for new toilets is 1.6 gallons, 6 liters, 70% less. New toilets with a dual flush 2-button technology use only 1 gallon for a liquid waste flush, and 1.6 gallons for a solid waste flush, 70–84% less. Shifting from a showerhead flowing at 5 gallons per minute to a 2.5 gallons per minute model cuts water use in half, 50%. With washing machines, a horizontal axis design developed in Europe uses 40% less water than the traditional top-loading US models. Farming in the city. Hanoi, Vietnam. Hanoi, Vietnam. 80% of the fresh vegetables come from farms in or immediately adjacent to the city. Farms in the city or its shadow also produce 50% of the pork and the poultry consumed in the city. Half of the city's freshwater fish are produced by enterprising urban fish farmers. 40% of the egg supply is produced within the city or nearby. Urban farmers ingeniously recycle human and animal waste to nourish plants and to fertilize fish ponds. Fish farmers near Kolkata, India, manage vast water fish ponds that cover nearly 4,000 hectares and produce 18,000 tons of fish each year. Bacteria in the ponds break down the organic waste in the city's sewage. Supports the rapid growth of algae that feed the local strains of herbivorous fish. provides the city with a steady supply of fresh fish that are consistently of better quality than any others entering the Kokata market. Shanghai Nutrient Recycling Zone. Municipal government manages 300,000 hectares of farmland to recycle the city's night soil. 50% of Shanghai's pork and poultry, 60% of its vegetables, and 90% of its milk and eggs come from the city and the immediately surrounding region. US. A huge potential for urban gardening. Chicago has 70,000 vacant lots. Philadelphia, 31,000. Nationwide vacant lots in cities would total in the hundreds of thousands. A regenerative effect. Upgrading squatter settlements. Between 2000 and 2050, world population is projected to grow by 3 billion. Little of this growth is projected for industrial countries or for the rural developing world. In cities in developing countries, with much of this urban growth taking place in squatter settlements. Squatter settlements. Stop need for squatter settlements. Characterized by grossly inadequate housing and a lack of access to urban services. One of the best ways to make rural/urban migration manageable is to improve conditions in the countryside. This means not only providing basic social services, such as healthcare and education for children, as outlined in Chapter 7, but also encouraging industrial investment in small towns throughout the country, rather than just in prime cities, such as Mexico City or Bangkok. Such policies will slow the flow into cities to a more orderly pace. Squatter settlements. Although political leaders might hope that these settlements will one day be abandoned, the reality is that they will continue expanding. The challenge is to integrate them into urban life in a humane way that provides hope through the potential for upgrading. The alternative is mounting resentment, social friction, and violence. Cities for people. Inherent conflict between the automobile and the city. Urban air pollution from automobiles is emerging as a leading health issue in hundreds of cities. Worsening congestion also takes a direct economic toll in rising costs in time and gasoline. Psychological cost, a deprivation of contact with the natural world and asphalt complex. There is an innate human need for contact with nature. Creating more livable cities and the mobility that people desire depends on shifting resources from roads and highways to urban transit and bicycle support facilities. Eliminate parking subsidies. Off-street parking subsidies in the United States are worth at least $127 billion a year, obviously encouraging people to drive. 1992, California mandated that employers match parking subsidies with cash that can be used by the recipient either to pay public transport fares or to buy a bicycle. What society should be striving for is not parking subsidies, but parking fees that reflect the costs of traffic congestion and the deteriorating quality of life as cities are taken over by cars and parking lots. Bottom line highlights. Redesign urban transport. Charge cars to enter city. Bike friendliness. Massively reduced water use. Composting toilets. Urban farming. Upgrade, integrate squatter settlements. Stop need for squatter settlements. Eliminate parking subsidies. D. Global Marshall Plan to Save Creation. C13. Business as usual will not continue for much longer. Will the change come because we move quickly to restructure the economy and to reallocate back defense spending to the major threats of today, state failure due to poverty and population? Or because we fail to act and civilization begins to unravel? Saving creation will take a massive mobilization at wartime speed, like belated US mobilization during World War II. Except Plan B mobilization requires decisive action on a global scale. We need to act now. New Zealand is showing the way in attacking carbon pollution, will boost the renewable share of its electricity from 70%, mostly hydro and geothermal, to 90% by 2025. Will cut per capita carbon emissions from transport in half by 2040. Will expand its forested area by some 250,000 hectares by 2020. Will dare to aspire to be carbon neutral. Saving creation has two major tasks. Task A, terminate market blindness to ecological environmental services, value, and destruction, pollution. Task B, create national security machine focused forward to 21st century threats, failing states. First task A, terminate market blindness. Western economic model, environmentally blind market will not last, or it will be the death of us all. Fossil fuel based, automobile centered throwaway economy. The cited economy will be powered by renewable sources of energy that will have a diversified transport system and that will reuse and recycle everything. Will allocate taxes and subsidies with eyes wide open and focused on the health of creation. The question is how to get from here to there before time runs out. Can we reach the political tipping points that will enable us to cut carbon emissions before we reach the ecological tipping points where the melting of the Himalayan glaciers becomes irreversible? Will we be able to halt the deforestation of the Amazon before it dries out, becomes vulnerable to fire, and turns into wasteland? Before it triggers a fracturing of society along generational lines, how will we respond to our children? How will our children respond to what we've done to them? Costs off the books drove Enron into bankruptcy. Our global economic accounting system that also leaves costs off the books has potentially far more serious consequences. The key to building a global, cited economy, creation of an honest market. One that tells the ecological truth. To create an honest market, restructure the tax system by reducing taxes on work and raising them on various environmentally destructive activities. To incorporate indirect costs into the market price, realign subsidies to support creation, not destruction, rape, and plunder. If we can get the market to tell the truth, we can avoid being blindsided by a faulty accounting system that leads to bankruptcy. Socialism collapsed because it did not allow the market to tell the economic truth. Capitalism may collapse because it does not allow the market to tell the ecological truth. A market that is permitted to ignore the indirect costs is irrational, wasteful, and, in the end, self-destructive. Nicholas Stern. The failure to incorporate the costs of climate change in the prices of fossil fuels is a market failure on the greatest scale the world has ever seen. Shifting taxes and subsidies away from productive activities to destructive. The need for tax shifting, lowering income taxes while raising levies on environmentally destructive activities, coal, oil, tree destruction, has been widely endorsed by economists. Tax coal, exactly as we do cigarettes, so not the innocents, but the perpetrators pay. Incorporating the increased healthcare costs associated with mining it and breathing polluted air, the costs of damage from acid rain, and the costs of climate disruption, the costs of remediating the damage our neglect is visiting on tomorrow would encourage investment in clean renewable sources of energy such as wind or solar. First, calculate indirect costs. Perhaps the best model, US government study on the costs to society of smoking cigarettes. Undertaken by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Including both the cost of treating smoking-related illnesses and lost worker productivity from these illnesses. Quantified the costs as $10.47 per pack. Second, Costs provide a framework for raising taxes. Chicago, smokers now pay $3.66 per pack in state and local cigarette taxes. New York City is not far behind at $3. New Jersey, which has boosted the tax in 4 of the last 5 years to a total of $2.58, 10% price rise typically reduces smoking by 4%. The health benefits of tax increases are substantial. To restructure the energy economy, carbon tax, like on cigarettes, paid by the primary producers, the oil or coal companies. New prices can be used by all economic decision makers to make more intelligent decisions. Worldwide carbon tax of $240 per ton, to be phased in at the rate of $20 per year between 2008 and 2020. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Indirect costs to society, climate change, oil industry tax breaks, oil supply protection, war machine, oil industry subsidies, and treatment of auto exhaust related respiratory illnesses. Remediation our children will pay if we don't act decisively, now $12 per gallon. These are real costs. Someone bears them. If not us, our children, and their children. Gasoline tax, just like we tax cigarettes. Gasoline taxes in Italy, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom averaging $4.40 per gallon are almost halfway there. The average US gas tax of 47 cents per gallon, scarcely 1/10 that in Europe, helps explain why more gasoline is used in the United States than in the next 20 countries combined. Phasing in a gasoline tax of 40 cents per gallon per year for the next 12 years, for a total rise of $4.80 a gallon, and offsetting it with a reduction in income taxes would raise the US gas tax to the $4.5 per gallon prevailing today in Europe and Japan, about $1,800 per ton, as in Europe, roughly 10 times today's tax. Tax restructuring can create an honest pricing system for destroying ecological services, values of services that trees provide, such as flood control and carbon sequestration. Stumpage tax. Market for lumber would then be based on ecologically honest prices. Would reduce tree cutting and encourage wood reuse and paper recycling. Tax as a policy instrument has many validations. 1998 the US tobacco industry agreed to reimburse state governments $251 billion for the Medicare costs of treating smoking-related illnesses, nearly $1,000 for every person in the United States. A retroactive tax on cigarettes, smoked in the past, one designed to cover indirect costs. Companies raised cigarette prices, bringing them closer to their true costs, and further discouraging smoking. Mandating a cost of $240 per ton of carbon by 2020, proven in Europe. Europe's $4.40 per gallon would translate into a carbon tax of $1,815 per ton. The modest gasoline taxes in Europe have contributed to an oil-efficient economy and to far greater investment in high-quality public transportation over the decades, making it less vulnerable to supply disruptions. European tax shifting. 4-year plan adopted in Germany in 1999 systematically shifted taxes from labor to carbon energy. By 2003, this plan had reduced annual CO2 emissions by 20 million tons. Helped to create approximately 250,000 additional jobs. Accelerated growth in the renewable energy sector, creating some 64,000 jobs by 2006 in the wind industry alone. Sweden tax shifting. Shifted an estimated $2 billion of taxes from income to environmentally destructive activities. Much of this shift of $500 or so per household was levied on road transport, including hikes in vehicle and fuel taxes. France, Italy, Norway, Spain, and the United Kingdom are also using this policy instrument. Environmental taxes are now being used, several purposes, various ways. Landfill taxes adopted by either national or local governments. Cities are now taxing cars that enter the city. Others are simply imposing a tax on automobile ownership. Denmark, the tax on the purchase of a new car exceeds the price of the car itself. New car that sells for $25,000 costs the buyer more than $50,000. Shanghai, the fees for car registrations, $4,600 per vehicle, twice the city's per capita income. 2,500 economists, 8 Nobel Prize winners, have endorsed the concept of tax shifts. Cutting income taxes, while increasing gasoline taxes, would lead to more rapid economic growth, less traffic congestion, safer roads, and reduced risk of global warming. All without jeopardizing long-term fiscal solvency. This may be the closest thing to a free lunch that economics has to offer. Cap-and-trade systems, too little, too late alternative to environmental tax restructuring. With permits, governments set the amount of a given activity that is allowed, market sets the price. With environmental taxes, in contrast, the price of the environmentally destructive activity is incorporated in the tax rate, market determines the amount of the activity. Both economic instruments can be used to discourage environmentally irresponsible behavior. Cap-and-trade system has been effective at the national level, restricting the catch in an Australian fishery. Reducing sulfur emissions in the United States. Australia, concerned about lobster overharvesting, estimated the sustainable yield of lobsters, and then issued catch permits totaling that amount. Since 1986, the fishery has stabilized, and appears to be operating on a sustainable basis. Annually, global taxpayers provide an estimated $700 billion of subsidies for environmentally destructive activities. Fossil fuel burning, overpumping aquifers, clear-cutting forests, and overfishing. There is something unbelievable about the world spending hundreds of billions of dollars annually to subsidize its own destruction. Iran is a classic example. Prices oil for internal use at 1/10 the world price. If its $37 billion annual subsidy were phased out, Iran's carbon emissions would drop by a staggering 49%. Freeing up public revenues for investment in the country's economic development. Removing carbon energy subsidies would reduce carbon emissions. India by 14%, Indonesia by 11%, Russia by 17%, Venezuela by 26%, Belgium, France, and Japan have phased out all subsidies for coal. Germany reduced its coal subsidy from $2.8 billion in 1989 to $1.4 billion in 2002, 50%, meanwhile lowering its coal use by 38%. Subsidies to the UK airline industry, $18 billion in tax breaks. External or indirect costs that are not paid, such as treating illness from breathing the air polluted by planes, the costs of climate change, and so forth, add nearly $7.5 billion to the tab, $426 per resident. Regressive tax policy simply because a part of the UK population cannot afford to fly. United States has increased its support for the fossil fuel and nuclear industries. Annual US federal energy subsidies have a total value to the industry of $74 billion. Oil and gas industry gets $39 billion, coal $8 billion, and nuclear $9 billion. At a time when there is a need to conserve oil resources, US taxpayers are subsidizing their depletion. Rational, responsible subsidy shifting to creation, not destruction. Shifting these subsidies to the development of climate clean energy sources such as wind, solar, biomass, and geothermal power will help stabilize the Earth's climate. Shifting subsidies from road construction to rail construction could increase mobility in many situations. Shifting the $22 billion in annual fishing industry subsidies, which encourage destructive overfishing, to the creation of marine parks to regenerate fisheries would be a giant step in restoring oceanic fisheries. Summing up climate stabilization technology measures. Need to cut net carbon dioxide emissions 80% by 2020. 1. Electricity and heat, replacing fossil fuels with renewable sources, 3.1 billion tons by 2020. Phasing out the use of coal, reducing the 3 million deaths from air pollution each year. 2, 3. Transport sector. Greatly reduced use of oil will eliminate close to 1.2 billion tons of carbon emissions. Plug-in hybrid cars that will run on carbon-free sources of electricity such as wind. Remainder comes largely from shifting long-haul freight from trucks to trains, electrifying freight and passenger trains, using green electricity to power them. 4. Bring deforestation to a halt and reforest by 2020. Net deforestation of the Earth is responsible for an estimated 1.5 billion tons of carbon emissions per year. A number of countries already have total or partial bans. Increase the number of trees on the Earth in order to sequester carbon. Forestation of wastelands will fix more than 0.95 billion tons of carbon each year. Similarly ambitious planting of trees to control flooding, reduce rainfall runoff to recharge aquifers, and protect soils from erosion. 5. Sequester carbon through land management. Fix an estimated 0.6 billion tons of carbon per year. Minimum or no-till cropland. Planting more cover crops during the off-season. Using more perennials instead of annuals in cropping patterns, for instance, using less corn and more switchgrass to produce fuel ethanol. 6. Huge potential for cutting carbon emissions through conservation. Summer 2006 Japanese men encouraged to not wear jackets and ties. I just lost 3,500 pounds. Ask me how. When asked, he said he had sold his car. Replacing a 3,500 pound car with a 22 pound bicycle obviously reduces energy used dramatically, but it also reduces materials used by 99%, indirectly saving still more energy. 7. Dietary changes can also make a difference. Energy differences between a diet rich in red meat and a plant-based diet is roughly the same as the energy use difference between driving a Chevrolet Suburban sports utility vehicle and a Toyota Prius gas-electric hybrid. Those of us with diets rich in livestock products can do both ourselves and civilization a favor by moving down the food chain. We can do this and keep CO2 below 400 parts per million, limiting the future rise in temperature. We can drop carbon dioxide emissions in 2020 more than 80% below today's levels, replacing fossil fuels in electricity generation. Switching to plug-in hybrid cars. Going to all-electric railways. Banning deforestation. Sequestering carbon by planting trees and improving soil management. Conservation. Dietary changes. Plan B. Energy economy much more labor intensive. Jobs. Germany, a leader in the energy transition. Renewable energy industries already employ more workers than the long-standing fossil fuel and nuclear industries do. In a world where expanding employment is a universal goal, this is welcome news indeed. Restructuring economy eliminates much of the air pollution. None of us has ever known an energy economy that was not highly polluting. Working in coal mines will be history. Black lung disease will eventually disappear. So too will code red alerts warning of health threats from extreme air pollution. The new energy sources are inexhaustible, while wind turbines, solar cells, and solar thermal panels will all need repair and occasional replacement. The initial investment can last forever. This well will not go dry. Task 2. Focusing 21st century national security on the 21st century challenges. A response to failing states. Failing civilization will result from too many failing states. The threat to security comes from the loss of power and the descent of nation-states into anarchy and chaos. Failing states become terrorist training grounds, as in Iraq and Afghanistan, drug producers, Afghanistan, and Myanmar, and weapons traders, Somalia, and Nigeria. Failing states need special attention. United Kingdom and Norway have each set up interagency funds. US efforts to deal with weak and failing states are fragmented. No one is in charge. What is needed now is a new cabinet-level agency, a Department of Global Security. What is needed now is a new cabinet-level agency, a Department of Global Security, fashion a coherent policy toward each weak and failing state. Threats to security are now coming less from military power and more from the trends that undermine states: rapid population growth, poverty, deteriorating environmental support systems, and spreading water shortages. Department of Global Security, DGS. Funded by shifting fiscal resources from the Department of Defense. In effect, the DGS budget would be the new defense budget. Focus on the central sources of state failure. Helping to stabilize population, restore environmental support systems, eradicate poverty, provide universal primary school education, and strengthen the rule of law through bolstering police forces and court systems. B. Youth Service Corps. 1 year of compulsory public service for its young people. Teach in inner city schools. Environmental cleanup programs. Plant trees. Restore and maintain the infrastructure in national parks. YSC in developing countries. Teaching and helping to organize family planning, tree planting, and micro-lending programs, while developing a sense of civic pride and social responsibility. Fast-growing reservoir of retired people. See Senior Service Corps. Highly skilled in such fields as management, accounting, law, education, and medicine. Eager to be of use. Talents could be mobilized through a voluntary Senior Service Corps. Provide the skills so lacking in failing state governments. Conditions now require a much more ambitious systematic effort to tap this talent pool. Henceforward, no national security without global security. Need to restructure and refocus our efforts to respond to this new reality. America has previously been up to global tasks. The Great Mobilization, a wartime mobilization. Similarities and contrasts with the mobilization for World War II. WWII. There was a temporary economic restructuring. Saving civilization, an enduring economic restructuring. US led Allied forces to victory within 3.5 years. US did the impossible every time it committed. FDR said, "Let no man say it cannot be done." The sale of new cars would soon be banned. From early 1942 through the end of 1944, nearly 3 years, there were essentially no cars produced in the United States. Residential and highway construction was halted, and driving for pleasure was banned. Strategic goods including tires, gasoline, fuel oil, and sugar were rationed beginning in 1942. Cutting back on private consumption of these goods freed up material resources that were vital to the war effort. 1942 witnessed the greatest expansion of industrial output in history. 1942 through 1944. Turning out a staggering 229,600 aircraft, 250,005 ships were added to the 1,000 or so that made up the American merchant fleet in 1939. An 400% increase. The United States is like a giant boiler. Once the fire is lighted under it, there is no limit to the power it can generate. A spark plug factory was among the first to switch to the production of machine guns. A manufacturer of stoves was producing lifeboats. A merry-go-round factory was making gun mounts. A toy company was turning out compasses. A corset manufacturer was producing grenade belts. And a pinball machine plant began to make armor-piercing shells. A country, and, indeed, the world can restructure the economy quickly if convinced of the need to do so. Mobilizing to save civilization means restructuring the economy, restoring Earth, its natural support systems, eradicating poverty, stabilizing population and eliminating carbon, climate, and, above all, restoring hope. We have the technologies, economic instruments, and financial resources to do this. The tragic irony of this moment is that the rich countries are so rich and the poor so poor that a few added 0.1% of GNP from the rich ones ramped up over the coming decades could do what was never before possible in human history, ensure that the basic needs of health and education are met for all impoverished children in this world. How many more tragedies will we suffer in this country before we wake up to our capacity to help make the world a safer and more prosperous place, not only through military might, but through the gift of life itself? The price tag. Universal primary education in developing countries, $10 billion per year. Adult literacy program based largely on volunteers will take an estimated additional $4 billion per year. Most basic healthcare in developing countries is estimated at $33 billion per year. Reproductive health care and family planning services $17 billion a year. Price tag. Closing the condom gap, $3.3 billion to $0.55 billion for condoms and $2.75 billion for AIDS prevention education and condom distribution. Cost of extending school lunch programs to the 44 poorest countries is $6 billion. Cost of reaching basic social goals comes to $77 billion a year. Poverty eradication effort that is not accompanied by an earth restoration effort is doomed. Protecting topsoil, reforesting the earth, restoring oceanic fisheries, and other needed measures will cost an estimated $113 billion in additional expenditures per year, protecting biological diversity at $31 billion, and conserving soil on cropland at $24 billion. Account for almost half of the Earth restoration annual outlay, $190 billion, roughly 1/3 of the current US military budget, the new defense budget, the one that addresses the most serious threats to our security. US military expenditure, $560 billion. North Atlantic Treaty Organization members spend a combined $328 billion a year on the military. Russia spends about $35 billion, and China, $50 billion. US military spending is now roughly equal to that of all other countries combined. Iraq War may prove to be one of history's most costly mistakes, because it has diverted the world's attention from climate change and the other threats to civilization itself. It is decision time. We can decide to stay with business as usual and watch our modern economy decline and eventually collapse. Consciously move on to a new path, one that will sustain economic progress. No action is a de facto decision to stay on the decline and collapse path. Decision time. No one can argue today that we do not have the resources to eradicate poverty, stabilize population, and protect the Earth's natural resource base. We can get rid of hunger, illiteracy, disease, and poverty, and we can restore the Earth's soils, forests, and fisheries. Shifting 1/6 of the world military budget to the Plan B budget would be more than adequate to move the world onto a path that would sustain progress. We can build a global community where the basic needs of all the Earth's people are satisfied, a world that will allow us to think of ourselves as civilized. This economic restructuring depends on tax restructuring, getting the market to be ecologically honest. Restructuring the tax system, not additional appropriations, is the key to restructuring the energy economy. Resources needed to disrupt a modern economy are small. The challenge is not to provide a high-tech military response to terrorism, but to build a global society that is environmentally sustainable and equitable, one that restores hope for everyone. Such an effort would do more to combat terrorism than any increase in military expenditures or than any new weapons systems, however advanced. Forces of progress can reinforce each other. The steps to reverse destructive trends or to initiate constructive new trends are often mutually reinforcing, win-win solutions. Efficiency gains that lower oil dependence also reduce carbon emissions and air pollution. Steps to eradicate poverty help stabilize population. Reforestation fixes carbon, increases aquifer recharge, and reduces soil erosion. Once we get enough trends headed in the right direction, they will reinforce each other,